They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
Let's go racing!
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Anglesey for part 2 of the 2025 Race of Remembrance. A rather different Anglesey than what we started the race in at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, but the weather did deteriorate going into last night's segment, and I'm afraid it's just got worse. However, we're going to press on regardless. You don't give up easily if you're doing the Race of Remembrance, and with the weather, as I say, coming in like it has done, it is wet and windy. If you're around the circuit, you don't need me to tell you that. Hats off already to the brave marshals who are out on post, and everybody who's involved with being outdoors in this very difficult conditions that we've got for you today. 2 parts still to go with the Race of Remembrance. We've had 7 hours of the 12 hours over which the Race of Remembrance takes place. Had those 7 hours yesterday, and they enabled the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise car number 43, driven by Ben Brooks, Lee Brooks and Phil Grayson, to establish a very comfortable margin over everybody else. They're actually 6 laps ahead. The cars are lining up behind the safety car in single file formation in the same order in which they crossed the line behind the safety car at 10 o'clock last night. So in effect, this is a safety car restart for part 2. So many cars we have that we're going to have to make 2 queues out of it. So although the cars will be lining up 2 by 2, they won't be starting 2 by 2, they'll be starting in single file. The left-hand queue will kind of tag on behind the right-hand queue. It's a bit like when you used to get on the car ferry that one queue goes, or even on Channel Tunnel, I suppose. One queue goes and then the other queue goes behind it. So that's how the layout is. I'm going to be joined up here in the commentary box for most of the day. I'm not quite sure how he's managed to persuade Rob Lewis to go down in the pit lane, but Scott Woodward is with me up here in the box. Looking forward to today, Scott.
Helps to put the microphone on first of all, doesn't it? Help with better weather, but again, it is November on the RSC, so it could be better, of course. But yeah, looking forward to today. It's quite a special day for a lot of people for what we do this for, Remembrance Sunday. But of course, it's the fact that it is the Race of Remembrance, and it's been such a significant and poignant race for many people, is what makes it even more special. I think yesterday's race, which I know we'll get into detail very shortly before we get the race underway, was very much a race which saw some teams we expect we're going to be just firm front runners, hit their own dramas and hit their own troubles, whereas others have come to the fore and put in good surprise performances so far. And I think that there are still some classes where I think that you've got, on paper it looks quite obvious who the favourites are now, given they've got several lap leads. There are others where it could always change at the drop of a hat, and I think as we've kind of proven in this race so far, no one is immune from a problem or an issue. That is the case in motorsport anyway, but particularly for this race, I think we talked about at some points yesterday, no team seems to be immune from some kind of an issue. And it just takes in this kind of race one small issue, one slip on a pit stop, one technical problem, one small slip on circuit somewhere, and your entire race can unravel just like that.
Absolutely. So it is a case of getting in, doing the laps, and for many people in any case, this race is about participating. It's about retraining, recovering, and allowing many people who are involved in Mission Motorsport to get involved in motorsport, in many cases in a situation that they didn't think they were possibly going to be able to a few months or weeks ago. Anyway, the cars, as I say, getting themselves into formation. I was telling you what the positions were at the end of last night. Rob Boston Racing's Lotus Elise, as I say, having established a 6-lap advantage over the rest of the field. More importantly, from his point of view, as far as Class D is concerned, the most powerful cars, he's actually 12 laps ahead of his nearest competitor, because 2 lower class cars are occupying second and third places at the moment. The Stuart Humphreys Mazda MX-5, car number 91, driven by Stuart Humphrey himself, although he only did one stint yesterday, shared with Martin Rich and Tom Walpole. That car has got itself into second place overall, despite a 1-lap penalty that they had yesterday for exceeding the drive time limit, because Stuart Humphreys didn't actually get in the car after his first stint. That led the team to miscalculate slightly on their drive time limit. They were penalised a lap for it, but they still have second place overall going into this. An hour and a half segment is all it is. We'll get the race underway in a minute's time, and it'll be an hour and a half from now until 10:30. We will then pause the race. Cars will stop on the start-finish straight in parc fermé conditions, and then everyone will come and gather in the pit lane. Wherever you are around the circuit, you're very welcome to join us in the pit lane for the Remembrance service. And then after that's complete, we'll go back racing again for the remaining 3.5 hours, aiming to finish around 3 o'clock this afternoon. So that's the schedule for the day. 30-second board shown at the start-finish line to indicate when the safety car is going to lead the cars around. As I say, they're not actually in the order that they're in positions in the race. They're in the order that they crossed the line behind the safety car last night. Third in the race is the Track Scotland Mini, car number 55. Still the distinctive lights on that car, the bright pink Track Scotland Mini, driven by Adam Kindner, Steve Somerville, Michael Imrie, Craig Dillon and Adam Morrison, although I don't think Adam Morrison's actually driven the car yet, because he's been concentrating on Track Scotland's Citroen C1, which is also doing very well. But the Track Scotland Mini leading Class B in third place overall. However, the Track Scotland Mini has only performed 2 pit stops so far, and the regulations demand that over the course of the whole Race of Remembrance, the whole 12 hours, you have to make 6 pit stops. In this context, a pit stop means a full 4-minute refuelling and or driver change, and Track Scotland have got into that position by virtue of some very reliable but quite quick running as well, but they've done so on only 2 pit stops, which is, as I say, half the reason that they've moved so far up the field. But they are well clear of the nearest competitor in Class B. The next car back is actually the Mission Motorsport Mazda, car number 47, but that is, let's just see, 12 laps behind the Track Scotland Mini, so even taking into account that as extra pit stops that the Mini will have to make, it is still in very good shape. So that's the top 3. The class leaders in the classes B, C and D I've just told you about. In the BMW class, Anthony Seddon Racing leads in their number 21 BMW. They're in 6th place overall. And they're ahead of the car number 9, which is the Yggdrasil BMW, and that is a 3 laps margin between those 2 cars. And in the Citroën C1 class, which is obviously very closely competed for indeed, we've got the 586 WRC development Citroën C1 leading from the Sunbelt Rentals car, which is the car that Colin and Mark Hode share with Jake Hill. Now they are 2 laps apart, that's numbers 586 and 545, but although they're 2 laps apart, WRC owes a pit stop, so they've completed 3 stops so far, whereas the Sunbelt Rentals Citroën has completed 4 pit stops so far, so that 2-lap margin could quite easily get swapped away. So we'll keep on top of the situation as far as that is concerned. Cars coming around behind the safety car. I just wonder, Scott, whether we're going to have a couple of laps behind the safety car with these very changed conditions.
It wouldn't surprise me given how different they are compared to when they started. Yes, there was a little bit of rain last night, but it's not, the conditions have severely changed compared to they were at the end of part 1 last night, and in fact the safety car has indeed continued round to give them at least another lap around on that one too. But it is typical Anglesey Remembrance Sunday weather from what we typically have here last couple of years. It tends to be, I think the last 3 that I've been to, this is my 3rd one, I think in all 3 it has been wet in some capacity at this level, getting to the circuit first thing on a Sunday morning, so it's not really too much of a surprise. So maybe that's actually with the experience in terms of, you've done this twice before, so well, a few times before, and it's always this wet, so you should have the experience. But this is going to be quite intriguing. That's, you talking about the fact, it's interesting you talk about the fact that some teams have not done that many pit stops to try and further themselves a little bit longer. That might just be down to the reliability of their car, how well their driver strategy has worked on, but that's been intriguing in that second part of the race, when see how some of those teams like Track Scotland, for example, have got to make 4 scheduled pit stops, at least 4 minutes in length for fuel and driver change, or however they want to do it, in that shorter space of time, and see exactly where that might see them end up, and see if the work they did last night actually does end them up as high as they are currently, or if they do end up naturally falling downwards because they've got to make all that time up in the pits. Indeed,
and of course that will largely depend on how much safety car running we get, because
that's a good point.
One has to say that with conditions as damp as they are, it is not unlikely that we have some running behind a safety car today, and there's nothing in the regulations to stop you making pit stops during safety car periods. There's no, as there are in other forms of racing, pit entrance closed, or the only thing you're not allowed to do is to exit the pit lane whilst cars are coming past the pit exit. But it may well be that Track Scotland have got this idea that they will put in their extra pit stops during safety car running, when they won't lose so much time. Obviously 4 minutes is shorter in absolute terms. 4 minutes is always 4 minutes, but when the cars are circulating slowly, then that has a smaller impact. The 2-lap margin is harder to make up. In racing conditions, 2 laps will be 4 minutes, so it'll be interesting to see how it pans out. I was talking to a couple of drivers, and hopefully Rob Lewis, who's down in the pit lane, will bring us more from the pits, but I was talking to a couple of drivers early this morning and even late last night, and they were actually looking forward to the wet conditions, partly and significantly because it's more fun.
So, who doesn't love racing in the rain? Who doesn't love it? Well, some people don't, but
was going to say, it's not quite what I would necessarily choose to do. Now, there is a man in a hat standing on the pit wall who's got a green flag in his hand. He's not waving it yet, but he's kind of looking interestedly over the pit wall, as if that is his intention.
Apprehensively, as I call it.
And
so
the,
eager to do something with it.
Yeah, the Jaguar safety car lights are out as well now as the cars turn through the hairpin. So we will be seeing the resumption of racing. The time started to tick away whilst we were having the safety car laps. So both the first lap and the second lap behind the safety car were counted as proper laps. And so coming through, safety car dives into the pit lane. The Rob Boston car in the hands of Ben Brooks it is, because he was in the car when the race was finished last night. So Ben Brooks goes through and has a clear track ahead of him. He'll be wanting to make the most of that. And the rest of the field coming on through, getting racing underway. And I'm actually a little bit surprised, pleasantly so, Scott, not as much spray being kicked up as I had expected.
No, and they're not hanging around, are they? They certainly are putting their foots down, regardless of the conditions, and trying to get on with it, which is good. So a 7-lap lead then, which Rob Boston Racing has to try and maintain. Just again to reiterate, we talked about the fact that Sean Paul's already mentioned, just to reiterate, these are aggregate times. Even though, yes, there are closed gaps in here, the gaps pause as they are overnight. So essentially it means that even if, let's say for example, Stuart Humphrey Racing is quicker in the wet than Rob Boston Racing's Lotus and catches up to them, even though it passes them at one point, it'll still have to do that another 6 times to get back on the lead lap and actually pass it 4 positions. So the gaps stay as they were from overnight, which means that the 7-lap lead, which Rob Boston Racing ended race 1, the preferred part 1 of the race with, maintains itself throughout the race, and that will also then carry over once we pause the race at 10:30. And then when we get back going again, it'll be the gaps of the aggregate, what we had, what was left at when we pause the race at that point there. And then again, they'll go once more when we resume, and that'll be the case until the checker flag at 3 o'clock. So essentially, it is a race against the timing screen, rather than some cases, more in some cases, than it is on track themselves. You can get close to your rival, but you've still got time to make up. Even if it's like a time gap, if you're right behind them, if you pass them and it's a 20-second gap from overnight, you've got to pass your rival and then be 20 seconds ahead of them to even pass them on track. Make sense? No? Good. Right, we'll carry on.
The Race of Remembrance is the only race that works this way, to my knowledge. And I have put a campaign in that perhaps we will change that. Now, a problem on the very opening racing lap for the McAnulty's Lotus Elise. This car had a drive shaft problem yesterday, broken CV joint, which seized solid on them. Funnily enough, when the safety car came out and that seized drive shaft was repaired, it took them about an hour to get the car sorted out, and so that's why the Lotus Elise number 71 is so far down the timing order. So that's probably going to necessitate another safety car whilst they recover that McAnulty Lotus Elise, which is exactly what the team didn't want. They want to just have a nice, easy run of it today. Anyway, we can go down to the pit lane now, where Rob Lewis is here. Good morning, Rob.
Well, one of the stories that emerged late last night was the demise of the Tacona Racing Division's E36 M3. I've got their driver, David Russell, with me. David, you had an impact on the left rear of the car, but it's been a monumental mission overnight to repair it.
Yeah, it has. It's not an M3, just in case anyone's listening and think why we're in that class. But yeah, we had an incident up at Rocket, unfortunately, but there was a logistical mission that went on last night. Paul had one son drive up from Buckinghamshire, and his other son that was up here drove down, met in the middle, 265-mile journey for the parts, arrived at 3 a.m, fitted, and the car's just made the grid, so a monumental effort. But you know, we were in a strong position, second overall, first in class, in with a great chance, which motivated everybody. But then the motivation quickly switches to what this event personifies, and it's the journey people make in difficult times, which is nothing compared to what most people go through and have been through to be here. But it's our little way of pushing through and getting on the grid so we can all finish the race together.
And David, you've been involved in this race for many years. Just how significant is this event to you personally?
I think I was lucky enough that the RAF team gave me a drive in 2019, so I'm still serving, and as part of the RAF racing team, the event just grows and grows, and the team do more and more, right up to winning last year. So the event, which I wasn't part of, but the event just grows in how much it means, and you see so many people come in and then never leave, and the family and the event just grows and goes from strength to strength, and you can't not be here. So when you have incidents and they happen, you quickly move away from who caused what and focus on how we can get the people that have put so much in over the line. And that's what we'll do today. We'll get the people that have put in, they'll have some seat time, and we'll all have a smile on our face and remember why we're really here.
And we will get a reminder of that in about an hour and 15 minutes.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, there won't be not because of the rain, but there won't be a dry eye in the house. And if anybody's on the fence about taking part in this event, you know, you've got to come and experience it. It's not a race, you know, it's a service with some cars driving around in between. It's an incredible thing.
Incredible. Well, David, congratulations to you and the Tacona racing team there.
Sorry, and thank you so much to Paul's sons. We wouldn't be here without them. You know, I don't know how he's managed to sweet talk them into it, and his wife being so understanding at home. Yeah, it's phenomenal, but thank you.
A phenomenal effort from the Tacona Racing Division. As you can see, the weather has turned significantly. There's lots of people even struggling to stand on the pit lane, let alone get any work done. I also noticed this morning on my travels we had some issues for the Mazda MX-5, the EBC-sponsored Stuart Humphreys racing car. They had a sticking injector when I was speaking to them first thing this morning. I'm going to go down and speak to them shortly. Silver Lake Racing in the C1 class, they had a torrid time yesterday with both of their cars. They've had some contact. They've had to do a lot of work overnight to get both 458 and 558 back out and in competitive condition. But it's all about that Sunbelt Rentals car in the C1 class. Can they chase down the leader and get the win with Jake Hill, Colin and Mark Hode at the wheel? Lots going on up and down the pit lane, and I'm going to go and talk to the Track Scotland boys shortly, but for now, back to the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Rob Lewis down there in the pit lane there, bringing us the latest news. And apropos of the Tacoma Racing BMW, which, I'll say, has joined in at the back of the grid, means that we have only one retirement from 7 hours of racing yesterday. Only the single retirement, that being the Pure Track Racing Renault Clio, which had a rather significant impact with the barriers yesterday and wasn't able to be repaired. However, everybody else of the 50 starters, all 40, the remaining 49, are all out and took the start under the safety car, although obviously it didn't quite go the McAnulty's way with the, I think it was David McAnulty, wasn't it, at the wheel of the number 17 car when it ground to a halt on that first racing lap.
Yes.
Scott's just chasing down as well. But,
yes,
it
was.
Is the number 17 car then that from the McAnulty's, which no, not number 17, 71. Got the numbers wrong around. So David McAnulty, as I say, with there kind of been a locked drive shaft, but certainly some problem for that car, having had, as I say, a 1 hour pit stop yesterday while they resolved it. But safety car's still out there, although the car has been pulled off. I think we'll only get one more lap behind the safety car, but in the meantime, we can go down to Rob Lewis again. He's got another interview lined up for us. Good work, Rob.
As promised, I've popped down to the Track Scotland team where Adam's trying to get his race boots on. Adam, you've got two cars in this race that are just quietly working away, and you're in a great position going into part two.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise in the C1. I think the start made that. But the Mini, we've done 7 or 8 years here in the Mini, so we know what we're doing with that. But the C1 is only the second time that second time that 3 of us have actually raced it. Silverstone and then here, so we went into it as a bit of a learning curve and found ourselves kind of second or third or whatever we are just now.
And Track Scotland as a team, you've come here several times over the years, always with the pace to fight at the front, but never quite. Could this be your year?
Well, we've won it 5 times our class, so I don't think we'll ever win outright in a 1600 normally aspirated car.
You never know.
Something's gone wrong for the people above us if they've done that.
And what does this event personally mean to you as the team boss with all these guys?
The cause is amazing, and then just having everyone together as well. It's such a good event. If you haven't done it before, I would recommend it. It's good.
Definitely recommend it. Now, that pink Mini is still in a great position. Let's just tempt fate. Could it happen?
Unless something happens, it will happen. They've been instructed to take it easy, no pushing, don't take any risks. I think we're 8 laps ahead or something like that, so we just need to take it easy. But you know what traffic is like, and anything can happen.
I'm kind of tempted fate of the overall win. Would that be possible with Rob Boston having issues?
You don't wish issues on anyone, but we're up there, so it could happen. I don't think it will, but you never know.
Don't mind me, I've just been a bit cheeky this morning, but great to talk to you, Adam. Good luck for the rest of the event. I'll let you get kitted up now, so I'm going to have a little trawl up and down and try not to get blown away by the weather. Back to the nice warm commentary box, Paul.
Thank you, Rob. Wouldn't talk with you for the world on this one, I'm afraid. So Adam Kindness, that was, we were hearing from the Track Scotland team. The team, as Rob was saying, running 2 cars, one in the C1 class, which is currently 3rd in the Citroen C1 class, and that's car number 355, which Adam Kindness shares with Adam Morrison and Craig Dillon. And then, as I say, the Track Scotland Mini, which is currently in the hands of Craig Dillon, so the drivers having to swap between both the Citroen and the Mini, but Craig Dillon at the wheel of the Mini, which is running in 3rd place overall, but in comfortable lead, as Adam Kindness was saying there, of its class. And then in the C1 class, the Track Scotland C1 is in 3rd place, and Adam Morrison is at the wheel of that car. It was Adam Kindness, funnily enough, that started that car, which is when he referred modestly, I have to say, to his starting stint in the Citroen C1, which got the car in amongst the race leaders. And the safety car is coming in, so we got back to racing again. The screen tells me we've completed 221 laps. In terms of today's racing, we're just going on to the 7th lap, 6 of which have been under safety car, but giving the drivers, accidentally in a way, a little bit more time to familiarise themselves with the conditions, which are far from easy. But here goes the Track Scotland Mini, the bright pink car, staying out of trouble, being told to not take any risks. But when you've got a car that's clearly quicker than the cars around you, you've got to go past it. Coming up on its rear bumper, almost invisible, is the little number 99 Caterham, which started the race from pole position. This is the car that's entered by DKS Motorsport, shared by Mark Haynes, Thomas McEwing and Thomas Gunther. It's currently in the hands of Max Haynes, and was going extremely well in the early stages of yesterday, but then had 2 pit stops which were a little bit longer than they needed to be, than the team wanted them to be. We never quite got to the bottom of what the problems were yesterday. They were described to us as purely lack of power for the Caterham, and that meant, as I say, a couple of longer pit stops for the car. So the Caterham, well, it's still in with a shout. Still 5 hours to go to get there so far today, and it's running in 5th place, number 99. Did I say Max Haynes? It's actually Thomas Gunther driving that car, apologies, the number 99. So Thomas is at the wheel, but when the car is running well, it's by far the quickest car on the circuit. In fact, it's done the best lap of the race overall, although not today. Yesterday it did a 1 minute 39, just gone through in a 1 minute 53, which is the fastest lap of today's events, and it's moved ahead now of the Patrone Racing BMW, number 48, which again, running in Class D, is having to play catch up, having had a troubled race yesterday. So I think, Scott, one of the things which was a feature of yesterday was a number of cars that had problems.
Yeah, we talked about it a lot. I think the word of the day was attrition, wasn't it, in terms of just how many cars, and also it was the scale of how much it was happening as well, which is surprising, and also the fact how so many front-running cars in each of the classes were being surprising. One of the ones that caught us off guard, I know, in the BMW class was Anglesey Circuit Racing. Now we know them as a clockwork team that have done this race for so many years and are always a regimented team. They always do pretty well. They're always at the front. You always expect their cars to be running 1-2. One of their cars had an issue which is very unlike them. They still have a car which is leading the class in the BMW category. Still has Sam County Yates leading in the number 21 car. But their teammate car, which has slipped yesterday after the issues it had, it's dropped down to... Where has that car dropped down to? Way down to the 43rd position and 11th in class. So that, again, not quite what we expect from them. But this has been one of those races where, particularly, as you said, teams that you don't expect to have issues have had issues and have problems. We were also talking about the fact that Rob Boston Racing, we thought, was nursing some kind of an issue, but even though they were telling us they were just taking it steady, but if there was any issues which they had to fix, they've obviously had the chance to fix them overnight, and now the car is, as far as we can tell in the wet conditions, back to full strength, unless there's still something that they're nursing, and the wet conditions is masking that.
I suspect that they've done everything they possibly can to ensure reliability.
Yeah.
And certainly with the advantage that they built up over part one, then that's going to be the order of the day. Ben Brooks just crossing the line now, completing 223 laps in total, but he's going to be chased down by Thomas Gunter in the Caterham, and this may not be a battle for position, but it will be interesting to watch. No doubt fun being had by Thomas Gunter as the Caterham, probably a bit of a handful in the wet, although I don't know whether visibility might be a little bit easier for Thomas with the Caterham. It sits lower down than the driver does in the Elise, but they're coming through Church at the moment, heading out onto the straight past school, and they've pulled well clear of the west of the field, as I say, in terms of the race overall positions. Has no impact at all, but it will be interesting to see Thomas Gunter closing in on Ben Brooks, and I don't think Ben will offer very much in the way of defence if he does get threatened with the overtake. Tucked in behind them, or not very far behind them, is the Mazda RX-8, I do believe. Just checking down. Yes, it is. Check that as it comes through, actually, because they'll be coming through to complete another lap in a minute, and we'll see who is the next car up on the road. Citroen Battle turning through the final turn, coming into the pits at a fairly fast pace. There is the 587 Citroen C1, this being the DCM racing car. Craig McInerney, Andrew Edwards and James Woolley, the drivers of that car, and that's an unusual time to come in for a pit stop. Oh, it's a stop and go penalty in fact for the 587 car, and the screen will tell me it is just a stop and go. Yeah.
There was something from Andrew Roberts last night, so this one actually is for pit lane. These are two that were being served this morning, he told me, that got applied last night, which is the 587, which is this one. It's a 12-second stop and go penalty for pit lane speed, and also the car 100, which is the West Suffolk College BMW that had lots of problems at the beginning. That also had to have a 16-second stop and go penalty for a short stop, and that car also, I remember, started pretty much from the pit lane where it kind of joined the tail at the back of the queue as well. So two penalties that have been served overnight. There are two also incoming, which are both for C1s, and they're both a one-lap penalty as well. They're both 569, which is the Ugaduga racing car, which Ashley James Aspin, Benjamin Hayward, and the brilliantly named Naughty Bear, don't ask, and the 558, which is Silver Lake. So all the problems they've had, Silver Lake Racing 2 compounded even more, because now they've got a one-lap penalty, for both of which are for exceeding driving time also. So we haven't even started, half an hour or so, and already they're racking up penalties.
Or serving penalties that were racked up last night in many cases.
In the case of two of them, yeah.
Yeah, so those penalties now being served. As I mentioned earlier on, the Stuart Humphrey racing car, which Martin Rich is driving this morning, also having to, well, he didn't have to serve the penalty, it was applied to his time, a one-lap penalty for exceeding the drive time limit, which is an awkward limit, because it's a maximum of 3 hours in any 5-hour period, which essentially means that you have to take a 2-hour break if there are only 2 drivers that you're alternating between, which the Stuart Humphrey Mazda was doing, because Stuart Humphrey, although he started in the number 91 car, he left driving for the rest of the yesterday's segment of the race to Tom Walpole and Martin Rich, and in their alternating they overstepped the 5-hour mark, and so the 3-hour mark, and so were penalised by a lap, but it has still left them in second place overall, and in commanding situation in Class C as well, with a 10-lap margin over the rest of that field. Another car which had problems yesterday was the 666 Audi TT. Ross Leach, Max Bird, Glenn Griffin and David Pavley sharing that car. Again, a car that was fancied to run with the leading runners, but had problems, fell back, and is spending today trying to play catch-up. But such is the pace, Scott, of the Class D cars, that it is possible to move your way back up through the field, not necessarily to challenge for the outright win, but with not very many cars in Class D, it's entirely still possible for the Audi, the pink and black Audi TT, to finish on the class podium, currently running 4th.
It can do, yes. It's got 5 laps to make up on that one, but it is currently, you're right in saying so, that the cars are that fast enough they can move up the order pretty quickly, even though they had the issues. Currently running in 8th position at the moment, it's inside the top 10. We've got all but one of the Class D cars up there in the top 10, which is strong to see. I think that there's probably one that we are missing, which is a little further down from the issues that it had before. That's the 34 in the field, if I remember correctly. No, the other one is the McAnulty car that stopped out, that caused the first safety car of today. So, yeah, there's a potential. And, of course, and again, we've seen teams get 2-lap penalties, 3-lap penalties, even the 10-lap penalty for Silver Lake last night as well, for both its overtaking and unnecessary contact under a safety car, which meant that they had to be pushed down the order as far as they were. And that, as you said, got applied at the end of the race, as other penalties did also. There's also been a change for positions. We talk about Class D between DKS, that battle you were talking about with Patrone Racing and DKS, that has changed. So Gunther is up into 4th position. And whilst you ponder that, it's back down to Rob in the pit lane, who has another interview for us.
One of the heartbreaks from last night was the unfortunate demise of the pure track racing Renault Clio. Sarah Dennis is with me. Sarah, you support this event with your husband Matt every year, bringing beautiful cars, great liveries. What happened?
It was just a really unfortunate accident. The car was placed, it was going incredibly well. Our driver, Matt Adams, was trying to make a manoeuvre on the outside. Fortunately got door closed on him, slightly lifted, back wheel on the grass, game over, straight to the wall.
And what about the car itself? How significant is the damage?
It's finished. It will not. Unfortunately, it's a cage, pedal box, engine. We just looked at the car, and I think the only salvageable thing is the boot. The boot lid. It's that bad, unfortunately.
And the driver okay?
Thankfully, that was the main thing. It was a bit touch and go at one point, but yeah, he was checked over by the medical team. He's resting now. He's not here at the moment. He's been to hospital, been checked over. The car did a mega job, safety-wise, and the medics here were amazing and looked after him. So that's the main thing. The driver is okay.
But you're still suited up and ready to go. You're helping your neighbours. What's the story there?
Well, this is a pure track spirit. We're still here. We haven't gone home. I'm helping these guys with fueling. And then Suffolk College, you might see they've got 23 on their car and some of our livery, so they're carrying a part of our car across the line for us, so we're going to make sure that car finishes as well.
Fantastic, Sarah. You support this event every year and put so much heart and soul into it. What is it about Race of Remembrance?
It's just we want to give something back, and we love the whole community. You know, people have lost their lives, risked their lives for our country, and this is just a small thing we can give back in supporting them, raising funds for them, and giving people opportunities that maybe wouldn't have had opportunities before. So we'll always support this event, and we'll be back next year.
Back next year, so it was a Memphis Bell livery this year.
Yeah.
You've had Spitfire in the past. What's next year's livery? Can we have a preview?
Oh God, don't do that to me. We only started on that one 2 weeks ago. I'm open to suggestions. If anyone wants to message us and give us some ideas, we'll come back bigger and stronger with something someone suggests something and we'll do it.
Tell you what, that might be one for the YouTube commenters. So if you are watching this stream, well, you will be watching this stream on YouTube, whether it's on BRSCC, Mission Motorsport. I think if we get them to get their comments to you, what do you want Pure Track to deliver their car in next year? Sound good?
That sounds brilliant. I'm up for that. You tell us what we're going to do and we'll do it. We'll do it.
Fantastic. Sarah Dennis, a pleasure to have you and the Pure Track team in the pit lane. Again, heartbreak for the team. They put absolutely everything into their car. For now, back to the box.
Thanks very much, Rob. The Caterham out there that I was mentioning earlier on, the number 99 car, Thomas Günther, going great guns at the wheel of that car. He's involved in this little battle between himself and the Patrone Racing BMW car number 48. They're both on 215 laps, so they're having a little on-track battle for position. Caterham just going through across start-finish line at the moment, diving up at the inside a couple of 1 Series BMWs. But in terms of this portion of the race, he is actually leading this portion of the race. And remember, he was battling with Ben Brooks in the Lotus Elise a little while ago. Well, he's now moved up and is 18 seconds clear of Ben Brooks, and he's done that in the space of the last 4 or 5 laps. So the Caterham clearly revelling in these conditions, and no doubt Thomas Günther is enjoying himself enormously out there as he continues to play catch up. As I think it's probably a forlorn hope to try and make up any further ground, but importantly for him at least is the battle that's going on between himself and the Patrone Racing car, because and this is where what Scott was describing earlier on comes into play, because the race being on an aggregate, it appears that they're changing place on every lap, but in fact they're not. He's gone past, but of course when the BMW comes through, it completes an extra lap and so goes ahead on the screen, although when the aggregate is then the two parts added together, then when the Caterham comes through, it has completed the same number of laps, but in a shorter time. So that's why it goes ahead.
Yeah, so therefore it just continues to gather the gap together, and that's where it can seem a bit confusing if you're watching. If you have the timing tower on the left-hand side, you would see obviously a change of position, but of course if it's not changing on the tower, next time they come past the start and finish line would hit the timing beam. That's the reason why it wouldn't do that.
Into the pits has come the Track Scotland Mini. I mentioned before we started that it had only completed 2 laps. It had only completed 2 pit stops. Well, cross that out, it's now completed 3 pit stops for the Track Scotland Mini. They may not have actually needed to put much fuel in, but they do need to make this 4-minute pit stop. Whether it was wise to pit under green remains to be seen, but they've had a comfortable cushion, and the Track Scotland Mini now being pushed back out of its grid slot, or out of its pit box, and is just waiting for the 4 minutes to elapse so it can head down the pit lane and back into the race. Another car that we saw a quick shot of in the pits at the moment is the number 55, the Track Scotland, right, 66 is in the pits, the Matabubu BMW. Mini just waiting there. 3 minutes 50 is its pit stop time. Heads down the pit lane now. 3 minutes 57, 58, 59. 4 minutes. That's pretty good timing from Track Scotland.
Yeah,
Mini
by a few seconds. I think they're pretty safe with that one. Just they'll scan the hue tag and away they go. What was that? 4 minutes 10, 4 minutes 11. So to give us a few seconds leeway just to do that. Of course, if anyone wants about the hue tag system, which I haven't talked about just yet today, it's similar to what they have in the Citroen C1s. If you watch the C1 Endurance Series at all, which every driver that goes out there has a tag that looks like a little plastic wristwatch device, so to speak, and they're all allocated per driver, per team, and then whenever you change over drivers, you then go to the end of the pit lane, and you'll see like a little sensor. For example, I'm watching one of the Citroen C1s who just finished having the pit stop, has pulled up to the end of the pit lane. There is a kind of like a white kind of sensor pad that you have to kind of hold up your wrist, your hue tag, up to the window in order for it to register. When the light goes from red to green, then it means to successfully register the change in the hue tag, which means that what happens is then when you look on the TSL timing screen, for those who don't know, you'll be able to see the first initial and the surname of the driver. That will change when you scan the hue tag system out. You have to make sure you do it every single time you change drivers. If you don't, of course, it not only confuses the system and thinks that there's one driver driving when there isn't and could unfairly give you a penalty or something else, but on top of that, you can get penalised also for not actually changing the hue tag or scanning out properly. You can get penalised for that by race control too.
So that is the system by which driver identification is done. There being so many drivers and the technology to put appropriate transponders in the car a little bit too expensive. We're observing the pit stop there of the Army Sports Car Racing team, the BMW 116 there of John Cobley, Paul Chapman, Alex Martin and Alex Rivette, having a change of tyres, wheels. Not sure if anything else is going on the number 66 car. That car, very competitive, the BMW 116 class, and there's kind of two categories within the 116 class, as I describe it, Scott, because you've got what I call the professional teams, people like Anthony Seddon Racing, Matabubu, which is the other BMW team, and then you've got the military BMWs who run in the same class, but as I say, they tend not to be quite as quick as the professional runners, and the number 66 being joined by the 305 BMW, which is the Royal Engineers.
That's the car that we saw spinning a couple of times last night and had some issues, but managed to carry on regardless. I remember at some points in the darkness. I think the other team you're thinking was Yggdrasil, the pair of the BMW art car livery style machines that are out there, which tends to have a Cottam in it at any one time. When there's Oliver Cottam or his father Edward, who I joked with on the paddock yesterday that it's about the 7th or 8th time he's come out of retirement to come back racing again. So, but it's good to see him. Good to see him back in racing as well. Of course, good to see him still supporting his son Oliver, who's done all sorts of things. I mean, I most distinctly remember him when he was racing in his days a couple of years ago in TCR UK. So he's even driven touring cars at one point as Oliver, but he's come up the junior ranks on top of that as well. So it's good to see that both father and son are getting a chance to not only race in the same team, but also race against each other in team cars, which is not something that often very happens at Race of Remembrance, I don't think.
No, exactly. Certainly not across cars. That's true. Very often families tend to stick together. Yggdrasil, I hinted at it yesterday. It's the Norse mythology magical tree, if you will, which binds together the universe. It's a very important tree in Norse mythology, and if you bear that in mind, that it's a mythological tree, and then look at the Yggdrasil logo, which we'll hopefully see on one of their cars, the two Yggdrasil cars being numbers 9 and 90, and number 9. As I say, they have a kind of stylized tree that looks a bit like a figure of 8, but if you, as I say, look at it and think tree, then you'll see that it is a tree. So that's where the name Yggdrasil comes from. What is not clear to me is why the team has chosen to use that as its logo, or indeed the name of the Yggdrasil. But because, as Scott just said, very distinctive in their kind of art livery, and they're, as I say, certainly in the case of the number 9 car, doing very well. Second place in the class with the number 9 car, and in 9th place overall, behind the remaining Anthony Seddon car, which Sam Yates was driving into the night last night and continues to drive this morning. Regulations demanding that the driver who finished last night's race has to start again today, which, bearing in mind that you're allowed to refuel overnight, does mean quite a lot of driving for the one driver, because inevitably the cars running towards the end of their fuel tank last night, therefore having a long stint last night, and then up first thing this morning to take part in the restart. So a race of endurance in many different senses is the Race of Remembrance.
Just a note of 2 stop-go penalties that are incoming as well. I think Andrew Roberts is about to tell me exactly the reason for them. I can tell you who they're for, at least. One of which is a quite significant one. It's for the 4th place car, which is the former 48 Retrain racing car, the one we talked about having that battle with the DKS Caterham. And the other one is car 71, that's also had a penalty applied to it as well. 71
the McAnulty's
is the McAnulty's as well, which seems a bit sort of insignificant given the fact that their car isn't running at the moment. But
I was going to say they've only completed 2 laps in the event. In fact, yes, 2 laps in this part of the event. So quite what they've done to incur the wrath of the race director so soon after that. I can't quite imagine. Can't really penalise a car for stopping on a pace lap, but anyway, the message will come through. Scott has friends in high places and will tell us
that car 48 gets a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for avoidable contact with the leaders in the C1s. That's the 586 WRC Developments car. So one of the front-running Class D cars made unnecessary contact, apparently, with the C1 leaders, which was interesting because if there has been contact, then we haven't seen, as far as I can tell, the 586 car coming into the pit lane for anything other than what we'd imagine being a scheduled stop. So if it was contact, it's obviously, as far as we can tell on the surface, not significant enough that forced it into the pit lane, but it was still unnecessary nonetheless.
Yes, possibly just contact which race control deemed was unnecessary. Talking of the C1s, the WRC Developments car number 586 that leads the class has James Matthews at the wheel. That's the car that David Drinkwater is also driving, the car, or at least the team that won the C1 class last year, and second in the C1 class is still the Sunbelt Rentals car, which the wheel of the 545 at the moment is Marcode. Say that is the car which has Jake Hill at the wheel of it as well, and then third, not very far behind, a lap behind actually, but not far behind in overall terms, is the Track Scotland Citroen C1. So 3 different Citroen C1s from 3 different teams at the top of the list for that class.
I have news on the penalty for 71. Well, it's not one, it's 2 penalties, in fact, apparently, which occurred yesterday. So I've been told by Andrew Robertson, in his words, they're to be served as soon as they fix their clutch, which apparently is what the issue is, so that's why they've stopped with the clutch problem. 2 penalties to serve, so that's what's waiting for them when they finally get it running. A 90-second stop-go penalty for overtake it under the safety car, and a 30-second stop-go penalty for avoidable contact. Guess with which car?
Not the leading car in C1.
Yes.
Oh dear.
So I think the message is, for the race control, leave WRC Developments alone, because that's 2 cars that have been making contact with them on separate occasions. I don't know if they were in the same vicinity at the same time, not sure, but even so, WRC Developments, I'm sure, are going to be feeling a bit, they can't be feeling a tiny bit sore after being made necessary contact not once last night, but now second time this morning at some point, which has forced both to have penalties. So if that car makes it, it might have bits of both, I think, both BMW and Lotus sticking out the side of it. It's not too much careful by the end of the race.
Yes, it'll be a second-hand Citroen by the end of the race. David Drinkwater will sell it on eBay, probably
Sure.
at a profit.
It might help him fund his entry fee to defend next year's Supersport Endurance title, or at least a C1 entry at some point.
Here comes the Patrone Racing BMW then for its stop-and-go penalty, so that will, for the moment, hand the advantage in the race and in the class to the DKS Caterham, which has just gone through and will therefore pull away a little bit more. It was ahead, but only on aggregate times, but as I say, I think as a result of that stop-and-go penalty for the Patrone Racing BMW, so that will assert the DKS Caterham into 4th place permanently, as it were, rather than swapping on every lap as it does before. Still Thomas Günther, the fastest car on the circuit, lapping in the 1 minute 53s, compared to what Ben Brooks is doing in the 1 minute 55s. If it would be dry, they'd be lapping in the 45. So the wet conditions certainly affecting the cars. What would be interesting actually to hear from Rob Lewis next time he's talking to somebody down in the pits is just how much the wind is affecting the cars, particularly the lower powered Citroens, which fairly high-sided as well, I would imagine get quite buffeted by the wind as they go through. Certainly when I was driving up the dual carriageway towards the circuit this morning, I could feel the effect of the wind just driving down the A55 at 70 miles an hour. So these cars, no doubt, will be affected even more, I would imagine. The Fiat Panda, actually, talking cars that could well be affected by the wind, is still going well. DC low mass racing.
What do you say? What are you implying? it doesn't cope with crosswinds?
I'm implying that it might be affected by crosswinds. It's a pretty light car, very lightweight, only got 100 horsepower. But the car currently in the hands of Vincent Lomas, going through in 15th place on 213 laps completed for that car, and running as a Class B car, and is currently third in Class B as the little Fiat Panda. Class B, which, as we've said, is being dominated by the Track Scotland Mini, which Michael Imrie has taken over. Actually, I don't think I mentioned that. Michael Imrie taking the car over at its most recent pit stop, and as I say, that brings it up to 3 pit stops completed for the Track Scotland Mini. Second in Class B is the Mission Motorsport Mazda MX-5, which has Davide Bernacchi at the wheel at the moment, but they are some 12 laps behind the Track Scotland Mini, and then third in Class B is the Fiat Panda, so they'll be hoping for continued reliable run in that little car.
Rob Boston Racing, you say, going down the inside of the Royal Navy BMW, and again, still relation to the conditions. The gap is still at the front. I'll scroll back up the top of the timing screen. Still, it's 8 laps now between. Although he hasn't. No, yes, that is 8 laps between first and second position. So even though on the road the Caterham is in the lead, it's still the Lotus that's soldiering on. There was a moment up at the hairpin whilst you were talking there as well that made me go, ooh, for a second, you might have heard, which was, I couldn't see exactly which 2 cars it was that it was being passed by, but the Silver Lake car almost got pinched in like a 3-wide sandwich at the hairpin, inconsequentially. But they managed to survive that and carry on what's been quite a tumultuous race so far for Silver Lake for many different reasons. I think it was the Tacona Racing BMW and possibly one of the art cars or something else. But there was definitely a 3-wide squeeze at one point, which the Silver Lake car almost became a victim of at one point. Just under 42 minutes to go until we end the second part of Race of Remembrance 2025. And of course, if you're around the circuit, then please do make your way into the pit lane to help us observe the traditional Remembrance Sunday service. Of course, if you're watching around the world online, anywhere you might be, please also make sure that you do so as well and observe it in your own way. Because of course, this is not an endurance race with a remembrance service tacked onto it. It's a remembrance service with an endurance race around it. So this is what we're all here for. So
exactly. So Scott, yeah, just looking down, and I was caught by the fact that you're saying the gap first to second has gone up to 7 laps. Stuart Humphrey, Martin Rich still in second place there. At the completion of the first part, he was 6 laps clear. So the Stuart Humphrey racing car, Martin Rich, certainly taking things easy and making sure that no mistakes are made in order to protect their class advantage. Down in the pit lane, Rob Lewis is waiting patiently. What have you got for us this time, Rob?
Well, you may have seen the pictures there of a rather oily Royal Engineer Motorsport team here. I've got Ben with me and I've got Pete with me in the BMW 116. First of all, what was the oil spillage going on there?
Basically not very good servicing last night. I'm going to have to be honest about that. So the O-ring on the filter housing had been sort of pinched, so it was just a little bit off, and then obviously it's blowing out of the oil filter housing as it pressured up, so our own fault.
But you did use quite good forces tact and straight away blame the Navy.
Yes. Yeah, you can see behind you now the guys are cleaning up. We got told off for a bit of oil spill. Obviously, it can't be helped. So naturally, we're not going to take the blame for that. We're just going to try and blame someone else and get away from it. You always got to box cover with the marshals and try and sort of say it's not us until it's undeniable.
Tell us a bit about this wonderful team you've got backing you. It's a beautiful looking car with all the poppies on it. Royal Engineer Motorsports, right?
Yes, yeah. So Royal Engineer Motorsport. Really glad this year to have Army Motorsport with us. It's the first year that they've been involved in Race of Remembrance for a while. We've been doing it, I think, since 2019. My first event here was 2023, and that's what really, this event got me into motorsport within the Army. Fabulous event, came along, told my friend Paul, I think he's driving at the moment, was my best mate from back when I was 12 years old. I said, hey, we're both servicemen, you need to come and get involved in this. It's absolutely fantastic. I've never experienced a race like this. And yeah, that was us hooked in, and yeah, 2-3 years later we're here, enjoying the sport. But yeah, Sapper Motorsport, so Royal Engineer Motorsport here today. And then obviously we've got the Army Motorsport team with us. And I've got Pete here alongside us. So Pete is sponsoring the Royal Engineer Motorsport team, and frank and honest, he's probably not going to like me saying it, we wouldn't be here today at this event in such good order if it wasn't for Pete. Pete's company wrapped the car, sorted it out for us. So yeah, really just happy to have Pete along and helping people like us get into racing.
And Pete, what does it mean to you to put your effort into this?
Well, I'm an ex-Royal Engineer myself, and I left it 18 years ago. I did sponsor another team last season, but when I walked around the paddock and saw the Royal Engineers and the Army had got their own race team, I wanted to get involved, and I wanted to give something back to the family that made me the person that I am now. So that's what's important to me, to give these young lads an opportunity to do something that they love doing and might not have the resources to be able to do it.
When the time comes and we pause for remembrance, what would that mean to you both as ex-force?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible for me. I mean, I did a full term as well. And to remember those people that went before us and gave us the opportunity to do this in this country as we are now, it means immense to me. So yeah, a lot.
And yourself, Ben, what does it mean to you personally?
It's a bit of a time to sort of reflect. Got a 26-year career. A few sort of not great times along the way. Yeah.
We're all behind you, mate.
Yeah.
Great to have you here in the pit lane. Brilliant effort with the BMW, and hopefully no more oil leaks, but you can blame the Navy for some more mistakes should they happen later.
Yeah. No, thank you.
My absolute admiration for you, gentlemen. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, as you're going to see a lot today, we are going to have a bit of emotion up and down this pit lane, not just when we have the beautiful service at 11 o'clock. For now, back up to the box.
Thanks very much, Rob. Yes, a reminder there coming through of the emotions that do lie not that deep beneath the skin in some cases. And as I say, as Rob has mentioned as well, Remembrance Service will be coming up, and that will trigger some more emotions, I'm quite sure. So meanwhile, before that, we've still got another 36 minutes of racing. The race will be suspended as it was last night, with the safety car coming out 2 or 3 minutes before the race is actually suspended in order to control the field, and cars will be in park fairway conditions then on the pit straight. I think, bearing in mind conditions, then covering the car will be allowed, particularly if you're a Caterham driver, or one of the Mazda MX-5s that's open. And not quite sure, yeah, I think we've got an open Mazda MX-5 somewhere. But as I say, certainly that will be necessary in some cases. Before we heard from Rob Lewis there, we were saying how the gap between Rob Boston Racing's Ben Brooks and Martin Rich has increased. Certainly Martin Rich with the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda MX-5 number 91, taking things easy. Not to say that he's not pushing on, but I think, as we've heard from a number of people, important not to take any risks. And of course, different people have different approaches to risk, but Martin Rich, vastly experienced, and as a BRDC member. He knows what he's doing. He's raced at Le Mans and has raced internationally. Now really just racing for fun. But regarding the Mazda MX-5, as said to me yesterday, affordable racing. And I think a lot of people are realising through the Race of Remembrance, and a number of people that Rob's been speaking to who then say, oh yes, I've told my friends and they come along now. A number of people discovering just how affordable racing can be when, I mean, it's never cheap, but provided you've got somebody who's prepared to put a bit of money in, little money here, a little money there, can go a long way and make racing affordable.
Yeah, and it's good to see that even that we talk about the fact that we've got the teams here, the BMWs, who are also getting the chance to do so from the various armed forces. It means that they get to indulge a different kind of passion, but also a different kind of release, because of course for them, day-to-day has been working in the forces, particularly whether if you look at the BMW squads, we've got, as I said, 4 different sort of armed forces representative teams. You've got RAF Motorsport with 2 cars, you've got the Army Motorsport's car racing car with a single entry, and also single entries for Royal Navy Motorsport and Royal Engineers Motorsport, so they get to apply themselves in a much different area where there's still pressure, there's still responsibility, there's still a sense of duty to be able to get things done and obviously and perform at their best. But of course it's not in a, thankfully it's not in a combat situation, it's in a racing situation where it's a lot more enjoyable, it's a lot more I was about to say the word placid, but I wouldn't call my sport placid. It's probably the wrong word. I was trying to find the right word, but it's
safe.
It's safer, yes, in some cases. It's not as taxing, but it's still for them as much of a challenge as it is for when they're performing high in their respective armed forces divisions. So it's great to see them indulge in a passion, but also it embodies the whole spirit of what Mission Motorsport is, which is to retrain and help them recover from life in the forces, to then channel that energy, that passion into something else, which is engineering and automotive and motorsport, and find a new passion or indulge another passion that they had to put to the side because their armed forces life came first.
Teaches people how much of a team sport motorsport is, because I think a lot of people watching from the outside see motorsport, see the driver getting the accolades at the end of the races, and think, oh yeah, it's the driver, it's all about the driver. Well, to be fair to the drivers, they're always the first ones to thank the team, but it really is a team effort, and every person on the team has their role to play. 3 cars in the pits at the moment, actually 4 cars in the pits at the moment. The camera focusing on the number 19 RAF Motorsport BMW 116, which is in for what looks to me like routine service, although coming up towards the 4-minute mark, we'll see how much over 4 minutes it goes. If you weren't watching yesterday, the regulations demand for any pit stop involving either a driver change or refueling to be 4 minutes at a minimum, and you have to make 6 such pit stops over the course of the entire race. Into the pits is also the number 51 Mission Motorsport Toyota GT86, this being the car shared by Kenny McFadden, Jamie Clark, Lee Ashton, and Darren Langefeld, who's long been involved in the Mission Motorsport entries here at the Race of Remembrance. Who else is in the pits at the moment? We've got 111 in, that's the Exposure Lights Mazda, which has had a couple of problems over the course of the race, but they're being serviced as well. And also just in is the Simon Waterfall 1 Series BMW, the Super Cup car, which again was a car tipped to go well by myself if no one else in Class C, but has had problems which it's had to overcome over the course of the race. Work continuing on the Mission Motorsport GT86.
Just thinking whilst you were talking about that, but obviously we talked about yesterday the fact that we usually have as many as 4 GT86s, but one sadly had to pull out after a shunt kind of pre-event on Friday during practice.
It wasn't a shunt, it was mechanical.
A mechanical, forgive me. Thank you for the correction. So a mechanical issue which forced it out. I think that cost Lynn the paddock in the awning, but unfortunately going no further. And we would normally have 2 cars in previous years from Operation Motorsport, which is kind of the US version or the US arm of what Mission Motorsport is and what it's all about. We talked about the fact they were having their very first US version of the Veterans Race of Remembrance over at VIR, Virginia International Raceway. They've had it because it looks like it was, I guess, a 6-hour race, and they've streamed that on YouTube as well. So if once you finish watching Race of Remembrance in this country, you can then go back onto YouTube and watch back the US race from their country from yesterday.
No spoilers. Who won?
No spoilers at all. I haven't seen the results,
right, okay.
so I won't spoilers. I might have a look myself and see what how the US does Race of Remembrance. That'd be quite fascinating, actually. Have a look at that.
Yes, having been inspired by events on this side of the Atlantic, whether they were just trying to be canny and save the money of having to ship the cars over, actually that's far from the truth. They were so inspired, literally, that decided to run a similar event in the US to support veterans in the USA. We're seeing on the screens at the moment the car that I regard as being the old faithful. This car, 101, the Mazda MX-5, has taken part in every single Race of Remembrance to date. It's done umpteen 24-hour races, various sprint races. This is its 11th Race of Remembrance. It was driven last night by a certain chap called Chris Harris that you may have known from the telly. If you're a motorsport fan, you may have known him from racing in the Blancpain Endurance Series for Garage 59 on occasion, did the Spa 24 Hours in 2019. And Chris enjoyed himself enormously. Spoke to Rob Lewis last night and described how much fun he was having. I think it's in his intention to go out today, and he gave us the impression yesterday that he was actually looking forward to driving this little Mazda in the rain. I asked James Cameron about whether he was worried about what Chris might do to it, but James was unflustered, quite convinced of Chris's ability to bring the car home safely, and I mentioned it started every single one of the races at Remembrance that is participant that has happened. Well, that 101 car not only has started every race, it's also finished every race, so they're going to be looking to continue that trend if they possibly can. It was brought into the pits by Harry Ailes, and I'll tell you who took it out when it leaves the pit lane. A couple of other cars in the pits there, the Super Performance Citroen C1 being the 528 car.
Behind it's the 24 BMW that's had all sorts of problems from the start of the race, but they're still soldiering on. I think they're sharing the same garage as or a similar garage space or area as the 100 car, which also had its own issues, or at least in the same area at least as that car too. And more work going on the back. Boot lid is up. He just never has a good time. There's number 3, Paul Sheard racing Mazda MX-5. It's always a perennial supporter of the event. Is Paul Sheard racing. Neil Chisnell has been at the wheel of that car, who's been a star in this year's Kent Models Mazda MX-5 Championship. I think ended the season, if I can remember correctly, in 3rd place in the championship, and got a handful of podiums because all the victories were being done by, well, all the victories all season was done by Ali Bray. He literally won 23 races in 23 races. He did a 100% win record, which he kept that win streak up in the early stage of the season. You think, okay, he's doing quite well, but someone's going to have to beat him at some point. Technically on the road they did, but then the victory got taken away on a penalty, and they just kept on winning and won every single race. So, but Neil was one of the breakout ones because his father Clive started racing in the championship first for several years, still does. So that's one of the father and son duos in the championship. And Neil's just gotten quicker and quicker in the last couple of seasons, and he primarily races, I think, if I'm right, with BC Cars Motorsports. That's Brian Chandler's squad, but they all have a good relationship of teams in the Mazda paddock, and so he's now switched to, at least for this event, or Porsche have borrowed him for this event. He's competing with them in that Mark III. Another MX-5 in the pits as well, the Tequila Racing car, number 16, which has got the very curious, almost kind of, I want to call it like kit style, kind of across the front bumper, illuminated kind of front panel gap, which is an extra light on that, along with the light. I've taken the light bars off naturally, but you can just see it it's like a little thin grey strip. That's where the light panel, the bar is that wraps around the front bumper. It's quite an ingenious tactic, I thought, on that side for them. Although what's not so ingenious is lifting the bonnet up. They're just checking a few things over. Could be a routine check, as far as we're concerned. Always another car saw that was in the background as well. This is always a fan favourite, and again, still running in the top 15. In 14th place and third in Class B. So if it stays where it is, it could potentially be on course for a class podium, is the DC Lomas Racing Fiat Panda 100 horsepower, which has been a fan favourite the past couple of years. It did have a rather kind of unfortunate premature end to its race with minutes to go when it had a shunt just exiting the right-hander at Church. As we see Neil Chisnell giving a wave to the camera. But the Panda certainly having a very strong run so far, and I think it's, I don't think we can call it a giant killing performance, because yes, it's ahead of some much faster and quicker cars in higher classes, but it's one of those cars like many that have just not been shouted too much. There it is on screen, you can see it's right at the end of the pit lane, but it's one of those cars that just hasn't, and teams just haven't done for anything very flamboyant. They've just kind of just, like clockwork, just done their pit stops, got their laps in, just got on with the job and just done a motor race, and so far it's actually worked out pretty well.
Yes, going nicely, the little Fiat Panda there. One of the reasons why we've got this sudden flurry of pit stops is the regulations prohibit pit stops in the final 15 minutes leading up to the intervention for the Remembrance service. So in order to keep the pit lane a little bit clear, no refuelling allowed in the last 15 minutes. And also bearing in mind it's then park family conditions during the Remembrance service, so teams using this time to get fuel into the car in order to then be able to run for as long as possible once the Remembrance service is complete. And we go into the last segment of the Race Remembrance, the 3.5 hour run to the checkered flag from round about 11:30 when we get the order to Let's Go Racing, until the checkered flag, which will be shown at 3 o'clock this afternoon, or whenever 12 hours plus a lap have elapsed. So we wait until the completion of 12 hours for the Race of Remembrance, and then allow them one more lap to see who is going to be the overall winner of the Heroes Trophy as it is awarded, and hopefully the trophy will be brought out at some point, so that if you're watching on the live stream you can see it, because it's a rather marvellous trophy, the Heroes Trophy for the Race of Remembrance, manufactured by hand, if you can use the word manufactured by hand, but it's constructed from various parts which have meaning to military veterans, and I say it's a done in the shape of a huge poppy, so very worthwhile trophy for a worthwhile cause, and that, as I say, will be awarded at the end of the race, but getting a bit ahead of myself. So 20 minutes to go, 22 minutes and a half to go in this segment of the circuit. The 101 Mazda Old Faithful has completed its pit stop and has now gone back out onto the circuit. Harry Ailes having handed over to Anthony Ailes, those two sharing with, Alan Farrimond had a couple of stints yesterday. I don't know if he'll get a stint today or not. Normally the safety car driver at the Race of Remembrance, but finding an opportunity to race in this Mission Motorsport run Mazda. And then the other driver of the car is Danny Graham, and they've all had their turn over the course of the race so far. The breakdancer racing car, the Mazda MX-5, breakdancer running two Mazdas. One is an MX-5, the other a somewhat unusual rotary engined RX-8. I say somewhat unusual, you see one or two of them running in competition, but not that many RX-8s. One of those cars that became a bit of a cult for a while, but never sold somehow in huge numbers as a road car, but so it makes quite a popular car. The Honda Civic getting a push, ready to go back onto the circuit. That's the number 44 Flying Haggis Racing team, still finding their sense of humour alive and well. I don't quite know how they manage to keep going with conditions like this, but Flying Haggis Racing, ever the competitors, but as I say, they know how to have fun as well. And I say they're running this Honda Civic in class
It's in
B, I
Class
think it is.
C. I think
Class
Class
C,
C, and they're currently 13th overall and 4th in class. So they've got a lap to make up to try and get themselves on the podium, because their next target to try and beat them, to try and beat, is the Porsche Racing car number 4, which is the Michael Sanford car that's currently on the road at the moment. So they've got a lap to make up to try and pick up that one. Looking at pit stop for the Italian crude car. Looking at the Italian crude car, which is the Italian squad. Oh, if I can find them on the actual entry list, would be helpful if I could, so I can tell you.
Merlin Motorsport 47.
Thank you. And it's Marcelo Spada, Marco Agam, Davide Benacchi, and Andrea Bonani. And that car 47, which is currently running at the moment. Not too bad actually. It's in the top 10, in fact. Actually, in fact, that is the second place car in Class B. So it's actually only second to the track stop, the Mini, which has now made 3 pit stops. And so that car's also now dropping down a little bit, but it is now making it stop. It's now just lost 10th place to the number 4 Porsche Racing Mazda MX-5. And the next car that will pass it on the road shortly is going to be the, yeah, there it goes, in fact, the Matabubi Racing 3 BMW, which is 3rd in the category. So scheduled pit stop. Of course, anyone that hasn't made a pit stop now have to do so within the next essentially 4 minutes. Or at least be in the pit lane within the next 4 minutes to kind of make its stop before they get caught out. Essentially means if you haven't done a stop, at least top yourself up with fuel when you need it, then that's it. Whatever you got, you're stranded out there for the next 15 minutes and change, plus how long your car's out on the grid for. Yeah, so you might find possibly some people who don't do that, you might get a very small flurry of pit stops when the race restarts, which is sometimes often the case. Some people think they've got enough, look at the fuel gauge on the restart and go, oh Christ, I need to go and pit. So it ruins all the hard work they're putting in that first stint of the day.
Better treaded tyres going onto the Merlot Motorsport Mazda. So car tyres that came off were, well, they were still road legal, but shall we say the grooves not quite as deep as the ones that are going on. And interestingly, they're putting them on all 4 corners, so deciding to get the grip at the front as well as all the way around the rest of the circuit, all around the rest of the car, I should say. Happy to say that of our pit callers that we've had from the 49 starters that took the restart, they've all kept going, apart from the number 71, the McAnulty team car, and I'm not quite sure if that car did come out of the pits again or not. No, it didn't actually. So David McAnulty, having stopped on his 3rd lap, which was the first racing lap after the safety car withdrew, and caused another safety car, and sadly the McAnultys then haven't been seen since. I don't know if they've still got an intention to come out or whether they're just working on the car, but Rob Lewis may be able to go behind the garages, because the Able Car team of McAnulty's not based in one of the garages with everybody else. They're based in one of the tents behind the pit garages. Merlin Motorsport ready to go, and down the pit lane then heads the number 47 car, and Davide Benacchi, who was at the wheel, has now handed it over to, as soon as the screen updates itself, it goes to Marco Agem. He's now at the wheel of that car. And over 16 minutes to go. Just observing the 555 Subaru going through past the start-finish line. The screen showing the cars coming down into the corkscrew on the far side of the circuit. We just saw the catering continuing on its way there, despite Thomas Günther's efforts, and despite the penalty for the Patron Racing BMW. Those two are still on the same lap and are, you say, swapping positions each time around. Martin Rich going through, still in 2nd place, so the overall positions as we head towards the interval, pretty much the same as they were at the end of the first part. So the DKS Motorsport Caterham has closed in on the Patrone racing car, but they are still on the same lap as one another. Although DKS Motorsport coming into the pits with the Caterham, and they're going behind the pit garages. Normally that would be refueled in front of the pit garages, so the fact that the Caterham has gone into the back of the garage, and the fact that it is doing so with just under 15 minutes of the race to go, gives me some concern for the Caterham. Scott is frowning at me.
I don't know if anyone else...
Why are you frowning, Scott?
Well, I don't know if you've been hearing it as it's gone past us a few times, but there is a car that sounds incredibly loud when it goes past the pits. And I thought for a second it was something in the pit lane that was like revving their engine to test it if it had an engine problem. And I've got a feeling that it might be one of the Silver Lake C1s that possibly either has some kind of an exhaust issue or something kind, because that thing, it sounds an awful lot louder. There's a car that sounds an awful lot louder than it seems to be going. And trying to put two and two together, that's needing to come up or crop up when that Silver Lake C1 appears, particularly past the pits. You might have to slightly train ear to kind of have a listen to it, but it sounds... I sure I could even hear it going down the back straight last time by, and it's just as loud as it is. Whether that's an exhaust issue or anything else, or that thing I can think of, that it's got even no exhaust on it, but it's being that loud. But there is a car going past the pits that is distinctly louder than anybody else.
Okay, we'll keep our ear out for that one. As I say, we'll also keep an eye on what the Caterham is doing in the pits, but we can go down to the pits now to have an update from Rob Lewis once again. So, Rob Lewis, what have you got for us this time?
Now, this is a very special person indeed. I have got Jack from Mission Motorsport, and the reason that you come here every year with Mission Motorsport, first of all, what does Mission Motorsport mean to you?
Everything, really. You know, they picked me up from the dirt, they got me clean again, really. You know, like my first event was 10 years ago to this weekend, and I did a lot of reflecting last night, and without the charity I'm not really sure I'd still be here. It's as blunt as that.
And it just it goes to show the key work that Mission Motorsport do for veterans. One of the roles you do for this special race, tell us about it.
My little trophies. So yeah, each year I make one of these. I make I think about 9 or 10 of them, and the poppy heads remain the same, but the general theme changes. And I try and get materials with provenance. Last year we got some return rollers from an M1 grant that did the Africa campaign in World War II, and this year the bases, they're made out of battens that came from the seats from a boat called Green Parrot that the Queen used in the Fleet Review when the vessels got back from the Falklands. So they've all got provenance, and I try and keep it that way. Stuff like that needs to live on, and I think this is a perfect place for it to be appreciated.
Certainly are, and that is an absolutely beautiful example. But the fact that you also, you know, worthy winners that come here, win their classes, get something as significant as this.
Yeah, I think it adds to the whole just vibe of the race. You know, it's just so special here because it's not about racing, and it's the only race you'll find that where racing really is second best. It's just all about us getting together, remembering, recovering, being with your friends in a really trying time, and it's just perfect for that. The cars are a catalyst to recovery, and it's just magic, mate. It's magic here.
Now, the one trophy I couldn't quite carry over because it is quite heavy, Perseverance, that goes to the overall winner. What went into that trophy?
That was a lot of work, that was. I got a brief off Jim Cameron. Can you make us a trophy out of scrap, please, Jack, for ROR back in 2020, I think it was. And he gave me a brief and I didn't like it, so I did my own thing. And yeah, as the build went on and I started asking about the materials, because she's got on Percy the stem is a piece of chain that was used by a draft horse, and I pulled the chain out of the mud on the farm where my workshop was. It was in the mud, and I built her up up and made her, and that in itself was a lovely experience because the steel was so old, and the last person to smell the smells was the man who forged the steel when I was welding her, and it's a different smell with old metal. That was an honour in itself. And then I asked the landlord what the farm used to be back in the day. He said, oh, in the first war it was a stud farm. We bred horses here and they got sent to the front. So potentially the chain could have been on a horse that ended up at the front. And I told my mum this, and my mum goes, you know, your great granddad was a farrier at the front, right? So there's a teeny tiny chance that the chain that's on Percy ended up on a horse that ended up going to the front and then having my great grandfather's hands on his feet. Tiny chance, but it's there.
And now the tiny chance that is on Perseverance, which is used in the Race of Remembrance, that helps people like yourself recover, and we honour our fallen. Absolutely, that's the perfect description. We honour everyone who ain't here. You know, we remember them as a team, as a group, as a unit all together. You can show your vulnerabilities here, and it's safe, and it's just too special. All of yous come to ROR. Jack, it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. It's a pleasure to look over these beautiful trophies, and of course we'll be looking forward to hanging them out to some very worthy cast winners later on. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you. So one of the great stories that we are going to hear up and down the pit lane this weekend, and yeah, getting a bit emotional as we head towards 11 o'clock, but for now back up to the commentary box.
Lovely job, thank you very much indeed, Rob Lewis down there in the pits, and yeah, finally seeing the one of the trophies. If you can imagine one that's about 18 times the size of that, then you get an impression of what the Heroes Trophy Perseverance actually looks like. Safety cars being called. Now we've got 10 minutes remaining before the scheduled interruption, but just occasionally the BRSCC like to give themselves a bit of a cushion on the time, so this may be just to call the cars to order in order to have the race suspension. However, I mentioned just before we heard from Rob Lewis there that the number 99 Caterham had come into the pits, Thomas Günther having been driving it very rapidly in this morning's segment of the race. Not actually roughly on the same pace, as I say, not really making up very much ground on the Rob Boston car in the lead. However, the car has been parked behind the pit garages where, as I say, their awning is. They don't have one of the pit garages, but it's been parked there. A cover's been put over it. Now, obviously the condition's not very ideal, but still, I do have my concerns that all is not well with that Caterham. And if Rob Lewis can hear me, before we go to the Race Remembrance service, if you just have a little nip behind the garages there and have a look what's happening to that Caterham, because I don't think it's going to be able to take any further part in the race, which would be a great shame, because it's been, as I say, car started on pole position. It was very quick when it was running. Had this problem of losing power earlier on, which they thought they'd got to the bottom of. It was pretty quick today, but then all of a sudden Thomas Günther brings it into the pits, and say it looked to me a little bit like it's going to be a retirement.
I also noticed when we were in the interview there with Rob earlier on, we had the number 66 BMW going quite slowly. That was the Army Motorsports Army Sports Car Racing Team car, which was going slowly on the back straight up towards, just past us on School Straight, up towards the complex at Rocket. I'm presuming it's carried on or it's paused somewhere. It hasn't shown me that it's actually stopped on track anywhere, because there's no orange triangle and it hasn't come in the pits yet. So whatever the issue was, either a spin or an intermittent issue, they just did a quick Control Alt Delete reset and away it goes again. So I wasn't sure if that was potentially anything to do with that was the cause of the safety car or not, but because that car has not stopped, as far as I can see, in the pit lane or on track, then it continues to be going on. I'm just keeping an eye out for it to see exactly where it might be.
The man with the red and white checkered flag is poised on the pit wall, so as I said, I think the reason for the safety car is purely to bring the field under orders in order to stop them on the start-finish straight. They will be lined up behind the safety car, much as they were for this restart, with one row of cars on the right-hand side, one row of cars on the left-hand side, and as I say, there will be under parc fermé conditions allowed to be covered if necessary but the rest of the field then make their way around, and cars will be left there on the start-finish straight. Drivers obviously out of the cars, but no mechanics allowed to come and do any work. Rob Boston Racing then, with Ben Brooks having done that hour-and-a-half stint and has moved the number of laps completed from 215 up to 254, so he's done 39 laps. He'll have done 40 laps indeed in the hour-and-a-half, and has an 8-lap lead now over the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda leading Class C, which is in second place overall, and then the leading Class B car in third place overall, still the Track Scotland Mini, as it was before, car number 55, which is all of them put in one more pit stop under the first part of that race. Safety car is going to take them round once more. And the checkered flag is being shown, so the safety car will take them on this suspension lap, best word I can think for it, and then, as I say, at the conclusion of this lap the cars will be stopped on the start-finish straight, and then we'll be gathering underneath the race control building in the pit lane. I'm sure Mission Motorsport and the BRSCC have combined together to put the stage into place for the Remembrance service, and we will then continue on the live stream to cover that, provided everything works. So then we'll get racing underway again at the conclusion of the Remembrance service. So just some reflections on what we've seen in that hour and a half, Scott. More of the same, as I say, refreshing that the attrition we saw yesterday hasn't continued, with the probable single exception of the Caterham there that suddenly came to grief at the end.
Yes, everyone seems to have got it literally out of their system yesterday and kind of just kept going. So it's a shame the only car we don't have is the Pure Track Renault Clear, which is out there, but I'm glad to see even the breakdance car got out there after its issues yesterday. As you said, it's pretty much just been business as usual for those who've been leading their respective classes. Rob Boston Racing doing Rob Boston Racing things. They've now got an 8-lap lead over the second place Stuart Humphrey Racing car, and again Track Scotland Mini still has these now 3 mandatory pit stops to make in the last part of the race, which is going to be intriguing to see how they switch around. They've got, at least in terms of overall positions, they've got 3 laps over the Patrone Racing BMW, another 3 laps over the Anglesey Circuit Racing BMW, which, given that the DKS Motorsport Caterham is now moving backwards, impressively that car up in the overall in the top 5, which is a really good performance, like you said. And we talk about how we're always impressed by what they do anyway, and the quality of the team that they run and the race that they typically run. But to get that car into the top 5 overall is really super impressive. I think they've probably still got another 2, maybe 3 pit stops. Now your system, you can tell me if they completed 4 pit stops or 3. And then there's been, I don't think they've had a penalty of any kind. I don't think that anti-Sedden car at any point. I don't think. No, shake of the head confirms that. So good to see that car's as high as it is. And also we should give a shout out as well for the other BMW car, Yggdrasil in there. We talked about Oliver Cotton, will of that car, currently number 9, currently up in 7th place, which is really good to see. The Fraser Nash Audi back in 8th, and 2 of the Mazdas up in the top 10. Tequila Racing, I keep talking about Tequila Racing, they're one of those teams that just, like I talked to in the last night, they just very quietly but silently but just consistently just get on with it. They just get it behind the wheel of the car, they just drive, they have minimal problems. Sometimes they have had problems in the past, but this year they've had minimal problems over the looks of it, and it's been quite a solid drive for them to get themselves into the top 10 at this stage. So solid work so far from everyone as we pause for what we're all here for.
Yeah, the Citroen C1 class has changed a little bit in that particular session, because the 586 WRC car hasn't gone as well in that segment as it went in 5 hours yesterday. James Matthews was driving, but in that particular segment has fallen to 6th place as far as the C1s is concerned. And that has allowed Mark Hode in the Sunbelt Rentals car to come up onto the same lap. So in the overall aggregate positions, WRC still leads the way with the 586 car. James Matthews staying out of trouble, but as I say, Mark Hode drove a storming stint there in the Sunbelt Rentals car and has moved himself onto the lead lap. And of course, with the field being bunched up behind the safety car, that's going to close him even closer come the last part of the race. They've now managed to get themselves equal on pit stops as well now, but I think we're going to have to pay attention in the last segment to the C1 battle. No doubt, I think Jake Hill told you yesterday, Rob, that he would be driving the final stint, and could well see a bit of a battle going on in the C1 class then, as the Sunbelt Racing team, Sunbelt Rentals team, are trying to take the race to WRC. So a bit of niggle, bit of a race potentially going to happen there once we've completed the Remembrance service and get racing underway again. It'll be about an hour before we do that, though, by the time we've gathered the cars and the drivers from the pit lane, from the start-finish straight where they've come to rest, and then get back to the pit lane. I'll be going quiet for a short time whilst everybody goes down into the pit lane, and then we will be joining the live stream, who will be broadcasting the Remembrance service as it happens from the pit lane. So for now, I shall leave them to prepare for that. A little bit of unplugging and replugging required, therefore, in the box whilst that happens, and so easiest if I keep out of the way while that happens. Otherwise I shall do something wrong and nothing will work. But Alpha Live then will be bringing you the Remembrance service on the screen. A reminder, if you want to contribute to Mission Motorsport, the details are being shown on the live stream screen. Various opportunities to contribute to Mission Motorsport and do your bit if you're feeling inspired by what you're seeing on the screen, and if you're a marshal or a spectator around the circuit, then make your way down into the pit lane and join us for the Remembrance service.
stand here. Yep. So we do that one. Okay. This one here. You're the second, the middle one. Yes. So it will be Mark first. Then it will be you. It will be me.
So he reckons he's going to start at 49. Have we got any things to do?
No, we are ready to go.
Okay, so good morning. Well, the happy news is thank you very much for those who offered prayers. They have been answered. We have a padre. Thank goodness for that. That's a huge sigh of relief for me. Well, I suppose it's appropriate, isn't it, to do parish notices. So here you go. The important thing about after this is that we get away again safely. So there is a point at the end of this, please. National anthem ends, and then there's a little silence, and then there's a period at which we're all released. There's a big cheer. It's a great opportunity to lift at the end of the service, and then go about racing again. When the race finishes, we will be as quick as we can to be able to go to prize giving. The intent is to be able to get people away so that you can get back. It's a long weekend. It's a long drive for many of you, so we're keen to be able to get you away as swiftly as we can at the end. Please do hang around and make sure that you're around for the prize giving. It's an important thing. Depending on the weather, we'll be on that side or we'll be reprising this and we'll be doing it on this side here. Has anybody got any questions? That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Anyone want to have a go at that? I didn't think so. All right, so we will be off very shortly with Padre Mike. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome on this Remembrance Sunday to this most poignant of moments when we take a moment, stay silent, and offer our prayers for those who've been engaged in war and conflict down the generations and who still today are affected by the tragedy of war. If I could just remind you to turn your mobile phones off so that we're not interrupted during these moments. Hopefully you've got sight of an order of service and can follow it or look over somebody's shoulder. And we invite you to participate in whatever elements of this act of worship you feel able to. I'm grateful that we've moved to the other side of the garages. It'll be a bit breezy on the other side, so hopefully we won't get too wet as we share in this act of worship together. If you are able, I invite you to sing with us. Each of our hymns has a short introduction to the music, and then we will sing. O God, our help in ages past, our hope for years to come. O ages past, our hope for years to come, our shelter from the stormy blast, and our eternal home. Under the shadow of your throne, your saints have dwelt secure. Sufficient is your arm alone, and our defense is sure. Before the hills in order stood, or earth received her frame. From everlasting you are God, to endless years the same. 1,000 ages in your sight are like an evening gone, short as the watch that ends the night before the rising sun. O God, our help in ages past, our hope for years to come. O be our God while troubles last, and our eternal home. I invite our readers to come and bring us our readings from the Psalm and the Gospel.
God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth give way and the mountains fall into the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam and the mountains quake with their surging.
My command is this: love each other as I have loved you. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends.
This is a really special place, and this is a special weekend. I know you love doing what you do here. I can see it. It's tangible. But it's more than just being in the place where we feel the excitement and the adrenaline of racing. There is something about the collective spirit of this moment and what you are doing together that is particularly special and I believe unique. The spirit that has brought us here, that we experience both personally and collectively, is, I think, that same spirit that our forebears had in the challenging and tragic, traumatic times that they lived through and died through too. The sadnesses of the past weigh heavily upon our shoulder, alongside the victories and successes that have been won in war and conflict. We hold those who we remember, some personally and many simply by name, and for some not even a name. We hold them in prayer and with respect for all that they have offered. The grief and losses that we remember and that we experience today cut deep because they are ours. They are the people that we know, that we served alongside, that we understood, trusted, and believed in. They are deep because they are our friends and colleagues of the services that we respect. But it's more than that. It is deep because it is the very fabric of our lives together, our humanity, that brings us to a point where we want the best for each other. I know that the strapline of Mission Motorsport is race, train, recover. And that is an amazing testament to the work that this organisation does, and an amazing testament to what you are and what you have done and what you will continue to do as part of this event. I salute you for all that this family of Mission Motorsport does, for all that it does for the people that are here today and for those that cannot be, in restoring faith and hope in yourselves and in humanity. But I'd like to offer you some other words that are no less poignant, but they bring about a connection with all that Remembrance Sunday is, and all that we want to remember today with what we are today. Those who gave their lives for our freedom, peace, and security, they are very much a part of these 4 words too that I'm going to share with you now. The first of them is resilience, for that is about every story that we are representing here today. That strength of character and spirit that carries you through even the difficult moments of life and enables you to bounce back and be all that you need to be and can be. Achievement in adversity. Adversity is part of what the service that I represent holds true. And it emphasises not the victory or a setback as the end of the story. True resilience is shown through persevering in the moments of challenge of our lives. Courage. I know that each of the services that we are part of or associated with has courage as one of its core values. And in the moments of challenge and change and uncertainty, we rely on that inner courage to carry us through. And finally, endurance. It is not just about today or where we have been, but where we are going and what we need to carry with us so that the generations to come might benefit from all that has been won. For those who've been following those 4 words, you will recognise that the letter of each of them makes up the word race. And in the Christian tradition, St. Paul likens life to that of a race. In his letter to a friend and colleague, Timothy, he talks about his life. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to me on that day. I finish with the famous words of Sir Winston Churchill in those darkest hours of our nation's life. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. In all that we remember today, for all whom we remember today, for all that we hope for ourselves and for our world, may we have the courage to continue that race. Amen. And so to our act of remembrance. We commit ourselves to work in penitence and faith for the reconciliation between the nations, that all people may together live in freedom, justice and peace. We pray for all who in bereavement, disability and pain continue to suffer the consequences of fighting and terror. We remember with thanksgiving and sorrow those whose lives in world wars and conflicts past and present have been given and taken away.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them.
We will remember them. We lay wreaths in remembrance and with thanksgiving.
when you go home, tell them of us and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today.
Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, from whose love in Christ we cannot be parted either by death or life, hear our prayers and thanksgivings for all whom we remember this day. Fulfill in them the purpose of your love and bring us all with them to your eternal joy, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. We pray for the leaders of the nations, that you may guide them in the ways of freedom, justice and truth. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for those who serve in the armed forces of the Crown, that they may have discipline and discernment, courage and compassion. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for our enemies and those who wish us harm, that you may turn the hearts of all to kindness and friendship. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for the wounded and the captive, the grieving and the homeless, that in all their trials they may know your love and support. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. Most holy God and Father, hear our prayers for all who strive for peace and for all who yearn for justice. Help us, who today remember the cost of war, to work for a better tomorrow. And as we commend to you lives lost in terror and conflict, bring us all in the end to the peace of your presence, through Christ our Lord. Amen. We join all our prayers, spoken and unspoken alike, as we share in the prayer that Jesus taught. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. We sing our second hymn on your orders of service, I Vow to Thee, My Country. I vow to thee, my country, all earthly things above, entire and whole and perfect, the service of my love, the love that asks no question, the love that stands the test, that lays upon the altar the dearest and the best, the love that never falters, the love that pays the price, the love that makes undaunted the final sacrifice. And there's another country I've heard of long ago, most dear to them that love her, most great to them that know. We may not count her armies, we may not see her king. Her fortress is a faithful heart, her pride is suffering. And soul by soul and silently her shining bounds increase. And her ways are ways of gentleness, and all her paths are peace. May God grant to the living grace, to the departed rest, to the Church, the King, the Commonwealth, and all people, peace and concord, and to us and all his servants, life everlasting. And the blessing of God Almighty, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, be with you all evermore. Amen. Save our gracious King, long live our noble King. God save the King. Send him victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save the King.
Let's go racing!
Thank you, Mike. That's wonderful. Well done.
We know what we're doing now.
Absolutely. No problem at all. Yeah, at least it didn't
Well, wherever you were in the world following the Remembrance service, I'm sure you'll agree it hit the spot as always. Thank you to Reverend Michael Hall for leading proceedings. As ever, food for thought and on many different levels. So thank you to the Padre, Reverend Michael Hall. Thanks also to our bugler, Emma Featherstone, and to James Micklejohn, who performed on the pipes, all contributing to the atmosphere of that Remembrance service. You no doubt would have recognised the voice of James Cameron saying, "Let's go racing." Well, conditions have hardly improved, but drivers have helmeted up and pretty sure all now installed themselves into their cars, just receiving the assistance of mechanics to ensure that everything is ready to go for the final part of the Race of Remembrance 2025, which will be underway within the next 5 or 10 minutes. The Jaguar Poppy car, having been part of the Remembrance service, has raced around to take up its position at the front of the field of cars. So taking up position at the pit lane exit is the McAnulty Lotus Elise, car number 71, which didn't really complete a racing lap in part 2 of the race, first thing this morning, but looks now ready to go, and we'll find out what is going on with the Caterham as well from DKS Motorsport. They came into the pits, you'll remember, just at the end of the previous session. Rob Lewis has arrived and can give us some news, I think. Rob?
Just very quickly, an update on the Caterham. So before this event, this was their first endurance event, they had an endurance fuel tank fabricated and fitted. They've got problems with the fuel pump. It sounds like it's overheating. So having the tank in has not actually given them an advantage, because they've had to do short sprints anyway because it's overheating, causing fuel problems. That was their loss of power. They've now fitted a new tank, new pump, they're good to go.
Okay, so good news for the DKS Motorsport Caterham, so hopefully they'll be joining in once the race gets underway. And as I say, good news as well from the McAnultys, we hope, because they look like whatever their problem is, they're going to be able to take part in the final part of the Race of the Remembrance. So of our 50 starters yesterday, we're going to begin part 3, it would seem, with 49 of them still in the race, which is excellent news. And despite the problems that so many cars have had, the thought occurs to me that we might actually get the highest number of finishers ever in this Race of Remembrance. But there is still the small matter of 3.5 hours to go. My screen is telling me that the planned start time is 11 o'clock. I think that's probably a typo. But as soon as the countdown is shown on the start-finish line, then I will let you know what that is. The car starting behind the Jaguar safety car will be the leader of the race, and it will still be Ben Brooks driving the number 43 Rob Boston Lotus Elise. That car not having stopped in the initial session, so we'll be running short of fuel now because he's done an hour and a half. So early in this segment of the race, I can imagine that we're going to have the Rob Boston car coming into the pits. Apart from anything else, Ben Brooks would probably like to hand over to somebody else by now. So Rob Boston Racing then still in command of the situation. They have changed what was a 6-lap lead over the rest of the field into what is now an 8-lap lead. over the rest of the field. But as I say, a pit stop due from Rob Boston Racing fairly on in this segment, I would suggest. Second in the race is the leading Class C car from Stuart Humphrey Racing. That will be Martin Rich, another driver who started part 2 of the race this morning in the car and is still at the wheel. So Martin Rich has had all conditions really. He had damp conditions and night last night, then drove through the extreme gale force winds this morning, and what started off being drizzle but turned into some fairly heavy rain and is now pouring rain. So Martin Rich in second place, 8 laps, as I say, behind the race leader, but in comfortable lead of Class C. The second place car in Class C is some 13 laps behind him. So Martin Rich will be under instruction to drive the car safely around for as many laps as the fuel will take it. Although he is second in the race, he's actually in the queue behind the safety car in 29th spot in car number 91. So about halfway down the grid. We'll see the number 91 car is actually about 4th in the row, the second row of cars. So the right hand side row will go, and then the left hand side, and as I say, Martin Rich about 4th in the queue, but in second place in the race. Third in the race is the Track Scotland Mini. That did have a pit stop in the first part and now has Michael Imbrie driving it, and they've now completed 3 pit stops. They had done 2 at the start of today, but they've now done 3, so 3 more pit stops still to be carried out by the Track Scotland Mini, which is on the grid in 15th position, so about halfway down the right hand side queue. The number 55 pink Mini, which is 3rd, and then in 4th place in the road, second in Class D, is the BMW E46 of Retrain Racing, which is in the hands of Neil McReynolds, and they have also added 1 pit stop. No, in fact it was Neil McReynolds who started it, so Neil McReynolds also likely to owe us a pit stop early in this session. So 4 pit stops completed by the first, second and 4th place cars, 3 pit stops completed by the number 55 Track Scotland Mini, as the Jaguar safety car leads them away, and the cars, having been sat stationary for best part of an hour, will now be needing a bit of warming up, drying out. One has to feel for the drivers of the open cars, the Mission Motorsport Mazda MX-5 getting underway. Hopefully they've dried the seat out, and he'll be on his way. The 101 Mazda, another of the open cars. But setting off then for part 3 of the Race of Remembrance, and once again I just wonder whether we'll have a couple of laps behind the safety car just to try and let the drivers warm things up a little bit, and so conditions certainly no better than they were when the race was suspended about an hour ago, but even though the conditions haven't really changed, it just strikes me as a wise move to give them a couple of laps behind the safety car to re-familiarise themselves with the conditions. As far as the C1 battle is concerned, I highlighted it just as we were suspending the race, but I'll make the point again that we actually had 3 cars in a position to battle for C1. We've got the 586 WRC Developments car, which is in the lead of the class, and currently in the hands of James Matthews. A second place for Colin Hode now, who's taken over the driving of the 545 Sunbelt Race Rentals car, and those two cars both on 223 laps. And in terms of their positions on the grid, 545 is right at the back, very nearly right at the back. It's 43rd on the grid, and WRC, which is car number 586, is actually third on the grid. So there are a large number of cars for Colin Hode to get past, but as I say, they are on the same lap, so it will be interesting to see the race as it develops between these two. Yes, the safety car does stay out then, so going through behind the race leader, behind the safety car is the race leader, Ben Brooks, in the leading Lotus Elise. Joining in at the back has come the McAnulty's Lotus. Into the pits is the Track Scotland Citroën. Now this is the third place car in the Citroën C1 class, and a driver change, refueling, clever move under the safety car. You're going to make the pit stop anyway for Track Scotland, so Track Scotland then with their C1 have 2 pit stops still to make, as do the other 2 cars in the C1 class, but Track Scotland fancy that by doing 1 stop now, they'll be stretching it, but as long as they can get the mileage, then they'll be in good shape. One of the Mata Boo Boo BMWs is also into the pit lane, and that is number 56, which has come in. That is the leading Mata Boo Boo BMW, which is currently in 3rd place in the BMW class. So 2 cars, as I say, making the call to come in now, and so it depends a little bit on how much fuel you've got left. As I say, the plan will be to run for 3.5 hours now, and safety car stays out, but there is a green flag being prepared, so I think it may be going green at the end of this lap. We'll keep an eye on the safety car as it heads up the Tom Price straight towards the hairpin, looking out of the rear window of the commentary box to see the cars turning through the hairpin and then back down the straight. Yes, the Jaguar safety car lights are out, so we are going to get racing underway at the end of this lap. Hopefully everybody's going to be able to make a clean start, and overtaking will be allowed as soon as they cross the start-finish line. They have to wait until they get to the start-finish line, but already Ben Brooks has opened up a bit of a margin over the rest of the field, as for the moment at least he has a clear road ahead of him. And earlier on, when we went green flag, I did suggest that there was less spray than I was expecting, an awful lot more spray this time, and a very lively start there made by the number 48 Patron Racing BMW, Neil McReynolds there, eager to get going as quickly as he could, and arguably possibly overlapping a couple of Citroën C1s as he came through at the restart there. Martin Rich goes through in the Mazda there, 2nd place in number 91, They've changed driver, actually. They've got Stuart Humphrey into the car. Driver change is permitted in the interim, provided you've let race control know, because of course the cars haven't been into the pit lane, so drivers haven't been able to tag in or out, but the allowance has been given for them to make a driver change in the regulations, provided they tell the clerk of the course. And number 91, Stuart Humphrey, would appear to have done that, because he's taken over behind the wheel of the number 91 Mazda from Martin Ridge. So Ben Brooks then getting out there and going rapidly. The Caterham, as Rob Lewis told us, is out there. So they managed to get that car fixed, having slotted a new fuel tank into it. And it is the first race for, first endurance race, I should say, for that Caterham. And yeah, stop and go penalties coming up for cars 24 and 528. 24, actually that is a surprise to me. That's the 1 Series Super Cup BMW for, I would guess, safety car restart offences, but we'll keep you informed of those. Stop and go penalties then have to be served within 3 laps of being notified, and they are being notified on the digi screen overlooking the start finish line. So Ben Brooks flying along the straight up past School and up towards Rocket, the screen picking up the Matabubu BMW car 56, which is the 3rd placed BMW class car and 11th overall, and that car has been taken over by Stephen Robinson, another car which has changed its driver during that interval. As I say, Thomas Günther lapping in the 158s last time around in the DKS Caterham. Ben Brooks at the wheel of the Rob Boston Lotus 156 last time around. So pushing on very well. These lap times, as I say, considerably slower than we were seeing yesterday when it was dry. We were down in the 143s, 144s. As night fell, we were down to the 146s. Then it started to rain last night, which slowed the pace even more. With the BMW. And next up behind him is the 56 Matabubu Racing BMW, as into the pits this time comes the Anthony Seddon Racing BMW car 34. This is the car that is leading the BMW class. No, it's not actually, is it? It's the other one that leads the BMW class. This is the car that stopped on the circuit yesterday, having had a pit stop, and then finding itself suddenly dropping down through the field, although it had led the BMW class early on. Flashing up the inside goes the 99 Thomas Günther driven Caterham, and again that car going very well in the conditions. 157 for that car, still not as quick as the BMW Patron Racing, which is in the 56s, or Ben Brooks with the leading Lotus at 155. So drivers improving their times as they get used to the conditions. Look out as well for the McAnulty Lotus, which, as I say, having ground to a halt on the opening lap of part 1, seems now to be going reliably. Let's hope so. That car spent over an hour in the pits yesterday. The Able car Lotus Elise. It's David McAnulty at the wheel of it at the moment. And the last lap for David McAnulty in the 71 Lotus Elise was actually it was a slow one, 2 minutes 06, so might have had a bit of a moment somewhere. So his drive without encountering any traffic is over for Ben Brooks. He's now seeing traffic ahead as he catches up with the tail enders of this, let's say 49 cars remain in the race, 49 of them still circulating with the retirement of the number 24 Pure Track Racing Renault Clio yesterday. Sadly, the damage that car sustained too severe to allow it to recover and take part in today's activities. Stuart Humphrey crossing the line in the number 91 Mazda. Screen showing us the Ford car there, number 77. Going through the banking. Or is it the hairpin? No, I think that's the hairpin, isn't it? We're watching at the moment at the top end of the Tom Price Straight, heading back down towards the bus stop and the final corner. The car now reaching Rocket with Ben Brooks flashing the headlights on the Lotus as it goes through. Stop and go penalty for car 24 being advised to us on the screen. 24 is the Racecraft car that was notified to us earlier on. That's just a repeat message. So the Lotus heading, the leading Lotus, Ben Brooks, heading along the back straight towards school and up the hill towards Rocket, not getting away from the 48 Patrone Racing BMW of Neil McReynolds. Those two started, well, there was a couple of cars between them, but once the green flag waved at the beginning of this segment, so Neil McReynolds has been on a bit of a charge to try and haul in Ben Brooks. He's laps behind the Lotus, of course, but there is pride at stake, if nothing else. So the Patrone Racing car currently second in the class, but is 13 laps behind the race leader, but closing down on the race leader as they turn through the hairpin once again, coming down the straight towards the bus stop and into the final turn. We'll just keep an eye on that gap. Yeah, having to thread their way into the corner there as the Lotus coming up behind the McAnulty's Lotus. So the two Lotuses side by side as they come up to cross the start-finish line, and into the pits for the second time is the Matabubu Racing BMW, but this is the not the leading one. This is the number 54 car coming in at the moment for another pit stop. Two Lotuses not quite side by side anymore because Ben Brooks is going a little bit more rapidly than David McAnulty is in the 71 car as they disappear out of the banking and head back down towards Church, slicing through the traffic. There is a lot of traffic now for Ben Brooks to deal with, and fairly lively opening stint as Neil McReynolds is not far behind in the orange BMW either, so we'll keep an eye on those cars as they go up towards Rocket. In total, Ben Brooks is now on his 263rd lap. We had a flurry of safety car interruptions during yesterday's race. 7 hours of racing yesterday, and that, as I say, was interrupted 4 or 5 times in the middle section. We had over an hour of running at the beginning of yesterday's race and an hour at the end of yesterday's race, but as I say, there was this flurry of interruptions in the middle. We got through the hour and a half this morning without any further safety car interruptions, but I remind you that Ben Brooks in the Rob Boston Lotus, coming towards the end of his fuel, car won't be using quite as much fuel in these conditions as it would do if it was fully dry, but nevertheless he's done an hour and a half of racing before the race suspension for the Remembrance service, diving up the inside of a couple of cars and a Renault Clio, a Citroen C1 diving up on the inside of the West Suffolk Racing BMW 330i car number 100, which had, I think, 3 clutches that they went through over the course of Thursday and Friday. When the race began on Saturday, they then had further problems, but the car has been running moderately well since then. The lights flashing almost permanently on Ben Brooks's Lotus Elise there as he tries to draw attention to the cars ahead of him, but he's coming up fast. He dives past the Fiat Panda, heading up towards Rocket once again. And at the moment, Ben Brooks is quite content to stay out there. Not quite sure how much more fuel he will have aboard that car, but it will be interesting to see whether he pits. Stuart Humphrey's Mazda MX-5 is also going to be running a little bit short of fuel. They've not pitted since the start of racing this morning, and nor has the Retrain Racing BMW, so 3 out of the top 4 cars are likely to stop. We've got a car in the grass at Church, and he is going to try and get going again if the driver can find some grip, some adhesion. The screen's actually got a better shot of it than I have looking out of the window. It's car number 587, the ECM racing car, which was being driven earlier on by Craig McInerney. Scott Woodward is watching it on the screen. Scott?
Yeah, he's not making a better impression for himself. He's trying to do the classic tactic of he wants to get off the wet grass by accelerating to try and get off as quick as he can, but he's digging himself further, and he's trying, you give it effort, and it's sort of working. Just keep going, keep going. There we go, back on the circuit, so just about got it. That will certainly put a few more thousand revs through the engine than he might have needed to, but the Citroen's back out there. I think it sort of even cements the fact that, if it wasn't obvious already, that even a Citroen C1 is struggling out there to keep it on the straight and narrow. The lowest powered cars out there are also struggling themselves to keep it on the straight and narrow on a circuit as treacherous as this. I think I have seen it as bad as I think 2 or 3 years ago in terms of weather conditions at that point. So this is not untypical ROR Sunday weather. It typically does tend to give you some kind of rain at some point of some severity. This reminds me of about how severe it was 2 or 3 years ago, I think.
Yeah, it's very horrible weather. At least it's consistent.
Yes.
The problem is slightly when you've got somebody else on the grass coming down into the corkscrew there. That could be the Mazda RX-8. Looking at the very distinctive profile of that car, the Breakdancer Racing rotary-engined Mazda, which, again, having been off onto the grass, has managed to get himself going again. Of course, there are track limits to be obeyed at Anglesey, but majority of the time when you do stray off the track, you're immediately onto the grass, and there's been an awful lot of rain, not just today, but over the past few weeks here in Anglesey, and that has made the grass very soggy, and as Scott was describing, when you get on the grass, even a little front-wheel drive Citroen, which isn't very heavy, it is still very easy to spin the wheels, and just like them being on ice, so you don't slow down at all on the grass. It just It's Newton's law of
it speeds up.
keeping going at the same speed, yeah. Caterham finding past 3 Citroen C1s involved in their own little battle as they came across the line there, but the Caterham with Thomas Günther driving, blasting past all 3 of them.
I saw something on social media that the Mission Motorsport posted about. It was a clip they did of interviewing Chris Harris. He actually described it quite aptly in terms of, he was talking about the C1s, how the fact that some people think that the smallest, more diminutive cars on the grid like that, he said, first of all, they're everywhere, but also the fact that you think they'd be a nuisance, but they're not. He says the driving standards are quite high in general in this race, as they tend to be anyway, but the fact that he said it was fun to watch groups of those cars in little pockets around the circuit kind of race against each other and battling and fighting, and they put on some great entertainment. And of course, you had to remember he's a racing driver as well. He's got the Mazda MX-5. He's got to wiggle his way through in order to pick the way through. But they've been, apart from 1 or 2 incidents that we've had where 1 or 2 cars have been caught up, on the whole, the C1s generally seem to have been quite respectful in terms of their proximity with other lapped cars around them. So they've been quite strong in that sense, which has been quite good. And that's, of course, one of the battles that we're still watching in terms of the lead of that category.
Sudden flurry to the pits as all of those cars that I was describing you owed as a pit stop deciding to do it at once, and they're all in the same segment of the pit lane as well. You've got Rob Boston in garage number 1, you've got the Track Scotland Mini in garage number 2, and then the Stuart Humphrey Mazda in garage number 3. They're all having refueling. As I say, they all came in together. They are the cars that are placed 1, 2 and 3 in the race itself. And of course they're each their individual respective class leader.
Yes.
With Rob Boston's car leading Class D, the Track Scotland Mini leading Class B, and the Stuart Humphrey Mazda in the lead of Class C, the other one.
We need a camera down there to show this perfect synergy of all 3 class leaders and our overall top 3 down to the top of the pit lane if we can do it. The pit list stops are 4 minutes long and they've just come in anyway, so hopefully we might have enough time to do that. The 101 Mazda MX-5 we were talking about, we'll talk about Chris Harris, and his car, the 101 car, has just left the pit lane after its next mandatory stop. That's been completed.
And when that car... it was Alan Farimond.
Yes.
And has just changed.
And that car, it's exited at best in 22nd position and 7th in Class C at the moment.
Correct, and it is Alan Farimond. He's just taken it over.
Yeah.
So he's now the driver of that car.
And I think we've managed it because we've managed to get the camera down there. We've got, they're not all quite at the shot because just hidden behind the track. So there it is, you can see it in the background. So there's our top 3 and our top 3 overall and our 3 main class leaders, D, C and B, all together. That's how close you can pack to the iron pit lane. And it's also fortuitous because that's just how they were put together in the garage plan. So all of them kind of look at each other thinking...
They're not competing against each other in any sense because they're in 3 different classes, but the 3 of them are competing against one another because they're 1st, 2nd and 3rd overall. If it wouldn't be the fact that we've still got 3 hours of this race still to go, we could give them the trophies now. But there is this 3 hours still to go.
There is a sort of race. If you look at the timing screen, both the Stuart Humphrey Mazda and the Track Scotland Mini are on the same lap. So... But obviously, yes, there's a class difference, of course, but they're on the same lap in terms of where they are.
Yes.
And in this inadvertent race, it looks like Track Scotland are going to get out just in front of the Stuart Humphrey Mazda, unless they're going to cause a bit of a headache.
And
thinking about it.
The difference is the Track Scotland Mini is just completing its 4th pit stop for Rob Boston and Stuart Humphrey. This is the 5th pit stop. There's a car off on the grass on the exit of Church. And that is is it the DCM car?
That's
James Woolley's got himself stuck on the edge of the track, but he will be able to resume because he does find a little bit of traction there.
Now that was the M8S racing car. That's the kind of the Red Bull Citroen-esque looking livery car. Then that's got James Beaumont at the wheel of that car, and that car is 39th and 10th in the C1 class. The battle off the pit lane between the Track Scotland Mini and the Stuart Humphrey Mazda. The Mini is ahead of the Mazda. There's now all 3 of our top 3 headed out. We've got a Paul Sheard MX-5 number 4 also in as well, coming in for a scheduled stop.
And Phil Grayson has taken over at the wheel of the Rob Boston Lotus Elise now, and the Mini Cooper Track Scotland goes out with Stephen Somerville behind the wheel. And in the Mazda, Stuart Humphrey has remained behind the wheel. So that car took a penalty yesterday for exceeding drive time limits. Stuart Humphrey, having started this segment, will have to make sure he doesn't drive for 3 hours. I don't think the fuel will last him that long, although this particular segment has already been half an hour underway. 27 minutes of this segment have already elapsed. So if the fuel lasts him another 2 hours, he'll be getting close to that limit. But I think, having been once bitten, they'll be careful to make sure that the same thing doesn't happen again. The Rob Boston car, I have to say, has looked a much safer bet in today's activities. Did suggest yesterday that it was perhaps carrying some kind of problem. Well, team manager Rob Boston did admit to us that they had a couple of issues with the electronics that worked from the steering wheel, and no doubt the team have investigated that overnight, and certainly as far as the first hour and a half this morning suggests, the car was very rapid indeed. You mentioned earlier, just before the Remembrance service, Scott, that one of the Silver Lake Citroens was sounding like it had a broken exhaust. It's just gone through again. I'll confirm that. The exhaust certainly not doing what it should on.
Right. I thought as much.
Yeah, how much it affects the power of the car, and whether it's just the noise it makes, I'm not quite sure, but yeah, it's definitely very noticeable as it goes through.
It's not a bad sound. It's obviously because it's a 3-cylinder, so it sounds like a little mini V6. But so it sounds nice. But just noticed it was literally audibly louder than the other C1s out in the midfield, and even some other cars in the field that are a little bit quieter. So, oops, another car's gone off on the exit of Church, and that is the car 100. I think that's the. No, car 111, that's the Mazda MX-5 that's off the road. Mark 3. And if my timing screen wants to catch up so I can scroll up where it is, that's the Exposure Lights car that's 6th in Class C with Morgan Sparrow at the wheel. So another one's for fallen foul what's becoming rather a tricky Church corner. And again, spinning its wheels in the grass, and that, I'm afraid, as I like to say, you can spin your wheels all your light, sunshine. That is going nowhere at the moment, and that is the tactic, I'm afraid, that some people try to employ. I think if you put your foot down to spin the wheels, it's going to get you out quicker, but I think it's going to need a bit of a quick tow out. This might possibly prompt a very brief appearance of the Jaguar F-Type safety car.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to get that car. Well, if it's going to need recovery, then it will need a safety car, and from the look of the car sitting there, I think Morgan Sparrow is going to have to admit defeat. And
he's trying reverse now, and it's worked momentarily, but he's now finding himself kind of almost getting bogged in, going back and forth.
Yes, it's one of those situations, if you've ever been in it, where you are stuck in a car and you're trying to be ever so gentle with the clutch. You maybe trying to start in second gear or third gear, so you're not putting too much torque through it. But of course the tyres themselves don't offer a great deal of grip. It's moving again.
And there was a C1 that was just going down towards the banking, which was on the grass on the exit. So another car, even not even getting to that corner of the corner before Church, ran and right on the exit of turn 1, a target, and was sort of very almost tobogganing down the grass, managed to kind of get it just about anchored up and slow enough to find grip on the circuit. We've even got one of our camera guys almost cleaning their lenses as well, because it's getting quite wet out there. Still the 111.
You say getting quite wet, Scott. I think Rob Lewis will say it got quite wet quite a little while ago, but
continue to get wetter than it already is, shall we say. Right, there we go, safety car has been deployed. So
I think Morgan Sparrow has admitted defeat, and so an Anglesey rescue unit is going to have to be sent to his assistance. So safety car being called, Patrone Racing come into the pit. So this is the 48 car, which has moved up into second place overall, whilst we were talking about what were the second and third place cars. So the Patrone Racing BMW comes in for its refuelling stop. This is the first refuelling stop of the day for Patrone Racing. So it has also now completed 5 stops in total, but it's going to need one more than that, I think, to get it to the checkered flag. Depends how much running we have behind the safety car, but this will help Patrone Racing, and the gap, which was 13 laps to the race leader between Patrone Racing and Rob Boston Racing, has come down to 11 laps, although of course that will go up again whilst the fuel goes into the BMW, but under safety car conditions that won't be as serious. Remember, Rob Boston's car, Ben Brooks, came in to hand over to Phil Grayson whilst the track was green, so that will have a bigger effect. So possibility that lead gap will come down, but I may be clutching at straws because the gap that was 12 laps has come down to 11, so it is a small margin.
Just so you can see down in pit lane, our camera can train something. He's currently training on Jake Hill in the garage at the moment, but as you'd expect in a safety car period, the pit lane's become, I think saying a hive of activity is a massive understatement, because practically half the field are in making, guessing, mandatory pit stops. You can it's almost better to count the cars that aren't in pit lane rather than the cars that are, because you've got several of the C1s, including the Sunbelt Rentals car, which is just coming in to pick up its new incumbent, which is last year's British Touring Car champion Jake Hill. You've got the 51 Mission Motorsport Toyota GT86. The Panda is in. You've got several of the C1s. A couple of the BMWs are in. The 666 Fraser Nash Audi TT is also in the pits as well. The 29 Porsche Mazda MX-5 is also in the pit. No, that's the Mission Motorsport car that was being brought out that wasn't meant to race. That's the replacement for the 86 that had the mechanical issue on Friday. I was also told a piece of information by a fellow commentator of ours, Jamie Peters Ennis, who's watching from home. He does an association, also working with the Mission Motorsport, doing stuff with them as well. He's told me that the Mazda MX-5, which is spun off at Church Corner, and not to make light of it too much, but I find it rather ironic, is that that Mazda MX-5 Mark III occasionally does rallies. So the fact it can't get out of the grass is, not to laugh, is slightly ironic that it's stuck on the grass, but I don't know if it's more circuit rallies or tarmac rallies or anything like that, but yeah, I just thought that was quite interesting. That it's technically it's a rally car occasionally, but it can't get out of the grass. But I'll leave you to work that one out.
Well, yes. I think leaving it at that is the best option. You say Jake Hill proposing to get into the Citroen. I can't imagine that he's going to drive it from here to the end of the race. I suppose there's nothing to stop him so doing at this stage, because it's less than 3 hours from now to the end of the race. But a bit like when Robert Kubica got into the car at the end of Le Mans, and I jokingly said, well, he could stay until the end, not in for a moment expecting him to, but he then did. I'm sure Jake Hill maybe has aspirations of racing at Le Mans one day, and so who knows? He's going to certainly have a test if he is going to drive the car from here to the end. As far as I remember, Scott, he did tell Rob yesterday that he was intending to do the final stint.
Yes.
But I think maybe the Sunbelt Rentals team have had a slight change of plan and putting Jake into the car slightly earlier, perhaps, than they intended to originally.
Cool. I imagine it's because they're in this battle for the C1 class victory, the class lead, and there's about roughly a lap between them, so they're figuring if they put their arguably quickest of the 3 drivers in there for the longest time they can put him in there possible, arguably in the most challenging conditions on top of that, which is in the pouring rain at Anglesey in November in a Citroen C1 for 3 hours. If anyone can handle it, it's a British Touring Car champion. So, and there are several British Touring Car racers who have do and still have done and still do race C1s quite often, the likes of Josh Cook and Jade Edwards and others who've been in these cars quite often in the past. So Jake Hill just bucking the trend and being the latest one that's jumping in. And as Rob aptly said, so started his international racing career in Wales in a Citroen C1 in the rain in November.
And it's not the start of his international career, because he's raced in international races in Barcelona. He's raced at Spa-Francorchamps and also somewhere else. Can't quite remember. I think Misano.
I think maybe his international full-time career. He was probably. I'm guessing. I'm purely taking from Rob's term for last night. So.
Yes, quite. Anyway, the car are not yet out of the pits. Still having this pit stop. They're waiting for the 4 minutes to count down. He's done, 3 minutes 45 and counting, so they'll push the car back in a few moments' time as the Tacoma Racing BMW goes past in the background, and also the Mission Motorsport Toyota GT86 gets going down the pit lane. Then Jake Hill will resume in the 545, and the battle in the Citroen C1 class will then be rejoined. James Matthews still at the wheel of the 586 WRC car. That's in the pits as well. I didn't spot that car actually coming in, but whilst you were describing the Sunbelt car in the pits, so you also now have the WRC car, James Matthews, in the pits. Talking of who's in the pits, Rob Lewis is down in the pits, and he can bring us an update. So down to you, Rob.
As you would have seen from the images just now, the Sunbelt Rental C1 has come in, and Jake Hill is going out to finish the race and hopefully get a great result for the Sunbelt car in the C1 class. Mark Hode is with me. Mark, first of all, it's great to have you here. We spoke to Jake last night. He enjoyed his stint. How was yours?
Mixed, if I'm honest. I've had dry, wet, torrential, but I suppose that's Anglesey in a few words, isn't it? So, but great.
You've got Jake Hill in the car, bit of a coup. You've got Sunbelt Rentals on board. How did that package come together?
My dad and Jake go back many years. I think my dad actually trained Jake at one point when he was a lot younger. Not that he needs any training now. So we reached out to him. We obviously raised some money for Sunbelt Rentals, and then as soon as we sort of got into contact with Jake and made him aware that it was for a charity and a great cause and all that sort of stuff, he jumped at the chance, if I'm honest. So he hadn't raced here at Anglesey before, so that all just added to the ingredients of making it a great weekend.
You put the car on pole, and we know WRC Developments, they are a crack team. They've done it before. The likes of David Drinkwater and co behind the wheel, they've been there, seen it, done it, and got the results. Hunting them down is quite tricky.
It is. Look, they are definitely the car to chase. I think they won 2 or 3 of the last C1 Cup races, so they're a great car, but they're only human. We're all drivers, and we're going to do our best.
And a completely different topic, what's it like racing with your dad?
If I'm perfectly honest, it's the best thing I've ever done. I didn't start racing until about 4 years ago, got to COVID. I said I could either have a little bit of money in my bank or go racing with my dad, and I chose racing with my dad, and it was the best thing I did.
Brilliant. Well, it's a pleasure to see you here, Mark. Now, we're actually going to go next door because one of the cracking teams, thank you to Mark Hode there, one of the cracking teams in the BMW 116 trophy is Metabubu Racing. Look at these guys, immaculately dressed, well presented. Tell us a bit about this wonderful team and the people behind the team.
Well, it's a really great team. We with a group of friends living in Marlow in Buckinghamshire. One of us is a trustee, Joe. 2022, he suggested we came and raced here, and we loved it so much. We thought we'd come back year after year, and we've grown and we've added cars each year. We're up to 3 cars now. We're sponsored by Extrovert, and they pay for 2 beneficiaries. So 2 of our 3 cars have got beneficiaries in. Jason's in car 54, and Danny's in car 52, who's out right now.
How's your race gone so far?
Yesterday was perfect. Yeah, we won't ever be right up at the top, but our ambition is to get at least on the podium again, and I think we're going to do it. So fingers crossed, wish us luck. But yeah, the day's been unfolding really well. The track group who look after us, they do a fantastic job. These cars are fantastic. I've just cursed our car, haven't I? But yes, we've had a great day.
And again, immaculately presented. They'll probably need a bit of a rub down with a damp cloth after this. But Race of Remembrance, I'm asking a lot of Forces team about this. What does it mean to you personally?
Well, the service is touching, especially we were just talking about when the Piper's walking down into the distance. It's very emotional. It's superb that we can give something. We're not military background, so to contribute and say thank you to all the services, and for our contribution to this and our sponsors' contribution is fantastic. So we really enjoy it, and we love being here.
So let's get the competitive juices on. Let's predict a result. Where can your guys finish today?
We really want car 56 to be on the podium, so everybody's watching, cheer them on. I'm in car 52. I think we're running 6th in class. Let's see if we can push that up one notch, ideally. And car 54, I think 7th in class. So again, let's see if they can get up at least one more place for the rest of the day.
Fantastic.
It doesn't help.
The weather does not help. It's absolutely chucking it down at the moment. What is it like out there with these 116s?
They're pretty well behaved, actually, especially with the rain sport tyres. That makes a big difference. And you actually start to see the MX-5s losing it more than we are on a number of the corners. So in some ways, it's a bit of an advantage. They're very well-mannered cars. Just don't push it too hard.
Well, I can see you're getting ready to go racing yourself. I'll let you get on with it. My pleasure to speak to you today. This is your team, Metabubu Racing, a brilliant team and some beautiful BMW 116 trophy cars. I'm going to go and dry off, I think, but for now, back to the commentary box.
Thank you, Rob. No point in getting dried off because you'll only get wet again, so don't worry about it. We've gone back to green flag racing. The Mazda that was on the grass has been recovered and taken back to the paddock, and I'm sure, in fact, when it's actually just kept going, I don't think it needed to be taken back to the paddock. So we're back underway again. Conditions, as Rob was saying, they're still pretty awful though, and a little bit of a battle going on the circuit there as the Caterham and Patrone Racing BMW closely matched those two, having a little battle on circuit. How far apart are they in terms of laps completed? They're 3 laps apart between the Patrone Racing BMW, which following its most recent pit stop has dropped back to 4th place again. So it was up to 2nd before that stop, but has now dropped to 4th. And it's Via Aldridge now driving in number 48. And Max Haynes is in the DKS Motorsport Caterham, number 99, and that's in 5th place. But as I say, 3 laps adrift of the BMW. But those two cars in 4th and 5th places. The cars, therefore, in 2nd and 3rd have reverted to being the Track Scotland Mini, which is on the same lap as the Stuart Humphrey Mazda. And just waiting for... In fact, they're not only on the same lap, but they're practically nose to tail. So what separates them is the distance between on the first 2 parts. So those two are having a battle on track, although it won't turn into a battle on the screen until the gap comes down a little bit. Having spoken to Rob Lewis down in the pits, Mark Hode has now come up here into the relative dry and warmth of the commentary box, Mark. So it's slightly more calm up here than the hectic nature of being down in the pits. But tell us a little bit more about Sunbelt Rentals, why you've got yourself involved in this, and as well, if you get the chance, tell us how did Jake Hill then get to be on the team?
Yeah, no problem. So the 3 things. So Sunbelt Rentals, we're the UK's largest rental company. So we hire everything from an excavator to a tower light or traffic cones, those sorts of things. And then essentially we've got a veteran program that we've run for some time now, and it's a big part of our sort of charity, social sustainability sort of things that we run within Sunbelt. So that was the main premise. I've run in the C1 Cup now with my dad for a couple of years, so it felt like a very nice mix to put the veteran program and racing together. And we've done the Race of Remembrance with Cat DT before. So that was sort of a lovely natural sort of coming together of those things. So we held a charity golf day with Sunbelt Rentals in June, where we were able to raise £10,000 for Mission Motorsport. So and then obviously come and participate in this lovely event. So we've done that, which has been brilliant. And then Jake, Jake's like an old sort of family friend of my dad. He knew his manager for many, many years. So there's been a connection there for quite a while. And then when we reached out to Jake, just to let him know what we were doing and what a great cause it was for and those sorts of things, he jumped at the chance. So, he was on board pretty quickly. And then, as I was just saying to the guys there, if I'm honest, he's it's like he's driving a touring car. As soon as he's here, he wants to win, and he's like, got so into it, which has been really fantastic. So it's been great.
You can't turn that competitive spirit off very easily, can you?
I don't think that dial turns off. No, it's either full or nothing. So that's definitely what he's been.
Because of course he's from a motor racing family as well. Because Simon used to do what I do. He used to be a commentator in the
absolutely.
1990s, 2000s.
That's it. Yeah, and I think Jake was telling us he's doing a little bit now as well. So a bit more commentating and stuff over dinner and things like that. So I'm sure we'll sort of hear his voice on the screens and stuff in the coming weeks. So
tell us a little bit about driving a C1, because certainly from the outside, and I have to admit I've never driven competitively in a racing car, but the driving technique required to get the best out of a Citroen C1 is a slightly different technique, isn't it? So particularly what you do with Cat DT, part of that is telling people how to get the best out of the car.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously my mum and dad's business, Cat Driver Training, they're obviously they teach people how to race, but the C1 specifically is obviously there's very limited horsepower, 60, 70 horsepower, so it's all just about momentum. Every corner, every turn, every movement has to be sort of finite. Every little crease in the wheel just generates extra drag and things like that. So it's all about absolutely maximising every corner, every lap, and keeping momentum up at all time. Because once you lose it, it doesn't come back. And obviously in a race like this, I race it, in the C1 Cup, and when it's normally C1s, it's a little bit easier because everyone stops in the, brakes in similar places. They've got similar speeds, whereas this is absolutely much more tricky. So you've got to sort of manage the traffic, manage where you're going to brake, manage where you're going to let people past, etc. So it makes it a real challenge.
What Rob Lewis was telling me yesterday is that the lines are different as well. So a Citroen line through a corner is going to be different from a Lotus Eliza's line through a corner, or a BMW M3's line through a corner is. So that must be challenging as well.
It is, yeah, and then you add the torrential rain at Anglesey into the mix as well. It's quite a cold run of challenge. But it's to be fair here, it's quite grippy, and you do get good traction on a lot of the turns and a lot of the corners and things. So you can tend to pick a line. There's not just one line. So if an Elise does come in the inside or the outside, you can sort of navigate your way through.
Modify your line.
That's it, without too much challenge.
And in the night, because you were driving the car last night towards the end of part one yesterday, how much can you see in the rearview mirror about cars coming up behind you? Because you presumably with the damp as well, you just see a blaze of light in your mirror.
Yeah, it was so last night in my session I got a little bit of rain and a little bit of dry, so I got a bit of both. But if I'm honest, it's either incredibly bright fog lights or completely black. So you know pretty much that something's there, even if you don't quite know how far away it is or quite how fast it's coming up to you.
But clearly there's a smile on your face, so clearly you enjoy it. You enjoy the spirit of the Race of Remembrance as well. Of your season, are you one of these people that looks forward to the Race of the Remembrance? Or I know a lot of people think, oh no, we've got to do the Race of Remembrance, and all this work that you've almost finished because you've done the whole season then gets repeated in the 2-3 weeks before the Race of Remembrance arrives.
I just like my seat in a race car, if I'm perfectly honest. So look, this is a really special event, and it's probably like no other race event I've been to. The C1 Club, the paddock's lovely, but I think this is sort of another level on that. Everyone's coming to say hello, wants to talk to you. It helps that you've got a touring car champion in your garage, which is a good thing as well. But it's, look, the spirit of it's great. And, the driving's been, I personally have found the driving very courteous. And, there could have been some moments, but people have chose to back out rather than, doing anything crazy. So, I think our car is pretty much how it looked when it started. So hopefully that stays that way.
Yeah, quite. I mean, the fact that we've only lost one car to accident damage in the 8 hours, 10 hours we've had of the race so far, 9 hours we've had of the race so far, is a testament to that. As you say, the respect, the need to finish is paramount. You said to Rob that you're intending to leave Jake in the car till the end of the race. Is that right?
Yeah, that's it. So we've.
It's going to be a bit of a taller one. He's going to have done 3 hours by the time the race finishes.
He's double stinting at the end, yeah. So obviously he's very good in the wet. So we're just trying to, again, going back to maximising those things. We're just trying to maximise his talent so we can finish strongly as we can.
Right. Because I was saying to the boys, although people associated with touring cars, he has been doing some long distance racing this year. I know he was in the Barcelona 24 hours, and he's raced in a couple of the other 24H series races this year as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he's been, I think he's racing for Era Motorsport and seeing the Ferraris and stuff. Yeah. And he, to be fair, we're sharing the house with him, so he's been showing us all the in-car videos of the Ferrari and many other things that he did in Australia and some really cool stuff. So, he looks like he's having a bit of fun, to be honest.
As you say, make hay while the sun shines.
Indeed.
Mark Hope, thanks very much for talking to us. Pleasure as always. 3 hours to go. Let's keep fingers crossed that Jake stays out of trouble and you carry the battle to David Drinkwater and his crew.
Thank you.
Have to say, because I've got contacts at Drinkwater's side of the garage as well, so I'm not quite sure if I've got a favourite between the two of you. It's just as long as it's a good battle. So thanks very much. Stay up here and have a look if you want to over the remainder of the race, of which there is now 2 hours and 40 minutes now remaining. Phil Grayson continuing to lap. Well, I can hardly say rapidly because the conditions are now so appalling that, in fact, Phil Grayson's last time around a 2 minutes 06. The Track Scotland Mini did a 2 minutes 03. Stuart Humphrey in the Mazda MX-5 did a 2 minutes 02. So the Class D Lotus Elise not as rapid as either the Class B or the Class C cars, which are in second and third places. Via Aldridge, though, having similar problems with the more powerful BMW. It seems the more powerful cars are not necessarily the ones you want to have. But Max Haynes with the Caterham is certainly flying, number 99. His last lap time at 1 minute 55. That's fully 10 seconds a lap quicker than Phil Grayson is going in the lead Rob Boston car. Now, obviously, Rob Boston has this enormous cushion that he's sitting on, but as I say, the way that the Caterham is being driven, certainly he's flying around in these conditions. Scott Woodwith has rejoined us as well.
I have.
And having been sitting back and mulling over what's been going on, just your reflections at the moment, Scott.
Yeah, just everything just sort of, we're in that kind of period where, apart from the C1 battle that we've got, everyone's kind of settling down into the well, they have already, but they're getting to that point where we're in the last part of the race. I think everyone's just thinking about maybe not quite safe to get you home mode, but more just kind of just keep it steady, keep it on the road, and try not to do anything silly. And in these conditions, it's not always easy to do, given the fact that it is quite tricky, it is quite treacherous out there. And as we talked about, it is typical RR1 November weather. But I think at the moment, everyone's just at that point in the race where it's been a long time. We've still got 2.5 hours to go. We've had, what is it, sort of now 9.5 hours down. So we're just, everyone's just not winding up, but they're kind of just contemplating the remaining hours that's left.
Well, we're going to get the battle in C1 as you were describing it, and unfortunately, because of the way the timing works, the battle doesn't actually happen on the screen, but more happens on the timing screen. So the aggregate distance between the two Citroens, WRC, David Drinkwater has taken over in the 586, that car's most recent stop, and the Jake Hill Sunbelt Rentals Citroen number 545 is just 14 seconds behind. Last time around, actually, Jake Hill lapped in 2 minutes 9. David Drinkwater lapped in 2 minutes 8. So David Drinkwater had the advantage last time around. But there's still a long way to go. And so those two Citroens you described the battle, I say it's slightly more difficult to follow on circuit because they're a little way apart. Into the pits has come the 101 Mazda.
And that's not been in, that wasn't in very long ago, like a few laps under the safety car. It was in that big flurry of pit stops that we had that came in. So that, I don't think, unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be a scheduled stop. And that has got Alan Farriman at the wheel of it, and they're clearing the windscreen by the look of it. Look at the windscreen's got misted up, so whatever dehumidifier or mister they have on that car hasn't been working, or the condensation's got a little bit too much. Got a couple of chamois out to try and sort that one out. That's one thing, just going back to the C1 battle, whilst we watch that on the screen, is that in the politest way possible, I wouldn't have put David Drinkwater being faster than Jake Hill. And that's not to say he hasn't got talent. Of course, he's done Nürburgring 24 hours, he's won endurance stuff. It's not a question of talent, it's that on paper you would have perceived that Jake Hill, being the touring car driver, is the quicker one. But then we know with some of these cars, I've seen in other championships, you can stick a top driver into a one-mate race series like a C1 car, or I can use Mazda MX-5s for example, and the drivers that do it weekend in, weekend out are the ones that have the knack in those cars and get the power in. So I'm half surprised but half not surprised, because we know the talent of David Drinkwater, given he's done Nürburgring 24 hours. As I said, he won the last couple of, he won the race this time last year, he won the last couple of rounds of C1 Endurance, he is now a two-time defending overall and class Supersport Endurance champion, so he knows long distance racing quite often. So this can be quite a fascinating battle. If Jake starts to find more of a knack in the car in these conditions in the last 2.5 hours or so, as you see them both coming down the pit straight, almost relatively close proximity to each other. At least WRC Development has gone past. There's been a bit of a switch around by the look of it. But this could be quite a fascinating scrap for the next 2.5 hours. Although I'm not sure what Dave will be in that car for 2.5 hours, whereas Jake will. So that could be a difference maker depending on who Jake finds himself up against in that car when WRC does make their next pit stop.
Yes, I mean, it is going to all come down to final pit stops. And in terms of pit stops that are required, the WRC car, David Drinkwater, has done his mandatory pit stops, whereas Jake Hill owes us a mandatory pit stop. However, in pure physical terms, the WRC car is obviously going to need another stop because the fuel won't last forever, particularly if we can stay green, and the cars are, well, not going flat out in these conditions, but certainly the cars have the opportunity to save fuel. What is fascinating, though, as you just spotted as they came past start-finish line, is that there isn't much ground between the two cars on the circuit.
No.
But they're the wrong way round. Jake Hill is actually ahead of David Drinkwater on the track, but in the times, David Drinkwater's ahead of Jake Hill by 14 seconds. So, as I say, this is because of the aggregation of times over the three parts, and because of the way that works, Jake Hill comes across the line now, or will be coming across the line in a moment, and David Drinkwater's behind him. So as long as David Drinkwater can keep Jake Hill in sight up ahead of him, and this may be enabling David to certainly not get left behind, but he'll be using the fact that he can see the opposition ahead, and as long as Jake Hill doesn't get more than 15 seconds up the road, then David Drinkwater and the WRC team will still be able to stay in touch. There they go, across the line now. So Drinkwater following the Sunbelt Rentals car through, the pair of them negotiating their way past the Mazda of Morgan Sparrow, going up towards the banking at the moment. Around the outside goes Jake Hill. David Drinkwater following through in the 586 Poppy liveried 586. They're struggling to get past that Mazda. There's not much to choose between the performance of a Citroen C1 and the Mazda MX-5, be it a rally car or not. Jake Hill being very brave and going round the outside as they turn through Church. The Mazda has the power and so uses it down the straight. David Drinkwater has the slipstream, emphasis on the word stream, as he heads up towards Rocket. And in fact, David Drinkwater closing in on Jake Hill as they get up towards Rocket, and might be even trying to put a move on the touring car champion as they get to Rocket, turn through the right-handed element. Drinkwater running a tiny bit wide there as they went into the corner, but hanging on for grip around the outside. What Scott says is absolutely right. The Drinkwaters had far more experience driving a C1 than has Jake Hill. But then again, people always tell me if you're quick, no matter what you're driving. And as they exit from Rocket, come down the hill out of Peel, Jake Hill's still ahead of David Drinkwater. The pair of them have managed to get past that Mazda, and then just behind them and chasing is the number 99 Caterham, which is still trying to play catch-up mode with Max Haynes is that you saw Max Haynes at the wheel of the 99 Caterham, and they will soon be flashing past. And this is what makes driving cars like the Citroen C1 so difficult, because when you're embroiled in a little battle, and then you get a slower car which theoretically is in a faster class, but you've got to get past that. Then there's somebody in a Caterham coming and flashing his lights and trying to get past you. There's never a dull moment.
Certainly not in this race in that class, because like I said, you are, makes the difference. You are the slowest cars in the mix, and they go past the pits together. And as I say, I think the fact that at the very least David is at minimum keeping pace with Jake Hill in front of him is the important part of this, and that he's able to keep the same sort of pace that he's running at the moment. Just to kind of see if I can back that point up, the last lap times as they came across the line, pretty identical, and David was still 2/10 quicker, 209.0 for David, 209.2. But you're absolutely right in the fact that these cars have to be as respectful as possible, because they have to have not just 2 eyes, but like 4 eyes in the back of their head and like 6 eyes in front and around them to try and figure out what's going on, because you have got so many, everyone else apart from other C1s is faster than you on track, so you have to not only respect that, but also try and, in a way, fight for your own piece of racing room. And so you have to kind of really find a fine balance between holding your line and being respectful of the traffic around you to allow them to get past, because you also have to remember on that side is that you have to be predictable, but at the same time it's the responsibility of the faster cars to get around you safely rather than being predictable. So there's 2 parts to play here on that side, and Chris Harris said that, as I mentioned earlier on. He was praised for the C1s. Not only was he for having one, watching them in little battles and pockets, scrapping with each other, but the fact he was saying that the driving standards were high enough that they had...
and they were literally going into the race with a car that hadn't done anywhere near enough practice, qualifying or testing beforehand. But having got the car into the race, it's still running, the 100, prepared by West Suffolk Motorsport and driven by 3 regulars in the City Car Cup. To my knowledge, Scott, having their first outing in something like a BMW 330i.
I believe so, yes. One of those 3 City Car Cup drivers is the new champion, Ben Spencer, who picked up the title just a few weeks ago at Silverstone. In not only that, but he was a rookie in the championship, so he picked up the rookie crown. And as I mentioned yesterday, has, I think, had this season, I think, without question, my favourite livery. He had a Toyota Aygo. They're decked out in the same works Toyota liveries they ran in the WRC in the late 90s on the Corolla, which certainly fit the Aygo quite nicely.
Think Castrol colours, and you'll picture it. Yeah, that's right.
I was going to mention the reasons for the stop goes for both this 666 and also the 528's been given one as well, which is, well, 2 in fact actually. So the 666 apparently has been given 2 stop goes. One was a 1 minute 22. Okay, so it says 666 was a 1 minute 22 stop go for a short pit stop. You know, they didn't realise it was an official pit stop, but how you could be a minute and 22 seconds short is beyond me. And the other one is an additional 30-second stop-go penalty because they overtook before the control line on a safety car restart. And then the 528 has had 2 stop-goes, one which is 30 seconds for overtaking on the safety car, and the other one which is for an indeterminate amount of time, but it's for a refuelling infringement. So 2 cars that have had consecutively double slaps on the wrist for different reasons.
And an indication to the rest that you are being watched, and if you are embroiled in a battle, then you can ill afford such penalties, and particularly I'm thinking of the 2 Citroen C1s that are involved in that battle for the lead. The Ford car has come in, the number 77 car of the Charles and Stephen Clark Bradley Performance Team. And this is not for a stop-and-go penalty, this is for routine service. So the Ford car has been going reasonably well. I don't think they've had any particular issues with that car. They're the only car that runs in Class A, and they were running in amongst the Citroen C1s, and there it is, it's down in 33rd place now. So it's actually dropped in amongst the back of the Citroen C1s now as the Ford car. So I say it's not had any problems, it's only had a longer pit stop somewhere down the line because it was running further up the field at that point. So it's getting its fuel at the moment alongside the West Suffolk College BMW. And fuel going into the car. I'm not quite sure if that's one of the drivers doing it or if the refuelling mechanic has merely borrowed a driver's helmet in order to kit himself out in the requisite way. Now, you mentioned the 666, which was having its penalties and the reasons why, because it's now being shown the black flag to bring it in for another stop and go penalty. So whether you actually got ahead of yourself and it was coming in to do its 30-second penalty first, and now it's coming in for the other penalty, I'm not quite sure, but the 666 Audi TT, it's a quick car, that Audi, and it was well up the grid after qualifying, but it seems to have had certainly more than its fair share of penalties with various offences committed.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think it when I spotted it on the screen, it was in for a penalty, and I realised on Andrew's messages to me from upstairs in Res Control that it had been given 2 penalties. So 2 things did shoot through my mind. Yes. Either it was taking 1 penalty, then coming in to get another one, and just hadn't realised either it hadn't been told the second one yet, or had been, but needed to go back out and come back in. Following me? No? Okay, good. Or they were being allowed to stack penalties, but I don't think you can stack penalties. You have to go take one, go back out, and then take the next one when it gets handed to you or served. And the same is also going to be true of the Citroen C1 car that's also been given 2 penalties for various reasons also, on top of that as well.
Right, so just keeping an eye on the battle of the Citroen C1s. David Drinkwater has dropped away a touch from the back of Jake Hill's car. This is the 545 and the 586 cars, but I think as much as anything else that's the traffic which has interrupted their progress, because there was a fair degree of cars that they were involved with, and as Scott and I were saying just a few moments ago, you've got to kind of keep your eyes behind and your eyes ahead, but as they go out through School and up towards Rocket once again, there's probably about 10 lengths between them, which is probably more than 2 seconds in terms of Citroen C1 lengths, and David Drinkwater can certainly still see the back of Jake Hill's car, and as I say, that must be his objective for the remainder of the race, is to keep Jake Hill inside and just make sure that the final pit stop for both cars is quick and efficient and as close to 4 minutes without going too much over 4 minutes. They need to be over 4 minutes, but as I say, anything over 4 minutes then becomes wasted time in the pit, so you have to time your refueling and driver change. Plenty of time for it to be done. In fact, in the Citroen C1 Endurance Championship, Scott, you'll remind me, but I think they're 3-minute pit stops in the Endurance.
Yes, I think so.
C1. So to do it in 4 minutes is a relatively easy ask. There's a car off on the grass at Church once again.
I think it's a Silver Lake C1, I think.
I think you're absolutely right. That narrows it down to 1 of 2.
I think shape-wise, it might be the Gen 1, I think, because the Gen 2 is slightly more bulkier. I think it might be the Gen 1.
As I say, difficult to pick it out. So is the so much rain on the commentary box window. Even putting the binoculars on it just means that they don't focus properly. So the Citroen is not going anywhere at the moment, stuck on the outside, that's driver's left of Church, and unless it can engage a gear or at least get the wheels to engage with the grass beneath its feet. It's doing it, it's moving, so Race Control will be keeping a close eye on that and determining whether or not a safety car is needed. Unfortunately, whoever it is pointing 180 degrees to the direction that he really wants to be travelling, because if he does get the traction and gets off the grass, then he's going to be pointing the wrong way, so he needs a bit of space in the traffic to be able to get back on the road, and there's not a lot of space, so you kind of wait until there's a gap, engage gear, spin the wheels, find you're not going anywhere, then wait for another gap before you try again. But that car has been there for a couple of minutes now, and as I say, unless it gets moving pretty sharply, then we are going to have to deploy the safety car once again, which will be good news for all of those cars running tight on fuel, which probably is everybody, and we do get safety cars. So safety car deployed in order to retrieve the Silver Lake Citroen, which has come to grief on the outside of Church. Builder's trying to pick out which one it is. The Subaru BRZ receives attention in the pit lane and is being pushed back to continue on its way. Routine pit stop, 4 minutes exactly for the BRZ as it goes back out onto the circuit. This is the car equipped with hand controls and has a crew of disabled drivers, all differently able to use their lower limbs, but in all cases drivers who have had disabilities. And the Subaru BRZ, as I say, a specially adapted car. We were hearing yesterday about from Gary Sparks about the modifications that have been made to that car and continue to be made to that car to make it even easier for disabled drivers to get the best out of it. So things like push button brakes and accelerator to make it almost like a video game in terms of the controls on the car. The safety car has picked up the race leader, I do believe. No, he hasn't actually. That's the Mazda RX-8 that's immediately behind the safety car. The Track Scotland Mini is a couple of cars behind that, and once the queue has begun to form up behind the safety car, then the cars immediately behind will be waved through, and then that will enable Phil Grayson to take up his position behind the safety car. He'll be getting used to restarts behind the safety car, and once the circuit sufficiently neutralised, then the Anglesey rescue units again leaping into action and heading, in fact, already down the start-finish straight is the breakdown truck to come to the rescue of that Silver Lake Citroen. Into the pits has come the second placed BMW, that's the Yggdrasil BMW. I haven't really talked about the BMW class, Scott, for the last couple of minutes.
True.
But Anthony Seddon Racing still leading the way, Yggdrasil second, Matabubu third.
And that is separated by a 3-lap lead for Anthony Seddon Racing. So whilst one car, I think their car did actually go off on the grass at one point. It's the other car, the 34 car, that had an off on the back straight where everyone tends to be.
Sorry, I was pointing there because into the pits has come Jake Hill. So they're going to spend 4 minutes whilst the safety car is out. They're taking this very seriously, aren't they? Yeah. Making the call that if they top the fuel up now, they won't need to stop again before the end of the race. So 2 hours and 16 minutes, actually just under 2 hours and 17 minutes still to go. Jake Hill in the pits to refuel, with the gamble being we can refuel now and then get to the end of the race without a further refueling stop. And also in the pits, well, who came first? Because shadowing him into the pits is David Drinkwater. So the pair of them, David Drinkwater and Jake Hill, both in the pit lane, and they're coming up to 3.5 minutes in the pits. They'll be coming out of the pits soon. Where's Rob Lewis at the moment? Is he down there in amongst them, or is he gone somewhere warm to dry out like he said he was going to do?
Probably a combination of both.
Jake Hill gets back in the car. He has to get out whilst the fuel goes in. That's the rule. But as long as he is out of the car whilst the fuel is going in, Jake Hill's car gets pushed back. What's WRC doing? They must be ready to go as well. Jake is heading down the pit lane, 4 minutes 2 seconds, 4 minutes 3 seconds. Now going down the pit lane is David Drinkwater, 4 minutes 4 seconds. He tags out as well, a pair of them back on the circuit. They're shadowing each other. They're playing silly buggers.
Why not?
In exactly the same positions as they were before then. So the pit stop time for David Drinkwater was 4 minutes and 8 seconds. The pit stop time for Jake Hill was 4 minutes and 4 seconds. But as I say, behind the safety car, it matters not a fig, because they'll just bunch up again once they get out on the circuit after the safety car has come back onto the circuit. So Scott has vacated the positions once again.
Has it been a bit of a hot seat?
So I'm been joined by Paul Wooding up here in the box. Paul, you're playing a multitude of roles this weekend because you're driving. You're a trustee for Mission Motorsport, or you're not. Sorry, you're
no, just a generous benefactor.
You're a generous benefactor of Mission Motorsport. But the weekend so far, how's it gone?
Well, I was asked earlier by one of the teammates in front of my son to try and sum up the this morning's escapade, and I think this is the lows and highs of endurance racing. So we left the circuit early last night, having been sent into the pits, unfortunately. So we're all fairly despondent. Dropped down about 40 odd laps from P2 in overall. So that was the low, and then this morning with these dreadful conditions. The car was planted, predictable, and I think we were running pretty much third fastest overall throughout this morning's session, and then again just after. And I have to take, whilst the driver always takes all the glory, the reality is just the team effort of getting that car back on the grid was immense. And those stories are up and down the pit lane everywhere, but
always is, yeah. Tell us in a nutshell the story of getting the car from being a potential retirement back to running sweetly this morning.
Yeah, I mean that was very sad. It was on the outside. I mean, you look at a lot of cars out there damaged; they look a lot worse. But the unfortunate fact was it was a critical trailing arm that was cracked.
This is. I should just add, just in case people don't know, this is the Tacoma Racing BMW car number 12, which, as Paul says, was running in the top 3 overall. I think what did for you was Rob Lewis called you the dark horse for the race. You were doomed from that moment on. So the car itself had been through the mill before it even had got to the Race of Remembrance, which is another tale. You should write a book, Paul, of the Race of Remembrance 2025. But then, as I say, you managed to get the car repaired overnight with a bit of a logistical nightmare to get everybody in the right place at the right time to
quite an emotional logistical activity that had us scouring the internet, activating Lewis Warren's Tacona network of 10,000 plus followers looking for this critical component, hopefully close to Anglesey. I mean, there's no doubt one just sitting down on the beach that we could have recovered and used, I suspect. I don't know. But unfortunately, the only one that we could reliably and dependably know that it was the right part and in a condition was in my garage in Buckinghamshire.
Right.
So with the prospect of a 10-hour round trip to collect it, it would have been touch and go. So my son here activated his brother and told him to go to the home, pick up the part, drive 200 miles up to Newport and meet him at a McDonald's. They swapped stories at about 1 o'clock in the morning, collected parts, recovered it back to Anglesey, and the team promptly went into work and got it back, and the car was ready for 9 o'clock for the driver to wake up, put on his racing suit and walk in and as if nothing had happened. So, usual driver behaviour, but I have to say, what an immense
big effort, and reflecting, as you rightly say, stories that have gone up and down the pit lane. It's a case, really, though, isn't it, of always trying to focus forwards, think about what is still to come rather than what necessarily has gone before, but don't give up.
Never give up. I mean, it was definitely a never die, and as you say, 30 days before the race. We'd just put a reconditioned engine that had troubled us through the season, put that back in, came up here, tested it, absolutely fine, not a problem, until yours truly managed to stuff it in the wall, wrote the shell off, and then the story starts again. So once again, here we are, rebuilding, calling in friends, chums up and down the country to get a car ready to come to this, the most epic race on the UK motorsport calendar.
Are you looking forward to Christmas?
I'm
it's going to be a bit of an anticlimax, isn't it?
I think my wife is looking forward to Christmas. She's looking forward to the end of my motor racing this season. I'm looking forward to some good luck. And the irony of our car being called Lucky Saint has possibly been one of the most unlucky stories that we could have told. But, this event, and I have to just say thank you to you, to the marshals. The army of marshals out there, to me, represent the armed forces of motorsport. They put themselves out in harm's way. They're keeping us safe. I mean, Martin, who was in the car yesterday, spun in rocket, punted, spun in rocket. Marshals are on it. Safety's everything. Gets everybody back.
And it was pitch black at the time. I mean, pitch dark at the time. So,
absolutely. Yeah. So, hats off. 400 marshals here. UK Motorsport UK voted this event, event of the year last year. And I think they only have to look at the amount of marshals who are willing to come and Anglesey in November and make this event happen. Without them, it doesn't happen. And so that, to me, is a great index of actually which events are the great events in the motorsport calendar, the ones that the volunteers are coming from.
No, I mean, you're absolutely right, but I have to hand it to you as well on behalf of all of the competitors. Yes, it couldn't happen without the marshals, but nor could it without competitors like you who are prepared to go the extra mile to keep your car racing, because there's nobody to wave a flag at if we haven't got you. So, you'd liken it to the armed forces. You've got the army, you've got the navy, you've got the air force doing their just separate parts, but they're all working together. They're all one big family, and they, ultimately they're coming together. And I think a lot of people have said about this event, it is a family style of event with people working together.
Absolutely. And I think it is the heart and essence of club motorsport. Why do marshals give up all the time to come and do this? Because they want to see racing done with respect. They enjoy the fact that we're out there enjoying ourselves. I think the marshals get a bit cynical when they start to see rules overtaking the competitive and the spirit of racing. And I think that, to me, is what this is all about. It's the essence of respectful and great family activity where it's safe, we're having fun, and everybody goes away with a smile saying, I've got to be back next year.
Yeah, that's right. Comes down to it, doesn't it? What are you doing this time next year? Oh, I should be back. So we've still got 2 hours to go. Pit stops before the end planned?
Yes, we're
one more stop.
We're effectively treating today like a separate race for us.
Yes,
we were 46 laps back from where we were, 2 laps behind the lead at the when we came out. So we had 3 mandatory pit stops left to do today. That's what we're optimised. The good news is the rain means that our tank and our car can actually make it on 1 refuel. So fuel's not an issue, and now it's just a case of driver changing, giving everybody the opportunity to really experience the car in these conditions. Because as we looked at the times, I was amazed at how predictable it was out there, and the lap time sort of told you just how good that car is, and testimony to the guys who built it, guys who have repaired it, guys who've got it back out there. So our ambition is just to assess how well we do today, whilst having fun and getting experience.
Okay. Word of thanks to Mrs. Wooding. Thank you very much for your understanding. Made some good for and to the family for running up and down the motorway. And, well done. Keep going.
We will. Never stop.
Don't give up. Thanks very much, Paul Wooding.
Paul, thank you very much for entertaining the masses, because there's lots of feedback that just love what you do. So thank you.
Jolly good. Thanks very much. So that's Paul Wooding. Then the Tacoma Racing BMW number 12 started well up the field, was dicing for a podium place overall, but as I say, with that problem it had during the night when it was hit by another car, and it came into contact, damaged the left rear drive shaft, and so it was almost going to be a retirement, but as we've heard, they haven't given up. They're still out there racing. And as I say, for the moment, we still have 49 cars in the race. Safety car is back out because we have to recover the Audi TT number 666, which, having been penalised left, right and centre, has now found itself stuck in the grass on the left-hand side going into school turn, which is the second of the two left-handers along the back straight leading up towards Rocket. And it's gone quite a long way off, and I didn't actually see whether that was an accident. It looked to me a little bit, it might have been a mechanical failure. Looking at Peter Shearer to see if he's got an idea of what caused the Audi to go off. Was it just lost it? Okay. I wasn't sure because the way the grass is mangled up, it just looks that it might have had a mechanical failure which triggered it. But so Class D cars have had their problems this weekend. We were lowish on entries in the first place for Class D, but apart from the Rob Boston Racing entry, which I should stress is still Phil Grayson at the wheel, and it is still him who leads by now 9 laps from its nearest competitor, which is a further lap ahead from what it was at the beginning of this segment some 2.5 hours ago. Sorry, 1.5 hours ago. We've been racing for an hour and a half, yes, 3 hours altogether today, very nearly. And as I say, the Phil Grayson, Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise has not really put a wheel wrong. They did have a couple of penalties to take yesterday, but they were able to absorb those into the cushion that they have. If you're looking at the TSL timing screen and just looking at those 8 pit stops that its car has made, 3 of those have been penalties, so they still have another mandatory stop to make to bring them up to the 6 that is required. But so I think they'll be doing that before the end of the race because the fuel in the car won't last for another 2 hours. In second place, Stuart Humphrey still at the wheel of the Mazda MX-5, car number 91. That leads Class C, and that car also had a penalty in the shape of a 1-lap penalty for going over the drive time limit of 3 hours in any 5 yesterday when the car was being swapped between the driving talents of Martin Rich and Tom Walpole, and in so doing they drove for longer than 3 hours within that single 5-hour period, so they were penalised a lap for that. But they're still a lap ahead of the third place car, which is now the Track Scotland, has been for some time, the Track Scotland Mini, which leads the way in Class B. So back to the situation that we've been in for some time, where the top 3 overall are also class leaders of their respective classes. The safety car leads them across the line once again, still with the lights on. The Citroen C1 number 363 of William Bell, William Ward and Adrian Williams, trio of Williams in that car, having its pit stop, and they are nearly ready to go. We've also got the Mission Motorsport Mazda number 29 in the pit lane at the moment, and also the 116 Royal Navy BMW is in the pit lane being serviced at the moment. The radiation Citroen is ready to go, pushed back and sent on its way. 4 minutes 8 seconds to go, and off he goes. Tag is registered, green light shows, and he is on his way. Fuel going into the number 34 Anthony Seddon Racing BMW. This is the one that stopped out on the circuit yesterday, and as a result it is no longer in charge of the BMW 116i trophy class. Anthony Seddon still leads the BMW 116 trophy class, but with the other car, the number 21 car, currently in the hands of Alan Caulfield. The other one, which is in the pits at the moment, is quite a long way back following its incident earlier on. Stopped out on the circuit, was pulled back to the pits and eventually repaired. Mac Priestwood brought it in, and it's now 11th in the BMW class. New driver coming out of the garage as the fuel is completed. New front wheels going on. Still the rain continuing to hammer down. Still the safety car continuing to circulate. The Audi has been removed, so I think we'll only have one more lap behind the safety car. Just coming down from the hairpin at the moment, and the lights are out, so we are ready to go racing again. Green flag is ready, and so as the safety car pulls in, so Phil Grayson floors the throttle once again, thanks his lucky stars that he has clear track ahead of him, and at least for the next 2 or 3 laps will be clear of spray. Tucked in behind, just behind, is the Track Scotland Mini number 55 in 3rd place overall, and then coming up behind the pair of them is the 71 Lotus Elise from the McAnulty brothers, Jason and David McAnulty. That car having had 2 significant problems, one drive shaft failure and another failure at the beginning of the part of the race this morning. Jason McAnulty it is who's currently at the wheel of it, and he goes storming past the race leader Phil Grayson, showing who's boss as far as the Lotus Elise runners are concerned. So the 71 Lotus Elise up ahead of the race leader, but not leading the race, if you see what I mean. Certainly Jason McAnulty wasting no time at all in getting going once again. The slippery surface flag being shown as they approach the area where the Audi went off, which makes me think that possibly it did have a problem, unless it's just that they brought some mud back onto the track as they were recovering the car, and that's what's being drawn attention to for the drivers heading up out of school, heading up towards Rocket. So more stop and go penalties being notified to us on the screen. Most recent one is for the M8S Racing Citroën C1. Apropos of Citroën C1s, let's have a look at where David Drinkwater and Jake Hill are, as the Rob Boston car goes through and completes now 294 laps, and less than 2 hours remain on the clock for Phil Grayson at the wheel of the race-leading Lotus Elise, although at the moment he's having to look at the rear end of the Jason McAnulty car. Jake Hill is taking no prisoners, coming through the last turn there alongside the Track Scotland Citroën C1. That's the car that's in 3rd place in the Citroën C1 class, and I should say he's actually in the lead of the Citroën C1 class, because that still owes us a pit stop, the Track Scotland car. That didn't come in during that last safety car, and all 3 of them are now battling for the lead. So the Citroen C1s. We knew that was going to give us a thrill, but not quite sure that I was expecting to be quite as close as that, with less than 2 hours remaining on the clock and the cars continuing to battle. Jake Hill's got himself ahead now of the Track Scotland car. Where's David Drinkwater? He's 2 cars further back. So the 3 leaders in the Citroen C1 class are on the same lap. They're heading up towards Rocket at the moment, and they're in the order on the road. Jake Hill being ahead of, I should say, Sunbelt Racers Rentals, because it's not just Jake Hill, but the Sunbelt Racing Rentals team, for which Jake Hill is currently the driver. WRC Developments with David Drinkwater driving, but between those two and leading the race on aggregate is Adam Kindness in the Track Scotland C1. So a great battle happening there between the Citroen C1s. David Drinkwater just having a little look up on the inside of Adam Kindness as they turn through the corkscrew. Kindness trying to go on the inside. David Drinkwater round the outside as they head up the hill towards the, or up the Tom Price Straight towards the hairpin. Rob Lewis will be loving this. Do you want to come and talk about Citroen C1 racing, Rob? Whilst Scott has just taken a brief break, because the Citroen's coming down from the hairpin once again, and here they come now. Jake Hill is coming through in the 5:45. He's actually in 3rd place in the class on aggregate. He crosses the line now. There's David Drinkwater in 2nd, and there's the Track Scotland car, and on aggregate it's the Track Scotland car ahead. So what you see on the road is not what's happening on aggregate. Great stuff though from your favourite Citroens.
Of course they're my favourite Citroens. It's good to see right down to the wire here, and the question is, can David Drinkwater pull it out of the bag? WRC Developments, it's not their first rodeo, and we've also got the likes of the Cat DT team, the Sunbelt Rentals car with Colin, Mark Hoden and Jake Hill in. But can Jake get it to the line, get that win? Not sure. It's fascinating stuff. It's the battle that we all wanted to see. Unfortunately, Rob Boston's cleared off towards the front, so touch wood. We know what's going to happen there, but the AC1 class is not sewn up.
What I found fascinating was Mark Hode came up here to talk to me after you'd spoken to him in the garage. And I thought, why don't we talk to Mark Hode again? But we went into it talking a little bit about Sunbelt Rentals and things. But one thing that Mark said was the competitive spirit that someone like Jake Hill brings to this. So the idea of getting in the car with 3 hours to go, knowing that he could drive the car to the end of the race, even though the fuel won't last that long, so they had to come in and make that extra fuel stop, which they did during the last safety car. David Drinkwater then did this. There's so much competitiveness going on. It's, you know, we talk about the Race of Remembrance, nobody cares who wins, unless you're in one of the top 3 positions. Then all matters. It matters a lot.
If they say that, that is an absolute. If you want, that is an absolute lie. If you hear a racing driver say, "It's okay, we're just here for the occasion," lies. That's complete lies. And David Drinkwater, I mean, this is someone that's raced around the world. He's raced at Bathurst. He's raced on the Nürburgring 24 hours. They are taking this so seriously, and they've got such a good setup down there. They're a great team, a great bunch of people. They hire a house out for a weekend, and they almost bring a bit of a party atmosphere here. But when the racing comes, that's when the serious stuff starts. And David Drinkwater matching Jake Hill. What have you spotted out in the commentary box?
No, just watching them go past. I tend to remember them better if I point to them as they go past. Drinkwater then going through behind Jake Hill, but as he has been doing for practically the last 40 minutes, 45 minutes, they've just been shadowing each other, even to the point that when the safety car came out just now, the two of them came into the pits together, refueled together, drivers got out, drivers got in, same driver getting back into the car, and they've headed off on their way again. 4-minute pit stop done and dusted, tick, away they go. The Track Scotland Citroen hasn't made that final pit stop yet, so although it's right with them, it does still owe us an extra pit stop before the flag. So I think of the 3 that are all together, Track Scotland doing very well in Class B, but I think their AC class Citroen is looking at a podium finish rather than battling with the winners. But as we've said many times, you know, you get another safety car, Track Scotland will be able to make their pit stop. It could all go very into jeopardy again.
You never know. And talking to a few of the drivers up and down the garages while getting absolutely soaked, I've just come up to the commentary box to dry off, Paul. You know
Waste
me,
of time. Get out.
But talking to the drivers on the rear of the circuit, on the fast right-hander before the long back straights, there's rivers going across the track. So especially in the C1s, you've got to turn in and then immediately make a correction as soon as you hit the river. No matter what speed you're going, you know you've got to make that correction. And unfortunately, it cost Shelley Pavey in the Silver Lake car. We saw the Silver Lake car stuck. We've also seen the McInerney car that was stuck on the grass somewhere. Traffic comes into play as well with these conditions with the C1s. But at the moment in the C1 class, you know, Track Scotland, we've got to give them some great credit. They've just plucked away with the Pink Mini as well, car number 55. They've just plucked away during this race. And they haven't got the fastest drivers, but they're still up there. You know, on raw pace, they're about 2-3 seconds behind your David Drinkwaters, your Jake Hills, but they're in the top 3. And as we say that, they've dropped down 2 positions, according to our timing screens.
Yes, that's because of the aggregation of the times. So the times get updated on the screen.
There we go.
Lap gets completed, then another car comes through, completes the same number of laps, but has a shorter aggregate time, so suddenly moves up the screen, and it's as if on one lap a car is dropping down 2 positions and then moves up again 2 positions. Hopefully next year we will go to a timing system for this race where we're not doing it on aggregate, but rather we restart the race. I'm making my campaign to have that change. I tried this year, and I think people understand why it's hard to follow, because if you're watching it on the screen or at the circuit, literally what you're seeing on the circuit is not the same as what the timing screen is telling you, because the timing screen is aggregating the 3 parts of the race together. And even though the cars come together behind the safety car when the red and white checkered flag is shown, you still get quite a big gap between the first and the last on the grid behind the safety car. So that's why we get this constant changing of the
and we talk about timings with those fighting C1s. So AC1 first, second and third. So we've got WRC, Track Scotland and Jake Hill and that Sunbelt Rentals car. And you see their times fluctuating purely because of traffic. The C1s at Anglesey take a lot wider line. As you can imagine, with not a lot of power in the engine, they have to sort of adapt their line to generate the momentum. They put as much, generate as much speed into the corner as possible. They haven't got a lot on the straights, Paul, let's be honest. But they can keep that momentum going. But unfortunately for a faster car, we spoke about this last night, if they just have a little quick dive down the inside, that's when we've had the clashes like we did last night. Haven't really seen as much of that today in the wet conditions. I think everyone's just keeping their lines and
It was interesting talking to Mark Hoad about that, because I asked him exactly that question, and he said one of the things you can do with a Citroen a little bit more easily is to modify your line.
Yeah.
So yes, you have a different line from the other cars, but you are able to modify the line and therefore often keep out of the way of faster cars coming up. But it was also interesting, I remember when you were talking to Jake Hill, he was describing this need with the Citroen to be millimetre perfect.
Yes.
And the precision that was required to keep the car exactly where you wanted it, in order to maintain the momentum, and by maintaining the momentum, getting the best possible lap time. So, millimetre perfect, yes, but also having to modify your line and still keep the lap times, part of the skill of driving a C1.
And it's sort of part of that multitude of things you need to think about over a lap. You've got to sort of put your 2-hour 20 stint together. And I've watched some of the onboards as well, and that millimetre perfect precision you've got to get, it's all in the steering. It's turn correct. It's just little adjustments while you're at the wheel of these C1s. That's all you need. You set them up at the back so that the back moves, and then you make the tiny little steering increments, the tiny little millimetre perfect adjustments just to keep the line and keep the momentum going.
You've got the knowledge on me, Rob, because you've driven one of these things. I never have.
They are great fun, albeit it was only on a test day, but so I have driven one of these, lucky enough to drive one of these C1s before, and they are great fun.
I should say, next year, this is a bit of a scoop. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it. I don't know who's listening. There may well be a Trustwell driving in Citroen C1s next year competitively.
Would that be a Mr. Robin Trustwell?
Keep your eyes peeled. I'm saying no more for the moment. Right, get down in the pit lane. We need some more interviews.
Will do,
Thank
sir.
you, Rob. Rob Lewis then drying out. I don't know why he bothers, because he's only going to get wet again, poor lad. Thanks for all your efforts, Rob. Back to what's going on out on the track. There they go. Talk about Citroens. They're still dicing with one another going across the start-finish line. David Drinkwater is not letting Jake Hill get out of sight. He's right there with them still, although the Track Scotland car, which now crosses the beam, third on the road of them, but as it goes through completing its 265th lap, it is doing so in, oh no, it's the gap has gone up. So Drinkwater for WRC, Adam Kindness for Track Scotland, Jake Hill for Sunbelt Rentals are the top three in the Citroen C1 class, and they are separated by just 15 seconds. Up at the front, Phil Grayson, still at the wheel of Rob Boston's Lotus Elise, has a 10-lap margin now on the rest of the field. That's up from 8 at the beginning of this segment. So certainly any doubts that I had about the reliability of that Lotus seem to have been ill-founded. So he's still going well. Stuart Humphrey still going strongly in the Mazda MX-5, number 91, in second place overall and leading its class. That still needs to make a final pit stop, partly because Stuart Humphrey doesn't have the drive time to get to the end of the race, but partly as well because the car's going to need fuel. And in third place is the Track Scotland Mini of Stephen Somerville driving that car, number 55, which is the leading car in Class B. And both of those cars, both Stuart Humphrey's lead in Class C is 15 laps, and Steve Somerville's lead in Class B is even more than that. That's 15 laps as well. So both second and third place cars leading their classes by double figures. Battle going across the line between the two Citroens, being joined by the 101 Mazda, as the screen shows us the Subaru slithering through the banking. That's not the banking, that's a hairpin. Looking at it in the gloom. Scott Woodwis is back in the chair next to me, where it always amazes me, Scott, how towards the end of the Race of Remembrance you sort of think there's a long way to go. You look at the screen and you suddenly realise that you're getting into the last slog. An hour 42 minutes then remaining. As far as the battles for the classes is concerned, really it's only the Citroen C1 class which is exciting us, but what's been impressive, isn't it, has been the performance of the Class B and C leaders to establish such a large margin over their nearest class competitors.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think I was like mentioned as well was the fact you said that you think there's a long way to go, and we've got 1 hour 42 minutes. It's the difference of obviously starting a race at 3 o'clock rather than starting the next part at 9 a.m. and the thing you've got a long way to go. So that's the illusion, which I think is all too easy to get suckered into. And we have talked a lot about the fact that the Class B and C leaders have done so, and that kind of harks me back to what I've said before about when you look at similar series that BRSCC run, like Club Sport Trophy and like Super Sport Endurance, where yes, you have the fastest cars on paper. For example, in Club Sport, like we had yesterday for the support race, the fastest cars out there are the Class A cars, which are 235 brake horsepower per tonne maximum. That's the cap for the power to weight ratio. But a well-driven and well-put-together B-class car can get up there and cause, to use the term, it can put itself as the proverbial cat amongst the pigeons in terms of being able to kind of get up there and do a good job. And also a very clever pit strategy in the Super Sport, for example. I've seen cars that even been as low down as Clubman A, like a Clubman A car compared to the Pro class cars. in the 3 pro classes can be up there quite high because they've got a decent pace. The driver's a handy peddler, the car's well sorted, and they've got a good strategy that works for them in terms of just running a good, solid, strong pace and a good speed, which others maybe in faster cars might not have because the driver behind the wheel of the slower car can just pedal it better. So and any attrition at all in a race. We see the number 8 brake darts racing Asda RX8 quickly will spin its way back onto the road after briefly going off the road. Just see the little turf of dirt that came up on the grass where it's had a spin at the corkscrew, but that's carried on. So the RX8 continue with no dramas. But in terms of watching it is not just being a race of attrition. It is also that kind of race where, because it is a long 12-hour 3-part endurance race, that attrition has allowed the opportunities for the likes of Stuart Humphrey Racing and Track Scotland to move up, because you complete. It sounds obvious. You complete one lap at a time, and there's a phrase I heard once before that Alan Moffat once said. We said, if you're not there on the last one, all the others count for nothing. So you've got to be on the last lap in order to make it count, and just getting to the finish in a race like this is an achievement in itself. So yes, this is obviously, we're long past the days of, obviously not to make you feel older, but back in the days of Le Mans when it was pretty much, you had you had like a 5-car engine, Jaguars for example, 3 would go off in a distance and be the quicker cars, and the 2 would hang back in case the fast drivers wanted to switch. Yep. But that day's gone now. It's kind of course you have to kind of go pretty much as fast as you can, sensibly, for the entire duration of the race.
Absolutely, and I suppose the other aspect to the performance is the way that the power to weight ratio works. In conditions like this, a more powerful, heavier car isn't necessarily going to stand you in good stead.
No doubt.
Condition like this, more power can actually lead to more problems. So I think that's part of the reason why we've got these Class B and C cars so far up the race order. The Citroen C1 battle is continuing on the track. I've just been looking at the Rob Boston Lotus, which I thought always seemed to be flashing its lights at cars ahead of it. But I think actually the car has been set up just so that the car's lights flash all the time. I don't believe that they ever go on full. Have a look at the 43 going around the circuit, Scott, see what you think.
Oh, yeah.
But I think the car actually has the lights flashing all the time. The flashlight has somehow got stuck, and it never stops flashing.
Has that been going the whole race? Because they mentioned they had those
today, only today.
Oh, today, right.
Yeah.
Because they mentioned they had those, what was it, problems with the readouts in the dash at some point. So maybe that's a legacy of that, trying to fix it, and they've crossed the wrong wire and there it goes. But it's quite a handy technique actually in terms of it playing out like that. I remember there was before, I learned about when the GT86 was first coming out, there was a team that's quite well respected in terms of running Toyota MR2s or running Toyota race cars, Rogue Motorsport, and they were building a GT86 race car, like a wide-body GT86 race car. And one thing I learned about it when they were building the kind of prototype for it was they had a little system programmed when they lifted off the throttle, or the throttle went below 5%, where the brake lights would automatically come on. Even though you weren't applying the brakes would come on to give you the illusion of the drivers that it was braking into a corner earlier than they actually were. So I don't know how much they used it, if they actually used it, but if there was a clever bit of ingenious trick to make sure you could put your drivers off a little bit, which is quite interesting. So I found that quite fascinating.
Yeah, very much so. Stuart Humphrey is into the pits, getting a wipe of the windscreen. Now, whether this is an unscheduled stop, they haven't put any fuel in. No, it's just to get that windscreen fixed on the Mazda. So Stuart Humphrey into the pits, and a short pit stop, so that's not one of his mandatory 6 pit stops, that's a short pit stop, just because Stuart Humphrey couldn't see anything. Brought the car in for not a full service, but just to get that screen wiped. No need really for them to worry too much about it. So Stuart Humphrey will probably lose second place overall as a result of that, but he'll still be in the lead of Class C. But important for him that he can see where he's going. So the car coming in, as I say, having the screen wiped on the inside and then being sent back on his way again.
Yeah, I feel like I'll have to vacate again because we have another guest. So I'll I'll resume my role of standing, and I'll make way for a moment.
Thank you, Scott, but you're not relieved because you still have to watch and observe and keep track of what's going on. So whilst Scott clears the chair, I'm going to invite Neil McMillan onto the guest chair here in the box. That chair has been occupied by many people, Neil, over the course of the weekend. You're here as a Mission Motorsport volunteer.
That's correct, yeah.
You're a face that's familiar because we meet every year here at the Race of Remembrance.
Yes, indeed.
Obviously, it's an important weekend for you. Has this weekend lived up to your expectations?
Yes, yeah, I think... Oh, yes. Big voice.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it's been great. It's always an amazing experience coming here. There's always so many, like you say, familiar faces, and people just get stuck into lots of different tasks around the weekend, and I've been doing that. So it's interesting because in previous years I've been working on one of the teams, but in the last few years I've transitioned to support. So moving around the outskirts, doing things like the school visits and the Supercar Saturday passenger rides, and just lending a hand here and there, and so making myself useful.
I mean, you are one of many volunteers that work with Mission Motorsport, and you know, without people like you, then you know the events suddenly start to fall apart because we need you to make the thing run. How much choice do you get in what you do? You sort of say, oh, I did this last year and I really enjoyed it, so can I do it again? Or do you just stand there meekly and wait until you're told?
I do a bit of both. So there, like you said, there's a lot of different tasks. It takes a lot of small steps to make a big event work. And I have my areas of, not expertise, but lack of self-control. And that talent, for want of a better word, is very well used. So I spend a lot of time, I don't like being center of attention, but I do like informing people what's going on. So I normally, you can hear me from quite a distance. I've got my own portable PA system, and I go around just letting people know what's happening, where they need to be, and what the next thing is. And it's very useful for doing things like the school visits to let the kids know what's happening and why we're here, not just for the motor race, but for the whole remembrance and the recovery part of it for the beneficiaries. So
yeah, I wanted to ask you about that, Neil, because the first time I see you every weekend is on the Friday, because I get here early enough, and Friday nearly every year, certainly for the past 2 or 3 years, you and others have brought up school children from local schools, presumably fairly local schools, to see the event. But again, you must be presenting them with more than just Anglesey and what motorsport's about, but also telling them a little bit about Mission Motorsport and what they're doing. Is that right?
Absolutely. And it's very good because it integrates with what they're already learning about remembrance. So the primary schools that come to visit, they seem to alternate each year. So last year we had Rosnagar Primary, and this year it's Valley Primary. And the kids already know about remembrance. So they understand the concept of thinking about people who have died for the good of the country, for our safety, and remembering them. But for a lot of them, it's quite an abstract concept because, of course, they're so young. They don't know anyone who's fought in a war. And obviously, the Remembrance service has been going on for over 100 years, and so that's part of life. But to be able to link it directly to tangible people that they can meet, that they can be introduced to, it does bring home the lessons. It applies the lessons that they're already learning in school. So when they first come in, I ask them what they know about remembrance, and some of them can formulate a description that's very concise and very accurate. And that much I don't have to teach them. That's already been done at the school. And so it's more a case of applying that lesson to real people that they can meet within the the concept or the context of the race here. And it's been very useful, particularly on Friday, so we were able to introduce them to some current and former serving members of the armed forces, some of whom have had injuries as a result of their service, and it was good to get them. So we had Dan Elliott met us in the scrutineering bay. Dan has one prosthetic limb and he wears shorts. So I asked the kids, what do you see about Dan that's different? And they're saying, oh, he's very tall and he's got a high-vis vest on. I'm like, yes, anything else? And then we had a very interesting discussion about how his prosthetic limb works and the materials it's made of. And then we went on a little mission around the circuit, going to visit various places, looking for carbon fiber, because of course the exterior of his limb is carbon fiber. So that part of the weekend is always good fun. It's interesting to get the reactions from the kids and encourage them to ask questions, as well as just informing them what's happening and encouraging them about motorsport.
And of course, for you as the leader of the group and as a Mission Motorsport volunteer, I mean, I've done a little bit of volunteering myself, not as much as I should perhaps, but it's enormously fulfilling on a personal level for yourself as well, I'm sure.
Absolutely. I always tell people that the best thing I can do for my mental health and my personal well-being is to help other people. It's not my mission in life, but it's something that means a lot to me, just to be useful. And like I said to you earlier, these events are made up of lots of little tiny steps, little jobs. If you see something that needs doing, just we'll go ahead and doing it. A lot of people get in their minds, particularly with charities like Mission Motorsport, that have a transformational effect on people, in some cases life-changing. But that doesn't mean that every volunteer that turns up has to do something transformational or life-changing. The most important thing about volunteering is turning up. Your presence is more important than your experience or your talents or how loud you can talk. And it's been really good for me in the last few years to help out with Mission Motorsport and to do the fun things. I almost feel guilty sometimes because I turn up to events like this and it's a lot of fun. There are a lot of people that I love here and we have a really good time, and at the same time it's obviously part of the race, retrain, recover system that Mission Motorsport have established. And so we're doing good, but we're not doing anything dramatic or amazing. It's just lots of little bits that all come together and work for the good of everyone.
Are you involved in other Mission Motorsport activities during the course of the year, or is it purely the Race of Remembrance?
Yes, I'm not in the right budgetary class or income level to be able to afford to go racing myself or do track days. So I get my motorsport fix from going to Mission Motorsport events, and generally I'm in the pit lane, whether it's something like Supercar Saturday and arranging passenger rides for people, or similar things at different circuits like Goodwood and Silverstone. So obviously in February every year we have the National Transition event, where over 1,000 service leavers will come to what's effectively a very big job fair, where lots of companies are looking for people that have the skills that they've acquired during their service, and I'm the entertainment. So I'm working in the pit lane with many track cars that are generously come along to help us out, and so we try to get 1,000 people into cars to do passenger rides around the full Grand Prix circuit, which is an amazing thing to be able to plug into something that is very vocationally focused to also have that entertainment side of things. And similarly we have events at Goodwood, so I always try to get down to the Goodwood circuit for the Merritt Cox Memorial, which again is very much more focused on the track side of things and giving passenger rides to beneficiaries. And again, we've got a fantastic selection of cars that come along to help us with that.
So you keep yourself busy with Mission Motorsport?
I do, yes.
Good.
It's good. It's a lot of people, for various important reasons, can't dedicate as much time as I can. I'm in the stage of life where my children that were obviously very small are now growing up They're much more independent, so I don't have that same requirement or responsibility.
Just give them the money and tell them to get on with it.
Well, most of it's logistical.
Right.
So I turn up, I take my children from point A to point B so they can be sociable with other people. But so I have that, and I have enough flexibility in my work. A lot of companies nowadays offer volunteering days to their staff members, and so I've been taking advantage of that, and then I add holidays on top to try and get to as many events as I can during the year.
Because you certainly, from what you've been describing, seem to travel the breadth and the width of the country. So yeah, you get to a lot of places.
Yes, when I can, and when I'm not waylaid by work reasons, I can do as much as I can.
Where are you based? You don't sound as though you're from Wales.
I'm not from Wales, I'm from Scotland, and as someone mentioned to me earlier, I have to say purple burglar alarm, just to prove that I can say it. Can you say that, Paul?
No, never had to.
It's an unusual requirement.
I always have a yellow burglar
I'm
alarm.
originally from Scotland.
Right.
I moved down to Northamptonshire 27 years ago, so I work for Nissan.
Okay.
So I work for the R&D side of Nissan as an aeroacoustics engineer. So, of course, Mission Motorsport is built around motorsport and the wider automotive industry, and so I can offer a little bit of insight into what it's like to work for an automotive company, and it's a good point in the country. Northampton is pretty central, so it allows me to travel to events across the country.
Good. Neil, it's been great talking to you. Thank you for your volunteering.
Thank you.
I know that you are only one of many, many volunteers.
Hundreds.
So if you pass on our thanks to yourself, we've thanked the marshals, we've thanked various other people that are involved.
Yes.
I likened it earlier on to the different services. We all have our part to play, and Neil, you're playing yours very well indeed. We thank you for your continued volunteering, and keep the Mission Motorsport flag flying.
Absolutely. And of course, we're always eager to meet new volunteers.
Yes, just look up Mission Motorsport, and I'm sure there's a contact us button. So do that. And once I'm thinking of places on the screen where you might want to donate to Mission Motorsport, there's a link as well there on the TV screen.
Absolutely.
So you can
missionmotorsport.org.
missionmotorsport.org is the website, and there is a telephone number that you can text donations to as well on the screen. So thank you, Neil.
Yep, thank you.
And as I say, we'll, if not before, we'll see you at the same place next time.
Same
next
place,
year.
same time. Yes, thank you.
Great. Thanks very much indeed then. Neil, one of our volunteers for Mission Motorsport, mind the rubber duck, in playing an important role. Don't worry. And Scott Woodward can now return to the hot seat, because whilst we were talking to Neil there, I wasn't paying complete attention. I did notice that we didn't get any safety cars, which is a good thing. I noticed that back into the pits again has come the DKS Motorsport Caterham, but this time it looks more like a routine service for that car, the 99 Caterham, just having fuel put into it on this side of the pit garages, which is always a better sign than when it gets pushed to the other side of the pit garages. So in terms of bit of a battle on potentially for second place in Class D, Scott, between the DKS Caterham and the Patrone Racing BMW. Both of them have had to contend with problems, but the problems have kind of cancelled each other out, I reckon, Scott, and they could still battle towards the end of this one.
Could be one of the battles of the final 88 minutes of this race, which could be quite intense. Whilst that was going on, the only thing I really observed that was of note going on whilst you were talking there was, in that interview, was that we had the leading BMW class car, the number 21 anti-Seddon car, has been in for a scheduled routine stop, and that now has Harry Ormerod as its new incumbent. So that he's now headed out, and it still remains in 6th position overall, although just about 3 laps behind it now is the Yggdrasil number 9 BMW that's quietly cropped up. In fact, 6th, 7th and 8th is now occupied by the top 3 in the BMWs in 6th, 7th and 8th overall, which is pretty impressive. And we've also got a clean sweep of Mazda MX-5s in Class C, because the Stuart Humphrey car, the Mark III, is leading in 3rd place overall, but we also have in there as well, we did, but I think through sequences of stops, it's our Paul Sheard Racing's car into 2nd, and the Flying Haggis cars have moved up into 3rd place and into the top 10. So that's been, I think it had 1 or 2 very early issues, but early in the race, in the opening stages, but since then, it's kind of touch wood, run rather like clockwork. So the number 44 Civic that's come all the way through from Scotland has certainly been making the most of that. The 666 Audi I'm seeing on the screen is back to full strength. I saw that car was stopped under a safety car on the back straight and having been recovered. That car now back to full, well, seemingly full strength enough to be able to run under its own power. And that car still 15th at the moment with Max Bird at the wheel.
Yeah, just picking up on your points there. In the BMW class, we've got, as you say, Anthony Seddon Racing leading the BMW class in 6th with Harry Ormerod. Freddie Tatum in 7th with the Yggdrasil car in 2nd place in the BMW class, and then Matabubu Steve Richardson in 3rd. They are laps apart, but 2nd in the Class C, the two Mazdas and the Flying Honda, the Flying Haggis Honda Civic, are all on the same number of laps completed. So Porsche Racing, Nick Dughill with the number 4, David Reed in the Flying Haggis Racing Honda Civic, number 44, and then the Merlu Motorsport Mazda, number 47, all on 287 laps completed at the moment, 20 seconds separating the three of them.
And there is, I think, a Porsche Mazda MX-5 in the vicinity of the Civic, but I think it's number 4 car rather than 3, because the 3 is grey and a hard top, and number 4 is white with no hard top on it. And I think they're quite close to each other, so I got a little confused, but once I remembered it's aggregate, and to the top of that, then there are more than one Porsche Mazda MX-5 out there. I think it's, that's the car there. That is a Porsche one, but it's not the number 3 that's the Flying Haggis car is trying to chase, and they're still, as they came across the line. But actually what's also interspersed in here as well is the fact this is not just for battles for position in terms of second, third and fourth in Class C, but they're also interfering a little bit with the overall position of the Matabubu 3 Racing BMW, which is still trying to catch where it can. It's got it's got 5 laps to try and catch this, so drastic happens. But in terms of overall position, it's possibly going to determine where the Matabubu car ends up, because across the line last time on aggregate, the 2 cars here, 8th and 9th, the Porsche Mazda and the Matabubu BMW, separated by, on aggregate, 0.2 of a second. That's one of the closest margins I've seen on aggregate timing yet, which is quite fun to see.
Yeah, it's very difficult when you see the timing screen showing you a gap of 0.2, and then you look out of the window or look on the TV screen to see those cars and find them not 0.2 apart, because, as I say, it's the aggregate which we're looking at on the TSL timing screen.
Just notice as well, in the back of us we were talking there, we talked about where those 2 Porsche Mazda MX-5s are. They've now found each other because they're right there together. There goes they're right there in the shop, the Civic. A couple of seconds later, there goes 4, and there goes 3, the grey one with the yellow bottom. So they come down the hill, and despite the track positioning, on aggregate, it is still, as we said, only just about Porsche ahead of Flying Haggis, but it's a 15-second margin. So, as you said, Flying Haggis have to try and get the gap out by another 15 seconds on track. And lap time-wise, we compare the two. At the moment, the Haggis Honda is half a second quicker. Last time by was a 202.6 compared to a 203.1 for Nick Dougal in the number 4 machine.
Yeah, I think David Rose in the Flying Haggis car is going to get past. Yes, he has done the Mazda on the road, and the pair of them now coming up to try and put a lap on Jake Hill, who's still driving flat out in the Citroen C1. So battles kind of one of the Super Performance Citroen C1 coming into view from a different angle from which it would normally come into view. Makes me think it ran very wide on the exit of the final turn, but it got it back on the circuit, having gone very wide. Citroen C1, I want to have a look at what the gap there is. So yes, it's Jake Hill closing in on David Drinkwater on aggregate times, but physically on the circuit, it's David Drinkwater running a little bit further back from the 545 Citroen, getting it very wide coming through Church that time and splashing through the grass. Was the 111 Mazda again, but he just about managed to hang on to the car. It was, as I say, well, it was beyond the track limits, but certainly not gaining any time by so doing. But he managed to bring it back onto the circuit, bringing a bit of mud back onto the circuit as he did so, but managed to rescue it in the end. So battles for second place in Class C and for the overall lead of the Citroen C1 class. Say David Drinkwater on the road needs to be able to keep Jake Hill in sight pretty much. I think he's got 15 seconds of a disadvantage to the 545 car, but as long as he can see the 545 car, then he will win the race on aggregate. Oh, and there's contact there as the Honda Civic, the Flying Haggis, just tried to get up on the inside of one of the Citroen C1s. He saw him coming, but the Honda Civic needed a little bit more space, ended up spinning through 360 degrees, slowing down. He's got going again as David Reed in the Flying Haggis Honda, but he's lost a bit of ground in so doing, and of course that was the battle for position as well that he was trying to sort out. Not that caused the incident, but the battle for position as we've been describing on the aggregate situation.
Oh, it's on again.
Oh dear.
It's rotated again, and no, that's a different corner. That's down
at
the
banking,
two corners later.
That's just wonder whether his tyres were a bit muddy. I think David Reed trying to recover there from the earlier incident.
And the Tequila Racing Mazda just there going through, which I've been a bit confused by, because that's dropped that down to 12th, and that was inside the top 10 a few laps ago. So whether it's, dare I say, the driver trying to cope with the conditions or anything else, but that car was somewhere in the top 10, about 9th or 10th or so, but it's now slipped down to about 12th or 13th, and I'm a bit concerned why that's happened. And what's also concerning me now a little bit is the fact that the Flying Haggis Racing car is hazard lights on and it's coasting down the back straight, which suggests that whatever happened in that first impact either has damaged something which caused the second spin, or whether there was a second impact and it's on the grass. And we know exactly what happens. It's all over the place and around it goes. And at least he's getting it off the circuit, but maybe in a less dramatic way next time.
I didn't particularly wanted to get it off the circuit, but no, something's definitely broken on that Honda, hasn't it?
Now he's spinning his wheels and going no further.
This is desperately bad luck for David Reed and the Flying Haggis team. They've been so there or thereabouts. They've been challenging then for a podium position for so long. Still in a podium position, but the Tequila Racing Mazda that on aggregate is going to catch and pass is going to be able to take advantage as a result of the problems for the Honda, because I think it's going to be stuck. Quite what has been damaged on that car, I'm not sure, but I don't quite see David Reed getting that car underway again without getting some assistance from one of the Anglesey rescue units. So yellow flags being shown at school, car resolutely sitting in the gravel up there, and safety car is the inevitable result. An hour and 12 minutes still to go in the 2025 Race of Remembrance. And as I say, we'll have a pause whilst this happens. Just trying to keep track of... we have had the final pit stop for the race leader, haven't we? The Rob Boston Racing Lees has been in for its final stop, because Lee Brooks has now taken over behind the wheel of it. Track Scotland Mini has also had its final stop, so they have no more to do, running in second place overall. The Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda has also made its final stop in the meantime and is in third place overall, and the car has now been handed back to Tom Walpole, and that's in third place overall. Fourth has just become Tom McEwing in the second place Class D car, who's moved ahead of the Patrone Racing car. They are a lap apart now, so the DKS Caterham is fourth and second in class. Patrone Racing with 48 Lee Brown back to third in class and fifth overall. Into the pits comes Hammy Ormerod with the Anthony Seddon Racing BMW. This is for its last pit stop, and he has 2 laps of an advantage over Freddie Tatum in the Yggdrasil car. So those are the top positions. As far as the battle for second in Class C, the screen shuffles itself and Paul Sheard's Mazda moves up to second in Class C, and now, yes, we've got an all Mazda lockout in Class C, because now Tequila Racing with John Yorga moves up into third place in Class C. Down into the pit lane, Rob Lewis can bring us some more information, so down to you, Rob.
I did try and have a chat with the Anthony Seddon Racing team and the boss himself, Anthony Seddon, on what is a fantastic performance for his BMW 116s. He's a bit shy at the moment. He's quite busy getting stuff packed away, ready for the off. I have managed to grab Mike Harris from the current leading WRC Developments car that Dave Drinkwater's out in at the moment. Mike, how was your stint, first of all?
It's good, yeah. I was out last night. I'd done just over 2 hours, and I started this morning. Yeah, good. Last night, yeah, good solid times, just kept on the pace, one of the quickest cars out there. And I started this morning behind the safety car. Unfortunately got hit by BMW under safety car as well. He took me off at Rocket, but managed to save it, and we pitted, and so I just cut my stint short this morning. But we're leaving David out because it's his car. He's holding the baby at the minute. Obviously, his car, he's more experienced, especially with Jake out there, so it kind of makes sense, really.
It's always nice for you to come out. I mean, you've actually got a good podium here before when the C1 Club last raced here a few years ago.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, I love great track. Bit more challenging with this weather in the colder, but no, superb. Yeah, great event.
And a great event to be a part of. What does Race of Remembrance kind of mean to you?
So yeah, it's just nice. Obviously, it's nice. It ties in with racing. So yeah, always a good event to come to. Of racing and Remembrance. It's long may it continue.
And no pressure on Dave Drinkwater, but he is up against a British touring car champion. How do you rate his chances?
Well, we shall see, but I'm confident.
Definitely.
We'll leave him holding the baby.
Definitely leave him holding the baby. Now, because he's done the irreparable sin, I've got to grab this man here, Mr. Robin Welsh, Mr. C1 Racing himself. Robin, you've had a good weekend with your class, haven't you?
We had loads of fun. Have we had a good weekend? No, because I'm not in the poppy car like I should be. And you know, we've had a load of bad luck. 558's been going well. Silver Lake team actually been on point, so that's all been good. But yeah, we've not got the result we're hoping for. But hey, you know what?
Interim C1s as well. Was it 13 C1s?
Yeah, 13 C1s in the class, and everyone's been really good. To be working as a family like we try to, which is brilliant. So yeah, very, very happy.
Chris Harris was actually saying last night he fancies to go in one. You're going to go and rugby tackle him?
Yeah, as soon as he gets out of the car, I'll find him. We'll get him in the car. I think we'd probably get him in a 3 hour with David Drinkwater. That'd work, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think Colin Hode wants to sneak him in the Cat DT car.
Yeah, no, he's not going to do that.
I chatted him up last night with the Harris cars thing as well.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Yeah, so let's get him. Come and have a chat. Always happy to have new people out. Touring car drivers, Chris Harris. Any big names are happy with that. That's all good.
Fantastic.
Even Mike Harris.
Even Mike Harris. Well, guys, great to have the C1s out at Race of Remembrance. So this is the battle that we've been talking about that's heating up in the AC1 class between WRC Developments and between Jake Hill in that Sunbelt Rentals car. Don't forget Track Scotland as well. They've been formidable. I'm going to make my way down to the Scottish contingents and find out what happened to that Honda Civic that's getting recovered.
Yes, you've got a very full pit lane at the moment, Rob, because a number of cars been in during that safety car interlude, including Chris Harris, who brought the 101 Mazda into the pits, and it's going out again now. And I'm just wondering whether Chris Harris has actually swapped. Yes, he has. It's gone back to Danny Graham. So if you want to, having spoken to Michael Harris, who's no relation to Chris Harris, incidentally, at least not to my knowledge, yeah, so Chris Harris is just out of the Mazda MX-5 at that end of the pit lane. Flying Haggis have the ignominy of having their Honda Civic returned, as Rob suggested, with potentially some damage. It's where is it? You can see the recovery units coming back. The track is just about clear. and I suspect the Honda Civic must have made it back to the garage already. So as and when Rob can catch up with them, or with Chris Harris, then he will let us know. I'm watching the safety car going up the Tom Price straight at the moment. Oh yes, in fact on the screen, if I look at what the TV pictures are telling me, the Honda Civic is into the garage and is having work done on it. Hope our cameraman stays out of the way, and feverish activity going on there. But sadly for Flying Haggis, it's not been the end to the race that they would want. Just over an hour still to go. The safety car makes its way back down from the hairpin into the bus stop, lights off, pulls into the pit lane. Once again, the Rob Boston Racing looks ahead now with Lee Brooks behind the wheel, with clear track ahead, and in the Stuart Humphrey racing car now, Tom Walpole doing the driving in second place, and the Mazda giving the Lotus a bit of a run for the money there as it goes up towards the banking, out of the banking coming back down towards Church. The Mazda possibly puts its nose ahead. No, yes, it has put its nose ahead, so the Mazda is ahead. There's a bit of a turn up because the Rob Boston Racing car, Lee Brooks, not hanging around. But Tom Walpole, he did a great stint last night, didn't he, Scott? Did Tom Walpole? And obviously revelling in these damp conditions, the Mazda, going very nicely indeed, has put itself not into the lead of the race, but into the lead at least of this safety car restart.
Yeah. I'm more fascinated by these massive patches of standing water, almost these rivers running across the track, considering how much rain we've had throughout this morning and this afternoon's part, as we're already getting towards... It's already almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We've got about an hour to go. And it's a cliche phrase, but time flies when you're having fun, particularly Race of Remembrance. We are already an hour away from finishing this race, which is always quite an emotional moment for many people, particularly just getting to the finish, or if you win, you get a podium. It's always been hard fought. Oh, they're going to go 3 wide, almost back straight. There was 2 of the BMWs putting a lap on one of the C1s, and there was almost 3 wide through the kink at School Curve up towards Rocket, but they all backed out. Well, one of the BMWs backed out of it, realising that 3 into 1 was not going to go in that situation at that part of the circuit. So they stayed back for a moment. The race leader is making his way out of the hairpin and down the short straight back towards the left hand at bus stop.
Having to chase Tom Walpole, who's almost out of sight, diving up on the inside of the Subaru BRZ as he comes into the final turn. So Tom Walpole with the Mazda. It's very much a Mazda MX-5 plus that, isn't it? With the huge rear wing on the back. To kind of look twice to reassure yourself that it is a Mazda MX-5. And the Subaru BRZ being picked up by the cameras, which has just been passed by the MX-5. And the MX-5 heading down the back straight. Subaru BRZ just putting onto the back straight, and Lee Brooks with the race leading Rob Boston Lotus about to go past the Subaru BRZ. Does so now, but no need for risk from Lee Brooks. The gap still 9 laps, so hasn't extended it so much in this segment of the race as earlier on. But Lee Brooks then with this Lotus Elise, whether it's the very car that Rob Boston has used here in the past, I'm not actually sure, but they've sorted out the lights on the Lotus. I've noticed that. They're no longer flashing, so
the buttons come unstuck.
Yeah, quite flick it often enough and eventually it'll
indeed
come on.
It's coincidental. I was thinking about exactly the same thing, whether or not that is the same car. It's just another Gen 1 Lotus Elise that he's built up. But I was going to use the cliche phrase, if it is the same car, but it quite literally is a bit of a phoenix from the flames, isn't it? I'll see myself out. that was terrible, but here we go. But it harks back to the difficult sight we saw of that car it was something as simple. I think it was a stone going through a radiator or an oil cooler, one of the two, that kind of set off the fire that put that car out of the race prematurely. So the fact they've managed to, in the last year, put that car back to where it should be, or just grab a new Gen 1 Lotus Elise from somewhere, and Rob Boston waves his hand, does his magic, and produces a race-winning car once again. Or at least a car capable of winning the race. It's not quite there yet. Still got a minute, an hour and a minute to go to confirm that fact.
Don't count any chickens yet. Rob Boston, you may be wondering what he himself is not participating in this year's race. I think it was his intention to do so. He and Peter Mansfield, he was telling me this on Friday, he and Peter Mansfield had a car entered, which they were going to share. They just needed a third driver. And he said, "Do you know what, I couldn't even find a third driver." I said, "Your address book's not big enough." He said, no, I phoned 30 people and none of them were able to do it. Wow. Next year, if you fancy doing the Race of Remembrance, make sure Rob Boston knows who you are, where you can find him. And there may be a chance for you to compete in the Race of Remembrance, because although it's a Rob Boston car, as I say, Rob and Peter Mansfield, who are regular competitors at the Race of Remembrance, and Peter Mansfield, a former winner with Rob Boston of the overall Heroes Trophy here at Anglesey. As I say, regular competitors, guaranteed to be quick, and as I say, by rights they would have been competing this year, but at the moment Rob lending his preparation skills and organisational skills to running of the car. He's even been hanging out the pit board over the course of the weekend, so he's been busy down there. And as I say, without counting any chickens, the car has run pretty faultlessly. Apart from the penalties they picked up along the way, they've dealt with the problems that they've had and kept going. Now, the Honda Civic Flying Haggis looks like it might be getting ready to come out again, Scott.
That's good news. Yeah, that was a pleasant sight to see. It's now out of the garage. Whatever the issue was on the... Looks like it was the left front they were looking at and working on, but they have done that. We also saw as well briefly whilst we were in the same vicinity, the number 8 Break Nazi Racing Mazda Mazda RX-8 also got wheeled out of the garage and back into the race as we have now headed into the final hour. They're just taking the time to go ahead and refuel the car in order to get it back out there for the final hour or so.
So, yeah, the Honda Civic having fuel put into it. Normally, the rule is to put the fuel in last because everything's cooled down. I think Rob Lewis's mic is working because he wants to talk to us. So Rob Lewis, we can see on the screen there, is down there with the Flying Haggis Honda, which is, as I was just saying, getting its fuel
got told
put
off by
in.
the officials on the pit. So
here we go,
Flying Haggis
Rob.
Racing, they've gone into the wall. There was contact with a C1 that came round the outside of the Civic. That then tapped him into a spin. And unfortunately, you got collected by another car, didn't you?
Yeah, it was just at the last corner there. I just went up the inside of C1. He obviously never seen me, but it's so difficult, the conditions here today. This is my 5th time here, and that is by worst, I think the worst I've seen. The spray is just incredible, especially after a safety car when all the cars are bunched up. You can't see a thing.
Can't see a thing, but you're still holding yourselves well out there. I mean, last night we didn't want to put the commentator's curse on it, but the Flying Haggis was going well.
It was going really well because I think we were a wee bit punching above where we really should be. And I'd done quite a long stint there, and I was really hoping that, because I think my times were pretty good actually. So yeah, it's a bit disappointing to have sort of finished like that, but keeps going in for the last hour or so, and we'll get it over the line. It'll all be good.
You guys love coming here every year, and the team spirit, we saw it last night with the lights up glasses. I've still got the pair, and it's just astounding.
Just you keep loose.
Back next year with the same car?
We've got an option, another car next year, but we'll keep that quiet for now.
Oh, come on, tell Rob.
There's the TWP guys used an MX-5 years ago. Yes. It's now been bought by Keith that's in the car.
Okay, so it might be a move to an MX-5 on the cards.
We might run 2 cars, we might run 1 car, but there'll be some. We'll be here. We'll be here.
Fantastic. It's always great to see you here at Race of Remembrance.
I just want to say thanks to the marshals out here, because they must be drenched. It is incredibly bad out there today, and they're standing away up the top of the rocket, and yeah, hats off to them. Well done.
Absolutely formidable there. So that is your Flying Haggis racing team there. Good to have the team there in the background. I'll try and sort out our countdown into the pit lane segments. Meanwhile, back to the box.
Well done, Rob Lewis down there with David Reed from the Flying Haggis team, and as he says, Keith Rowe is about to take the car back out onto the track. Unfortunately, what was looking like a potential podium for the Flying Haggis team, they've dropped back to 5th place now in the class. I don't think they're going to drop any further down than 5th, because the next car back is quite a long way back. So it's the Exposure Lights Mazda, which is the next one back, and he's the further 4 laps behind. So I think that will be as far down as they drop, but desperately disappointing after such a good run from that Flying Haggis. Nice to see something a little bit different, and saying that they might run a Mazda MX-5. Whilst Mazda's ideally suited to the Race of Remembrance, it's nice to have the variety that the Honda Civic provides.
True, but as we talk about them, the Flying Haggis car apparently has had a spin again. It looks like it's up at the rocket complex. So either way, what they tried to fix has not totally fixed itself, or it's a completely separate issue altogether. But they are
maybe
ailing around a little bit.
Keith Rowe's just getting used to the conditions. It was interesting.
Feeling it out.
Yeah, David Reed saying that conditions as bad as he's ever seen them, and he's a regular competitor in the Race of Remembrance, so knows whereof he speaks. And so yeah, I can certainly confirm that yeah, I mean, part of the trouble is the spray in these conditions, and the clerk of the course is now asking drivers to put their lights on, which isn't necessarily so that they can see in the murk, it's so that other people can see them coming. Now, for a lot, you were making this point earlier on, Scott, they've removed their light bars, which they used for high visibility during the night time.
Yeah.
So putting lights on is just a case of putting regular headlights on. Yeah.
Just for regular visibility and just for visibility of other cars around you, because in particular when you've got the spray around you, I think it's not necessarily for fading light, because there is no fading light, because in the middle of the day it is more quite simply I think to help aid in areas where there is more standing water or more spray with a bunch of cars around you, to help identify that yes, there are cars behind you. Because of course if you have no headlights on, you're lost in a wall of spray, and then all of a sudden if that car behind with no headlights loses your braking point, then you can't see them from behind, so it's completely unexpected. So it's just a safety precaution, not necessarily a light in terms of natural light precaution. Yeah. It's more just to make sure that you're aware you've got other cars around you.
So that other cars can see you rather than you being able to see your way necessarily. Keith Rose has adjusted his driving appropriately to the conditions, politest way I can put it, and is now circulating in a routine fashion. My eye is drawn to the 101 Mazda MX-5. I'm sure we'll mention it again before the end of the race, but the 101 going through and completing another lap. As I said earlier on, that car has had a driver change in the last 10 or 15 minutes, because Chris Harris has now handed it over to Danny Graham, and but for another 52 3/4 minutes, that car looking on schedule to complete its 11th Race of Remembrance here at Anglesey this weekend. The 101 Mazda having competed in every Race of Remembrance that there has been, and not only competed in every one but finished every one, and is now coming back out of the banking down towards Church. As I say, Chris Harris having I think he may have wanted to drive it to the end of the race, but during last night's racing, we had another safety car, and Chris deciding that it would be strategically clever to bring the car into the pits, which took the team slightly by surprise, but he shortened his stint and possibly did the same thing again in giving Danny Graham the chance to take it over. The Tom McEwing driven DKS Motorsport Caterham, continuing to be second in Class D and continuing to lap more rapidly than the Retrain Racing BMW, which has Lee Brown at the wheel. So they're still in 4th and 5th places, but occupying 2nd and 3rd in Class D. And I reckon at the moment the Caterham has the legs over the BMW. There was a point at which I thought the BMW might just finish ahead of the Caterham with its numerous problems, though the Caterham probably the quicker of the two. That car has been suffering with, we'll call it fuel feed problems, part of the modifications to make the car suitable for long distance racing. This is first endurance race for the Caterham, for that particular Caterham, and they'd put a new tank in it to give it a longer range, then found that the fuel pump was overheating. That was causing a fuel starvation problem, which lost them power, and that gave them a couple of longer stops yesterday, and then they also had a stop just before the interval for the Remembrance service. But when the car runs, it's very rapid indeed, and Tom McEwing is going rapidly now. It's actually done the fastest lap of the race, did that yesterday when it was dry, and is currently lapping 10 seconds quicker than our race leader. But as I say, with such a big deficit, 12 laps to make up, I think that's too much to ask for the Caterham. You spotted something on the screen there, Scott.
There was a nervy moment for the 101 Mazda MX-5 with a bit of a double twitch on as it went through Church Corner, just that maybe kind of not sort of winced a little bit, but kind of thinking this thing has done kind of almost like he's completed 10.9 Race of Remembrance just to get the last 10% of it done, the last hour done, and then it's completed 11, so don't try and throw it away just yet. He's got the 666 Audi TT and one of the Paul Sheard MX-5s and the Brake Dancer RX-8 in the mix just behind it as well. But that car, the 101 car currently has
Danny Graham.
Danny Graham is sat at the moment in 24th position, 7th in Class C, and it's got cars all around it now. It's got Danny Graham with cars to his left, cars to his right, cars right behind him, and just says, "Look, just please leave me be. Just let me just let me run my own race and go around the outside." And they all have done, thankfully. So that's kept it nice and civil.
Yes, that's an historic car with multiple 24-hour races under its belt as well. The Silver Lake Citroen C1 coming into the pits, and didn't quite catch the number of it as it came in, but it was the 458 car, the Silver Lake car that came into the pits. That's the Greg Rose Shelley Pavey car, which triggered one of our safety car interludes earlier today. And checking down the classification, we do still have 49 cars running as far as I can tell. The 458 coming into the pits with Shelley Pavey behind the wheel, so she's had a good long stint, but out of the 50 starters, 49 of them still running. I'm going to set Scott another of those little trivia questions that I keep on throwing at him.
Go on.
Because
I like it when you tackle a rate like that.
Highest finishing rate out of 50 starters. Have we ever had 49 finishers before? Just thinking back, I'm not sure that we've had such the opposite of a high rate, a low rate of attrition, certainly that I can remember.
That was in front of me. I've already started looking at came back from last year.
Despite all of the problems that we've been describing that so many teams have had, an example of how hard the stickability, what good stickability there is, and we were hearing from Paul Wooding earlier on, whatever fate may throw at them, you want to get back and get on with the race. And as I say, to my mind, they've done a tremendous job of so doing and keeping, for the majority of them, the cars running for that time.
So one thing I have a problem with here is that I'm looking at the results from last year.
Yes.
There isn't actually a classified retirement.
Right.
As in it being an endurance race. So, for example, it shows 55, which is 55th classified finisher, the Rob Boston Racing Lotus that set fire.
Yes.
But we know that was out of the race because it was on fire, obviously. So it classifies all 55 cars as finishes, being, I guess, a long enough endurance race. So whether or not
there's no such thing as a non-finisher as far as the Race of Remembrance is concerned.
Technically not.
Fair enough.
Even though we can't have essentially a retirement in the 23 Pure Track Renault Clio, I think there's such a rule in endurance racing, which I'm not sure if it's been written out of Motorsport UK or not, where essentially any starter of an endurance race of a particular length upwards is classified as a finisher, apparently. So in that sense, there were 55 starters. I'll show you. So 55 starters. And 55th is the Rob Boston Racing Sam Heading, Ben Brooks, Peter Mansfield Lotus that we had last year.
Yes, you can clearly tell that it wasn't running at the finish. And the Fiat Panda as well wasn't a finisher last year because that ground to a halt before the end of the race.
It has it from that race in 39th position though. So appreciate you watching on the camera. It's just us looking at a laptop screen that you can't see. But the Lomas Panda just down here in 39th.
Now it's 51.
Yeah.
Running at the finish is not a requirement to be classified. That's fine.
Seemingly not.
Well, which is
look.
part of James Cameron's mission anyway, which is to say that participation is everything. But there is a sense of pride in being able to bring your car to the finish of the race. And currently in this race at least, the only one who hasn't achieved that is the Pure Track Renault Clio, which, as I say, by now will be wrapped up in tarpaulins and be on the track, be in its truck, I would imagine. But apart from that, as I say, 49 cars still driving round and round. 45 minutes, 3/4 of an hour remain. Phil Grace, Lee Brooks, I should say, now at the wheel of the leading number 43 Lotus Elise. Turns through target and heads off on another lap. He is now on his 327th lap, and the quite remarkable Adam Morrison in the 55 Track Scotland Mini is continuing to be in second place. What's happening with the Citroen C1s? There goes the Track Scotland Mini with Adam Morrison driving. Paul Sheard Motorsport brings one of its two Mazdas into the pit lane. Very sideways, Tom Walpole. That was a good 5-second drift from Walpole then as he came through the final corner, holding the car in a lovely, lovely drift. It's so difficult to do that, having tried myself, to get just the right amount of opposite lock on and get it on just quickly enough so that the car then doesn't start fishtailing on you and swing back and you end up going off on the outside rather than on the inside where you were headed first. But great car control then from Tom Walpole, and might have caused Stuart Humphrey a couple of missed heartbeats as he watched the car coming past. But Tom, no doubt, with one hand on the wheel, waving out with the other, had it all perfectly well under control. But he isn't hanging about, is Tom Walpole. It was 1:54 as he crossed the line. Let me tell you, that's 6 seconds quicker than Lee Brooks is lapping in the leading Lotus Elise. So that distracted me from looking out for the Citroen C1s, which I will now try and do. Pay attention. Oh, there they are. They're going on the back straight. Jake Hill has a Citroen C1 length with David Drinkwater breathing down the hatchback of the Citroen C1, heading up into Rocket at the moment. 458 is Jake Hill's number. 586 is David Drinkwater. And as I've said before, even if Jake Hill finishes on the road ahead of David Drinkwater, as long as David Drinkwater is less than 15 seconds behind, he will win the race on aggregate. The both of them, as far as our calculations up here are concerned, have enough fuel to get them to the end of the race. They've both completed their 6 mandatory pit stops. The gap between them, according to the timing screen, is 15 seconds. So, as I say, on the track, they're nose to tail. Just got a brief glimpse of them there, coming up the Tom Price straight towards the hairpin. That's David Drinkwater with the poppies on the side of his car. He's chasing Jake Hill. stop and go penalty for 306, which is the M8S Racing Citroen C1. It's not the first penalty for that car. The two Citroens. Oh, what a big fishtail there from Jake Hill. He's struggling for control of the car there, whilst David Drinkwater chases him down. You know, I think David would actually like to win this one on the road as well as winning it on aggregate, because he's chasing Jake around, and I think he fancies his chances of getting past British Touring Car Champion Jake Hill. So, as I say, the gap on aggregate between them is 15 seconds, so David Drinkwater doesn't have to pass Jake Hill, but it would help his cause if he did, no doubt.
I think the 101 Mazda MX-5 had a spin up at the banking, because there was a yellow flag going into the banking as we watched the two C1s, and then as the camera panned round and they came through the shot, the 101 MX-5 just appeared and it was there with them. So I think there's the spin for the 101, but it's carried on trouble-free, which is obviously handy given that that's Chris Harris's car.
You did describe a near moment from that car a moment ago, didn't you, Scott? Because yes, Chris Harris's car, but Danny Graham now at the wheel of it, and
yes.
He was getting it a little bit edgy earlier on. Rob Lewis has joined us up in the box to dry out again, and he's enjoying this battle of the C1s. As I say, I'm just wondering whether David Drinkwater is actually trying to get past, or if he knows that as long as he stays slap up behind Jake Hill, he'll probably just put Jake under more pressure and worry him as they come out of Peel.
I think he just wants the bragging rights of passing and beating on physically on track a British Touring Car Champion. He's going to try and take that any day of the week, isn't he? And he's a racing driver. He doesn't go for it. Then, you know, it's not the whole Senna quote, but at the same time, it's very sideways through the hairpin. Either they're listening or Jake's pushing as hard as he dares, but David's putting the pressure on. Now they're going to be side by side in the approach towards the bus stop, wheel to wheel. This isn't going to change where they are position-wise in the timing stream, but of course, there's going to be some bragging rights at play here between these two. Down towards the bus stop they come. It is Drinkwater on driver's right on the outside, Jake Hill on the inside. They come through with left-hander. Hill doesn't show him the edge of the road, but he slots in neatly enough, and Drinkwater realised there wasn't going to be room on the outside to make that stick. So he's back into line, back into the toe towards target once again. And try again next time, I think is the phrase.
I'm not quite sure which of these two will be enjoying this more. I know David Drinkwater well enough to know that he will be enjoying it enormously. Jake Hill is undoubtedly enjoying it because of the way he's throwing that car around. I just get the impression, now I'm going to try and do some interrogation of Rob Lewis's eyebrows as I pose this question, but I just get the impression that Jake Hill's car is a little bit more skittish. It's a little bit more on the edge of adhesion all the time, whereas David Drinkwater just sitting behind just seems a little bit more stable, the car. So just wonder if they've got slightly different setups on the two cars. Yeah, so we're both being set up to be extremely precise, going through Rocket at the moment. Again, David Drinkwater gets right up on the tail of the green and white car of Jake Hill. They have to keep an eye on the mirrors while all this is going on, because faster cars constantly coming up behind, and you don't necessarily have to move out of their way. It's up to the overtaking car to make the move, but obviously you need to be aware if there is a car behind you. So they've been doing this for the last 2.5 hours, of course, because remember, Jake Hill got in the car with 3 hours to go. David Drinkwater got into the car at about the same time, and they were pretty much nose to tail at that point. Poor old Jake Hill has had this poppy-coloured Citroen C1 behind him for the whole of the time in between. One of the Matabubu BMW 116 trophy cars is threading the needle as they turn out of the hairpin and go down towards the bus stop, with David Drinkwater again pulling out of the slipstream of Jake Hill's car down into the final turn. Drinkwater not quite as close this time as he was last time around, but still closing up with the limited slipstream that's available to him, and heads through onto another lap with, as I say, this one I suspect is just going to run through to the flag, but Jake Hill has to think of something here, because I'm just trying to work out what, in order to win the class, Jake Hill has to open up a 15-second margin between himself and David Drinkwater. And the way Drinkwater's going, I just can't see that happening somehow in the remaining 36 minutes of this race.
I would
But
concur.
it relies on both of them not making a mistake.
I would concur. I think the fact that David's obviously using all that experience in a C1, Jake's using all his experience as a front-wheel drive in a touring car. Of course, well, I say that he's been mainly racing a rear-wheel drive touring car in recent years in a BMW, but he's using all of his racing experience. David using all of his and his own personal C1 experience on top of that. So they seem to kind of counterbalance each other out quite nicely in that sense as they come through Peel and down towards the corkscrew again. This is now on, it's not on their lap, but they're both on their, currently on their 296 laps. They haven't reached 300 laps just yet. They're just coming to try and put a, they've got the Caterham threading its way through both of them as well. The 99 DKS machine trying to pick its way past both, which it has. That's done that cleanly. Now it's chasing after the Matabubu BMW. But our top two in the C1 category, but the other way around on the timing screen. Back down to the hairpin. We've got the Royal Navy BMW not too far behind them as well. Drinkwater's keeping the pressure on, particularly in these wet conditions where smoothness and precision is more crucial and key than anything else at this point in time.
Yeah, and as I say, they're going to have to keep this up for the remainder of the 35 minutes that remain this year. More penalties being issued, so that's another thing to keep an eye on. This one to the M8S racing car. I seem to remember we said that a little while ago, that the M8S racing had a penalty to serve, a stop and go. Whether that's a penalty that they never serve, but or whether it's an additional one, I'm not quite sure. But the M8S Citroen being called in for another stop and go penalty. Tom Walpole comes through in the Extreme Mazda MX-5, still going strongly in third place, but he's actually closing in upon the Track Scotland Mini for second place. I wonder if that's a position.
Speaking of Track Scotland Mini, has that got to make one more stop? Because it says 6, but I'm sure that before we talked about it before,
No, the 6, it's never had a penalty, it's never had an unscheduled stop.
Excellent, so that goes to the end now.
Yeah, the Track Scotland Mini stopped a little while ago, and Adam Morrison took it over, and that was the final stop for that car about 40 minutes ago or so.
That place, seriously good, in that case, seriously good work by the Track Scotland Mini team to get that car not just in the lead of the class, but as high as it is.
Yes, into second place overall, and it gained second place overall when the Stuart Humphrey Mazda came in for an unscheduled but shorter stop to clean the windscreen, because Stuart Humphrey wasn't able to see anything, so he came in early to have an unscheduled stop and then had to come in for a 4-minute stop to hand the car over to Tom Walpole, which has now taken place. But that was when the Track Scotland Mini managed to get through into second place overall, although the two of them are now on the same lap, so the second and third place cars both having completed the same number of laps. The two Citroens go through first and second. Coming up behind them at a pace is Lee Brooks in the leading Rob Boston Lotus Elise. Then it's on this road at least, the Patron Racing BMW of Lee Brown in 5th place, and then in the next place up is Tom Walpole with the Mazda MX-5 completing his 322nd lap. But again, even if, so he is on the same lap as the Track Scotland car, but again, he's going to have to get ahead of the Track Scotland car and then get a minute ahead of that in order to overcome the difference in aggregate times following the results of the earlier segments. Into the pits comes the 111 Mazda MX-5, the exposure lights car, which has had a number of dramas over the course of the race. Morgan Sparrow got stuck in the grass. Nick Manjo had a problem last night, I remember. Again, stuck on the circuit, caused one of our safety car interruptions, and Manjo also had a problem getting the car off the line right at the start of the race, and had to play catch up on the pace lap. But when it's not been having dramas, the exposure lights Mazda has been running well. The leader, Lee Brooks, making his way past the two Citroens up at the hairpin, and Jake Hill making room as Lee Brooks comes hammering back down the straight into the final turn. David Drinkwater is still in the boot lid of Jake Hill's green and white Citroen. So those two go through nose to tail. I think that's inevitable that is going to finish like that, unless, as I said before, one of them makes a mistake, but I think that's unlikely from either Jake Hill or David Drinkwater. Who else would you rather have in your cars to ensure the cars get to the finish?
It's a good question, isn't it? Trying to ponder which one's which. Which one's which. I think, I say Jake brings the touring car experience. He's got some GTs, but at the same time, there's the sideways moment there all the way through Church Corner. I'd probably say I'll stick my neck out. Jake is an excellent driver. He's a British touring car champion, and he's going to GTs. That being said, local knowledge, particularly of a series and cars, counts for a lot. And ultimately, if you want to try and hit the ground running, you want somebody who understands these cars from the get-go. So I completely acknowledge and accept Jake's talent as being a British touring car champion, but for me, as he's sliding it around over at the Rocket Complex, for me, if you ask your first choice, Drinkwater. I'd pick David first.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, in the battle between the two of them, Jake Hill clearly has the legs and has been, if David Drinkwater was going to pass, he would have done so by now. But as I say, the thought of Jake Hill actually disappearing 15 seconds up the road, I can't quite see that happening somehow. So I think going back to what's happening on the pit wall with the marshals, they are trying to attract the attention of the 306 M8S Racing Citroen to get him to come in for this penalty. It's a penalty that was issued some time ago, but I suspect he may have it extended because he seems to have ignored the board for quite a few laps now. It's waiting for the M8S car to come through. Fairly distinctive livery on the side of the Citroen. David Drinkwater's lost a few lengths on the back of Jake Hill on that lap. Too much traffic around, and be interesting to see whether once the traffic disperses, whether Drinkwater's able to catch up with Jake once again. Jake Hill keeping the traffic behind him there. Of course, the trouble is a fast Citroen C1 can actually be as quick as some slower cars driven in, although they run in the other classes, faster classes in theory, take a little bit more driving to get through.
And of course, as you mentioned, rain is a massive factor. Of course, rain is a performance lever in many cases, and those Citroen C1s, I think, to fit that point, is going to be able to put the power it does have down compared to some of the bigger, faster cars who can only use a percentage of it. You do what we're pointing at a yellow flag.
I'm pointing at the 306, which is coming through now, yes. Being advised that his penalty, getting a very dark look from the marshal at the pit wall, who's been hanging out the stop and go penalty board at him for 6 or 7 laps now. I think he's going to throw the stop and go penalty board at him next time around.
It's just lands the windscreen. Please listen. In now.
Yes, it's a thankless task enough being a start line marshal without having drivers not paying any attention to you.
I think we should make sure to say, I'm sure we have done once or twice already this broadcast, but we should also make another mention. It's never too many times to do so, particularly in weather conditions like this. A massive thank you to all the marshals and volunteers that we have, particularly the marshals who have standing trackside and in the pit lane, not just basically ever since Friday really, if not Thursday testing, but particularly yesterday, all into the evening of last night's race hours, and then of course today, which pretty much has been essentially raining almost non-stop today, or at least it's been raining steadily all day, so in these kind of rather horrid conditions, all sticking true to where they are, because they love the event, they love the sport, and they love the weekend and what it symbolises. Each and every one of them, thank you very much for giving your weekend to be a part of this.
Absolutely, yes, and as Scott says, we have thanked the marshals several times over the course of the weekend, but we can never do so enough, so thank you to them, as well as to all of our Mission Motorsport volunteers as well. Now, I was observing a couple of laps ago how David Drinkwater had dropped away from the back of Jake Hill's car whilst there was traffic coming through. As soon as the traffic disappears, so David is able to catch right up onto Jake Hill's boot lid again, but he never chances his arm trying to go past. Now, I'm not saying that he would have to chance his arm going past, but he is content just to sit there, and I think David Drinkwater understands the situation and isn't necessarily, I'm going to prove myself wrong as he does it, I was going to say isn't necessarily going to push his way past Jake Hill, but every so often he gets so that he kind of overlaps two wheels, his front with the rears of Jake Hill's Citroen, and all of a sudden he looks like he is actually very interested in going past, but once again Jake Hill just holds sway at the front. And I'm just minded of the sort of keep your friends close and your enemies closer, and David Drinkwater wanting to keep Jake Hill very much inside rather than necessarily going ahead of him, and therefore not knowing quite what Jake's up to.
Maybe he's using Jake as the pioneer to just kind of figure out, right, what's going on like. If he gets sideways, back off a tiny bit and be a bit smoother. He's probably using him as not just a toe to pull him around the circuit in whatever toe you can get in these conditions, but also give him as a guide in terms of, look, it's a split second before me. When you turn in, for example, into bus stop, into target, into the banking, whereabouts are you turning? How's that going to work? Someone's lost a rear bumper, which has now found itself right on the edge of the circuit on the right-hand side. Can't quite tell. I'm not analytic enough to tell what that rear bumper might be from, but there is certainly a rear bumper on the circuit at this point in time. We're inside the last 25 minutes now of this race, and Rob Boston Racing with Lee Brooks still leads the way. There's another 10-lap lead over the Track Scotland Mini, although that is kind of going a little back and forth on the timing screen once the aggregates sort themselves out. But the Track Scotland Mini and the DKS Motorsport Caterham continue to go back and forth. The gap between them is, yeah, it says it's 8 minutes 47, so they're not going to get quite close, or they're a lap ahead anyway, so that's not going to change too much there. DKS still in third position, Stuart Humphrey Racing still fourth, and then Retrain Racing, who have moved up again quietly into P5. They've been another team that haven't done anything spectacular. I guess we've not talked about them massively compared to other teams that have hit dramas or strife of their own. Another team that's just simply got on with it, has got on with the race nice and quietly, nice and straightforward, and so far the result up to this point, the results and the performance are speaking for themselves. Anthony Seddon Racing still in a very impressive P6. Harry Ormer, of course, at the wheel of the number 21 car, and they're a lap ahead of Yggdrasil. Freddie Tatum now driving that car. And also I'm going to give a shout out to the Italians, to Mission Motorsport, which has Marcello Spada at the wheel. And they could bring that car to the finish. Good to have to see them. They're not strangers to this race. The Italians have been here a handful of times before, looking back at previous results. I was doing some searching last night.
M8S are into the pits for their penalty.
Hooray.
At last.
About time.
So, yes, very much overdue, but they are into the pits. The timing screen is going to have to take a little bit of sorting out on it, because there is something of a battle going on for overall second and third places, because Tom Walpole, when you just ran through a moment ago, was being shown on the screen in fourth place, but actually is in third place overall on aggregate. The trouble is that they've all completed the same number of laps, and so they are in third place, although as I say, because the Caterham is flying along, Tom McEwing driving it faster than anybody else is going, he gets shown as being completing 327 laps and therefore moves up to second place. But because he completed his 327 laps first, but in a total aggregate time of more than the Track Scotland Mini and the Stuart Humphreys car, then the timing screen will change every time they go through. So it is still Adam Morrison in second place, and comfortably so, ahead of Tom Walpole with the Stuart Humphrey Mazda, which is still in third place. And that position, as I say, had changed as a result of Stuart Humphrey's need to come in and clean the screen. But that's the top three. And then Tom McEwing with the DKS Caterham, although he's flying, is doing so back in third place and is actually a lap behind the Track Scotland Mini and the Stuart Humphrey Mazda. Right, it took a little while to sort that out, but it was a slightly confusing situation. The rain, I mean, it's getting worse, Scott, isn't it? Looking at what's happening to the weather, the spray is certainly getting more.
I genuinely was going to say, there's still no let up in the weather, so we kind of thought the same thing at the same time. But yeah, you just look at the conditions, it has been...
I think it's getting worse rather than no let up.
I think the worst I've ever seen it here at Anglesey was a 2CV 24-hour race where that the view out to sea was genuinely... You can still see some of the sea here. The entire view here was just a wall of grey, and there was so much rain that swept in very quickly. I think it started moving, when there was still some tarmac on here, where the cones were, it was moving cones, like how much strong the wind was at one point. It was moving them across. They had to stop the race a couple of times because of how severe the weather was. This is probably, since 2 years ago, probably the wettest I've seen Race of Remembrance, but it's November, it's the UK, so I think if you come into this race and kind of expecting good weather, you kind of have a glutton for punishment, I think, in terms of what you're actually going to get in that sense. Although, of course, we were blessed with some decent weather yesterday, so it wasn't too bad, although it's still quite chilly, which is that's the thing. So
at least the sun was shining.
Yes, that's your free latest weather forecast before we get back to regular proceedings. Less than 20 minutes to go then. Here on screen is your race leader, number 43, the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise, making habit of this, aren't they? They've won this race several times before, and if they can stay on the straight and narrow for the next 19 minutes plus a lap, they will be holding on to take another victory, and it'll certainly be, I think, it'll feel like for them a lot like redemption for missing out on what would have been, I'm certain they're contending for yet another victory last year, and Eric Stone not led to what caused the fire.
Yes, I'll add to that in the sense that Rob Boston Racing, yes, previous winners, I think on 3 occasions, driving various Lotus Elises, that if this car should win this weekend, it would be the first time that a Rob Boston Lotus Elise has won without Rob Boston being on the driving crew.
Ah, okay.
Lee Brooks, Ben Brooks, and the third driver of that crew, Phil Grayson, yes, they've been managed by Rob Boston, and his team have been involved in the preparation of the car and the servicing of the car through the pit stops. But Rob himself has not been able to contribute by driving the car, but I'm sure he will be just as delighted with the win should it happen. But as I say, from his point of view, it'll be a win without his driving contribution. Just seeing the Track Scotland Citroen going through in third place there. Still in third place in its class. Craig Dillon is at the wheel of it, and yes, I think they are pretty certain of finishing in third place, because the next Citroen up in the Citroen AC1 class is quite a long way back, and it's another WRC car. So WRC not only are challenging for the lead of the Citroen C1 class, but they are also securing fourth place in the Citroen C1 class.
Sorry. Hey. Yeah, sure, very happy.
It's come to that time of the day when James Cameron has joined me up here in the box once again. James, we've only got 16 minutes of this race remaining, so we'll have to keep this relatively short because I know there is a danger otherwise that we'll talk it for a long time. Simple question first of all, has the Race of Remembrance 2025 lived up to your expectations of it?
Yeah, absolutely has. It's been phenomenal. 50 teams who've entered into it in the most wonderful way, and we're trying to do a head count from the photos from that amazing service of remembrance, just to try and get an understanding of how many people were together in the pit lane. I know for those who were watching online, there was some really lovely hymn singing, but I think for those online, they just got the Padre, who was the only one with a microphone.
Thank
and everyone
goodness
else.
he can sing.
So old Padre Mike there knocked it out for the benefits of an online audience, but it was really, I mean, it's really quite a moving thing. And from the purposes of ours, I've just come actually from a briefing with our occupational therapists and some of the people who are really caring for folk in the pit lane. It has been phenomenal. So yeah, I'm feeling very, very blessed right now. And of course, fingers are crossed that everybody's safely across the line for the end of the race, and yeah, and that's impending. Of course, you know, the Welsh weather has done everything we could have asked for it. It's done beautiful, completely cloud-free skies. It's done amazing running in the dark, a little bit of wet as well, and then today, yeah, it's delivered as promised, doesn't it? You know, just for anyone without a heated screen, which I think is all 4 of our cars, so there's the lesson learned for that. They're really, really regretting it now. But to be honest, Chris Harris came in and said, well, I couldn't see anything out the screen, but it didn't really matter because he was looking out the side windows most of the time.
He said he wanted wipers fitted at the side windows of his Mazda, yeah.
That's it, yeah, no. Well, of course, he's only got little arms, so he struggles to wipe the screen himself.
You want to give him one of these long-armed squeegee wraps, do you?
Yeah, that's
it. It has been done in the past. You always tell me to forget about the race because it's about the people. So the people that you've been speaking to, how has the Race of Remembrance worked for them?
Yeah, it's really lovely. And of course, we've got people who've come back who are doing it many times. It's amazing to see, you know, Rob Boston, you know, up at the top of the charts. Rob's done extraordinary things across British motorsport in many categories for an awfully long time. Brilliant to see the likes of, you know, Drinkwater there leading Jake Hill, you know, into the last bits of the race. It's absolutely fantastic. And then we've got novice crosses on the back of actually 5 cars that we're running out here, 4 of us and 1 others, 2 who contain people for whom this is the first time they've ever raced. 3 of them are out there now and are actually going to come across the line, and that feeling for them is going to be something they will remember for the rest of their lives. It will stay with them. You know, there are many days in life, but not many for them are going to be like this, and that's a wonderful thing.
And for you as the organiser, creator, the brains behind this, I mean, it must be difficult because you do this every year and yet you have to bring the enthusiasm back every year, and yet it just happens somehow. Do you find yourself having to kick yourself and say, come on, I've got to get things happening again because it isn't going to happen unless...
Well, the short answer is yes. I mean, you're absolutely right. You know, this is the 11th time of turning the handle on this, but it's the excitement of others is infectious. So you have this formula which you turn the handle on. It's a lot of work to be able to get us here. You know, there's quite a lot of risk. You get it wrong on the way in order to be able to do it, and you turn the handle. But then you start to get, you know, I get messages from people 6 months out telling me how much they're looking forward to Race of Remembrance. They've got new ideas for their livery, or they're doing sort of that, and how much they're looking forward to it. And you start to cotton on, you know, and you start to catch that up in yourself, and you remember just how cool it is. This year has been phenomenal. There's all sorts of reasons why we remember an A400 flying past on the Friday. That was incredibly cool. You know, buzzing the tower here, you know, mid-qualifying. That was really cool. Great having Chris Harris back here. You know, I think for us and having him in the middle of our pit thing, he's not a massively public persona or any of those things. Lots of people know him, but you know, he's you know, rightly a you know, quite a private individual. But he's fantastic with the blokes and girls who are there, and you know, he's I hope he's not listening, because they absolutely adore him for it. He has been, you know, there's a lot of weight put on celebrity, but it's not about that. It's something different with Chris, and it's entirely authentic, and it's been a privilege having him back.
Yeah, I mean, I worked with Chris when he was just a racing driver.
Yeah.
And now he thinks, yeah, as you say, celebrity kind of comes into it. But no, a tremendous enthusiast. Presentations to look forward to at the end of the race. We've had a word with Jack, the producer of your marvellous trophies.
Yeah.
I mean, that again is the kind of rounding out of the great weekend, isn't it?
They're really special, and in about 40 minutes we're going to be putting those in the hands of their new rightful owners, and that's a fantastic thing to do. And for Jack, the challenge then starts. What's next year going to be about? This year, wonderful. Using bits of Her Majesty's Royal Yacht in order to manufacture bits of this one. Fascinated to see what next year is going to be. There's been some lovely stuff we've been doing with like the Portsmouth Historic Dockyard, which is really cool. I'm quite excited about some of the things that will happen for that. But for those who watched it, looking in on this and thinking, oh, this is really great, I'd love to experience a bit of that, but how can I do it? I haven't got a race car, all of those things. We experimented something earlier this year, which is to run a track day at night time. It's quite unique here at Anglesey. Absolute darkness at this place when it really gets dark. And in January, we will be back with Chris Harris. I'm just getting my phone out to check that I've got the correct dates. 23rd and 24th, that's Friday and Saturday of January 2026. Mission Motorsport will be back here with Anglesey in order to present Track Night. Amazing opportunity for people to do a track day in the dark.
Details presumably available on the Mission Motorsport website.
At some point they will be,
Right. Okay.
but not right now.
Meantime, phone James Cameron.
So it's kind of, watch this space, absolutely. So if you want to ask me about it personally, I'll be up Snowdon tomorrow, so by all means, if you hang around the summit, at some point you'll see me.
Final message to everybody for the Race of Remembrance, at least from the race part of Race of Remembrance. I know you'll say something at the end during the presentations.
Yeah, of course. And a huge thank you to the teams and everybody who's down in the pit lanes, who's helping make all of this work. Their hard work helps this whole thing go round. I love the interaction, the way that people help each other. Last night we had people doing 12-hour car journeys in order to pick up parts for cars, to get them back here, to get them out on the track. Amazing. And then for everybody to come together and share with us that wonderful remembrance service, it brings a lump to the throat, and the hairs go up on the back of your neck every time it happens. That loses nothing of its special qualities, and I'm just really grateful that people care, and that they do, and they give up their time and their effort, and whether they're watching online, whether they're supporting, whether they're doing a bit of fundraising and supporting the charity, they get it, and we're grateful.
And ultimately it benefits all of us, doesn't it?
Totally.
James Cameron, thank you very much indeed for your organisation, for providing this opportunity to us all, and as I say, we'll have you down on the presentations at
and
the
the
end.
last thing I'm going to say is thank you.
So and the brains behind the whole operation. That's time is ticking away. 7.5 minutes is all that remain on the clock, and the Rob Boston car of Lee Brooks still leads the way by 9 laps. So in fairness, the gap hasn't really extended very much in this last portion, but with conditions for the most part in this segment having been fairly horrible, Lee Brooks's task has been mainly to keep the car on the road. Now there goes Jake Hill across the line. Where is David Drinkwater? He's dropped back quite a lot, I would say. So let's just see what the timing screen tells us. The gap has gone out to David Drinkwater. Okay, he's dropped 4 seconds behind, so he's still got 11 seconds of a margin. So what we need to do is just to keep an eye on the gap between Jake Hill and David Drinkwater. Jake Hill there in the green and white Citroen, heading along the back straight. There's another Citroen just ahead of him that he's going to pass. There's a BMW behind him. David Drinkwater, yes, 4.6 seconds on the road behind, which still gives him an 11-second advantage in the aggregate positions. So David Drinkwater then, as long as he doesn't lose another 11 seconds in the remaining 6 minutes of the race, still on for a memorable double, having won the Race of Remembrance Citroen C1 class last year. Going across the line is the Caterham of Tom McEwing. He's going on to his 337th lap now. Just misfortune for him that he's lost so much time in the earlier portions of the race, because ultimately he is going to be classified in, actually I may have to change that, because although Stuart Humphrey has gone through completing the same number of laps, Tom McEwing is now actually ahead of both of them on the road. So the Mini Cooper has also gone through from Track Scotland, and so up into second place overall in the last 20 minutes or so of the race. Tom McEwing, in this chase with the Caterham, has got right back on terms with the leading group.
I forgot my thing to go on the pit wall.
Jake Hill going through, this time 3.4 seconds ahead of David Drinkwater. So again, that gap is not big enough to ensure a change for overall position. But as I say, in overall positions there has been a change in the last few minutes, because Tom McEwing is now secure in second place overall. So Class D cars, which suffered quite a lot in the early stages, have now eventually come back, and some recompense. And given the problems that the DKS team have had and the longer pit stops, the fact that they've managed to claw their ways back into second place overall is a great performance, particularly based on the conditions that we've had here today. There's a car stopped out on the circuit going down from the up towards the hairpin. Oh no, sorry, it's coming out of Target is the car where it has stopped. The driver is out of it. It looks as though it's been damaged in some way, or it suffered a mechanical problem. Just 3 minutes remaining, and I fear we're going to have the safety car, unless they can do this with a local yellow. Probably with just 3 minutes remaining, the car may be solvable with just a local yellow flag. As I say, the driver is out of the car. Double yellow flags then being displayed. It's actually coming back from the banking onto Church. So he's come through the banking, and then the car pulling off on the left on its way down to Church. And so yellow flags being shown, the time is ticking down, and David Drinkwater goes through. I wonder if Jake Hill is going to be able to use this to open up a bit more of a gap between himself and David Drinkwater. No, he's not. The gap is still about the same as that stranded Citroen stuck there on the outside of the banking. The other Silver Lake car it is that has stopped there, and so it will probably be left there until the end of the race. So it's the Robin Welsh, Wayne Chalk and Aaron Welsh car, number 558, which has ground to a halt there. And it was, just looking down to find out where it was in the standings, was actually the better placed of the two Silver Lake cars. Aaron Chalk, having got out of the car, he was in 5th place in the class, and in 6th place is the Radiation car, 1 lap behind, so that could afford a change, but Silver Lake Racing will be hoping that he hangs on to the end, into the last minute of the race. Oh no, and the Caterham has stopped as well, up against the pit wall, that is, and just trying to sort out what's going on there, because it's not up against the pit wall, it's at the bus stop, isn't it? I just wonder if that's waiting for time to elapse in order to then come through after Lee Brooks comes through in the Rob Boston car. So drama on this last lap. Here comes Lee Brooks in the Rob Boston car now, out of the hairpin, coming back down towards the bus stop, and we'll see whether or not the Caterham is then able to get going and coming across the line, but into a yellow flag zone at the start-finish line. Then Lee Brooks is going to come up. The checkered flag is going to be out for him this time, except it's not going to be this time because it's 12 hours plus a lap. So on to his last lap, except the last lap board not yet being shown on the start-finish line. I can see the last lap board in the marshal's hands, but they are going to have one more lap before the last lap. So the Caterham is still stationary of Tom McEwing. As I say, that's up against the wall of the pit lane. Lee Brooks making his way through. Aaron Chalk is, Radiation Racing car is on the same lap as Aaron Chalk, so Radiation Racing is going to be able to use this extra lap to, I think, take 5th place away in the Citroën C1 class. No doubt at all that the Class C is going to go to the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda MX-5 of Tom Walpole, and 2nd place overall, and the winning Class B is going to go to Adam Morrison and the Track Scotland Mini Team car number 55, which is in an absolutely stupendous run without a single problem, I think, as far as Track Scotland is concerned. The Lee Brooks Lotus then makes his way up towards the hairpin, up the Tom Price straight towards the hairpin for the last time. Still slower traffic up ahead of him to contend with, and through he goes, through the hairpin, back down the straight towards the bus stop. This time the last lap board will be shown as Tom Walpole goes through onto his penultimate lap. Lee Brooks comes through now. The pit wall raises its arms, and the Caterham still sits there up against the pit wall, waiting for the checkered flag. Whether he's low on fuel, I'm not sure, but the Caterham then is going. Actually, now this could be crucial, because on 336 laps, the Patrone Racing BMW is 1 lap shy of the DKS Caterham. So it's all going to come down to the aggregate results for these cars. Lee Brooks on his last lap then, having had an absolutely, I'll say, fault-free run. They've had some penalties that they've had to absorb. They had some difficulties with the electronics on the car yesterday, but the car has run absolutely flawlessly today. Rob Boston Racing with Lee Brooks, with Ben Brooks, and the third driver of the car, Phil Grayson, all doing their part. Rob Boston doing his part in running the team, and the rest of the Rob Boston Racing crew working together to get the car through to the finish, and Lee Brooks then will be coming down into the final corner shortly. The last lap board being shown to everybody as they come through and go on to their last lap. Tom Walpole goes through in the Stuart Humphrey Racing Mazda, and waiting as well for the Track Scotland Mini, which I think will get another lap in before Lee Brooks comes through. No, he won't, because here comes Lee Brooks now. Lee Brooks then will take the checkered flag. He takes victory in the 2025 Race of Remembrance. Handshakes and congratulations all round. A great result for Rob Boston Racing and the whole crew there. You can see that Rob is absolutely delighted with that result. He takes the win. We wait for the Caterham to come through, and it's I thought they were just waiting for the checkered flag, but Tom McEwing is, it would seem, waiting for something else before he crosses the line then. So bizarre. There goes the 101, so the Mission Motorsport Mazda MX-5, which was a team effort. Alan Farrimond, Danny Graham, who actually was in the car at the end, Harry and Anthony Ailes, and Chris Harris, the drivers. There goes the Track Scotland Mini as well, finally coming across the line, and he will take third place on 341 laps. Lee Brooks completed 350 laps. Tom Walpole will come home in second place with 342 laps to his credit, and the Patrone Racing BMW has not yet come through, but Lee Brown, when he does so, will come through and pass the Caterham, which is stuck still on the start-finish line. So we'll just talk Lee Brown across the line at the finish as well. The other Mission Motorsport Mazda number 29 comes across, hand out of the car aloft for that. Here comes the Patrone Racing BMW then, and that is going to pass the Caterham on the last lap of the race and take the position. So Lee Brown from 5th suddenly becomes 4th, because the Caterham stuck there on the start-finish line, on the start-finish straight before the finish line, importantly. The rest of the field coming on through. There goes the Flying Haggis Honda Civic. Looked as though that might have a problem before the end. The battle of the C1s going in the end to WRC Developments, with David Drinkwater finishing 4.3 seconds ahead of Jake Hill, who gave everything he had in the last part there, and pulled away significantly from David, but wasn't able to establish the 15 seconds that was required in order to take the position. So David Drinkwater takes the place as far as Class AC1 is concerned. Stuart Humphrey Racing win Class C. Track Scotland Mini wins Class B. The BMW class goes to the Harry Ormerod-driven Anthony Seddon Racing BMW, and the only other car class winner is the AC1 class, the WRC Developments. David Drinkwater winning the Citroens. Down in the pit lane with the winners are Rob Lewis and Scott Woodwis.
And that was that. That was Race of Remembrance 2025, Scott. What a race that was, and what a dominant performance by Rob Boston Racing.
I think that makes up for last year when it was a hole in, I think it's the oil cooler, or something along those lines, that saw them come out of the race. But they've come back, they've built themselves back stronger. They've come back to a race they've won, I think, 3 times before, making 4 now. And what a way they did it, even leading by, was it 10 laps over, 7-8 laps overnight, extended the lead through the next couple of parts, and came home in only their true fashion. So credit to Rob Boston and the rest of the crew and what they've done, and incredible stuff once again for those to be successful. only the first few cars are coming in. I think this podium, which we might not be able to show you, but it's going to be absolutely right because there's so many cheers, celebrations, lots of applause for good reason because it's that kind of race, it's that kind of event. I think we're both buzzing because it's absolutely magnificent.
So. The camaraderie up and down the pit lane, they were absolutely buzzing on the pit wall. Let's bring in Rob Boston himself. Rob, congratulations, well done.
You bring in Ben as well.
Bring in the team. You guys love this race. How good does it feel to win it?
It's the annual pilgrimage. It's UK motorsport at its finest. It's got so much emotion behind it. It's it's the event of the year. I know we do other high profile stuff, but this is the event of the year. It's it's so lovely to be here, and emotional. So, you don't get much sleep over these weekends, and it's an emotional one. It's lovely.
Of course, this time last year, not so great memories with the fire that you had, of course, to put you out before the end of part one. I'm going to use a cliche term, but does this feel like the phoenix or the flames? You've risen back up to bring the car back to what it was and to come back and do it in a way you guys know how.
Absolutely. I think Ben will vouch for that. Ben was with us last year, and in fact, it was you were in the car.
Yeah, I was in it. I was in it for the fire.
Had to make a hasty retreat as the flame engulfed him inside the cockpit as well. So, yeah. I didn't put you off.
No, exactly. No, what a result. Coming back from the fire, and we've had a challenging year. It's the first year we've been running with Rob and the team. They've done a mega job. We've learnt the car. They've learnt the car. We've come here and done this, and it's magnificent. We couldn't have asked for more, and just stoked to be here.
Where's this victory rank compared to the ones that you've had previously? Is it one of the best? Is it one of the toughest? How would you rank it?
Well, can I say on this one?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is the first one where we've won where I haven't been in the driver lineup.
Yes,
so I can say this is probably more satisfying, I must admit, because I've done this vicariously, and I must admit the emotions are just as strong. Yeah, they really are. It feels great. It feels great.
Yeah, is it the most soggy win?
I'm not sure that it is actually. No, it's normally pretty soggy, isn't it? But
it is. We've got a WhatsApp group, and I pinged through the trophy from 2015 and said, "No pressure, folks." But 10 years ago we won this race, and we're coming back to do it again, and we have done so. Just magnificent. So happy.
Yeah.
Well. Brilliant performance. I'm almost speechless, but congratulations there. They are your winners of the Race of Remembrance 2025. Let's go for a short wander, Scott. I want to catch up with our second place. I want to catch up with the Mazda that is Stuart Humphrey Racing. What an absolute textbook performance from them. Lower powered car, lower class, got on with the job, got it done.
And they weren't the only ones, because we'll get to them short in a minute, but I think we've got a couple more of the cars coming in behind us, but that was one of the stories of the race, is that you had some of the cars in lower classes, because typically it's Class D or the relay class that dominated, the Caterhams, the Lotuses, the BMWs. This race showed some of the lower class cars to come to the fore, because this was a race, as we talked about, one of the words of this race was attrition. So much attrition in this race in terms of not cars going out or falling by the wayside with issues, but coming at problems, spins, incidents, safety cars, and it was a race where some of the initial favourites, the cars that started on the front row of the grid, the first few rows, we called it right at the start from the beginning. There was the definitive favourite in this, because anything could happen, and it did. And so cars like Stuart Humphreys, and also as well the track sort of the Mini, which we'll get to on as well.
Yes, Motorsport, the Elise blew a drive shaft.
And others that got up in the top, the anti-7 BMW that won BMW class as well, that's up there in the top. That 3 of the BMWs in the top 10. But that's probably one of the most unpredictable and slightly topsy-turvy and unexpected top 10s, I think, in Race of Remembrance ever, do I dare say.
I dare say. Should we do it again next year, Scott?
I'm down if you are.
Definitely. Our thanks to everyone here this weekend, from the likes of Mission Motorsport, the BRSCC, and I'm sure Scott can hand away the rest of the plaudits before we hand back up to Paul.
Yeah, just thanks to every single one of our teams and drivers, everyone who's been involved volunteering with our beneficiaries as well, everyone who was here with the observation of the Remembrance service that you saw as well. Lots of celebration going on. That's the Italian team getting a podium in their class as well. Thanks to, again, can't say it enough, all the marshals. Amazing job from everyone involved in them. We love British marshals, the best in the world, and they all come here in the pouring rain for the sport they love and for the event they love as well. Thanks to everyone at BRSCC, everyone that's watched you at home, all our production guys, everyone at Alpha Live to put the stream together, all the partners and sponsors, particularly Devante Tyres and Vera Tools as well for supporting Mission Motorsport. And thank you to Mission Motorsport and to Major James Cameron and to everyone involved in his team putting this all together and working in collaboration with BRSCC to make it as successful as it has been. And that is Race of Remembrance 2025. So, from myself, Scott Woodward, from Rob Lewis, and from the legend that is Paul Trustwell, and all of us here at Anglesey, that's it. For us, at least, the motorsport season's over. I think all we can say is that we can go and hibernate and wait for 2026, but I'm certain if it's as good as this one, we can't wait. Thanks for watching. Have a great winter and great Christmas and New Year, and we'll see you once again in 2026 in November for Race of Remembrance, so you can take the top spot and the Perseverance Trophy right then. Bye for now.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.